Greetings, friends. Welcome to a second day here in the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Tour 2, or Spring Tour, Division 1 action. My name is Tsunami. What a pleasure to have you all come back here to my little restaurant one more time. And I have two customers, Winter, Adam. Gentlemen, what a pleasure. What an absolute pleasure to have you repping a dead team, Adam. Fnatic on proud display. Is it too soon?
Maybe.
I know.
I tweeted something about coaching yesterday. I did my first session, and the manager of Fnatic, CGO, Pao, was like, it could have been us. I was like, shit. that was the real too soon. Too real.
Winter, welcome. You're not doing any aspiring coach tweets, I see. You're just watching from the sidelines.
Social media is not my thing.
It's true, actually. Do you even tweet at all?
I retweet your tweets.
I don't even tweet.
That's
how I know that you're lying.
About food.
Yeah, that's true. You seem like you would be like a food influencer. You like food, or I'm surprised that for your fish business that Instagram isn't more important to popularize and advertise your fish.
I mean, it is for a lot of the sellers.
Yeah.
For me, because I do B2B mostly, so I just have wholesalers collect it. The middlemen collect it every week.
But how do the wholesalers find you? You gotta step up.
I don't remember how, but
into the place. He's like, I'm Winter. You should know my fish.
I don't remember exactly how, but they just showed up one day, like 6 months ago, 7 months ago.
And you've just been giving them fish ever since.
Yeah, then we are best friends ever since.
Okay, that's a pretty wholesome relationship then. But God forbid that you ever lose those wholesalers, then you have to start advertising from scratch. But that won't be a concern because right now you're here to talk about Dota with me and Adam, and we can talk about what happened on Monday, our first day here in Tour 1, Division 1. Handful of results already on the menu. SMG was able to get a 2-0 victory over a Blacklist rivalry as our first match of the entire day. Disappointing for a Blacklist rivalry, but somewhat expected. Winter, I know you were hot on SMG at the tail end of Tour 1, and it looks like they've been able to continue that success.
Yeah, I feel like SMG definitely, they were the better team for sure, even though they have one roster change so far, but I mean, Polaris hasn't really played very well in the first series yet, so only time will tell whether he's going to be able to improve and get better with the team. But so far, the rest of the players, they look like their same old selves from the end of last season.
Yeah. And unfortunately, that seems to be true for Blacklist rivalry as well, because at the end of last season, they weren't able to make it through the tiebreaker against Talon, and as a result, they fell. And it was our first series of the day. Some interesting picks coming out from Blacklist rivalry. We were a little bit skeptical on the Jakiro pick, Adam. I know that save supports still seem to be quite popular, and on Blacklist's game number 1 roster, or game number 1 lineup, no real saves, a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, I feel like they had a lineup that looked to me like they would win lanes and play really fast with the Jakiro. I think that's like the strength of the hero. It helps you take the early tier 2 towers and stuff, but they seem to want to farm. And this Terrorblade Doom looks way stronger when it came online.
I mean, do you think he just bought the wrong items? Like he went like Aether, Lens, and Veil? Shouldn't he just get like Mech and they group up and just keep fighting or whatever team like Aura?
I think he could have got either, and they just needed to group up anyway. I don't think like the Greaves would have changed much. I think they would have still been able to take fights early on.
Ooh, I can drop some random mechanics knowledge. So Raven, he was nullified. He's got a Hurricane Pike. Fun fact: if you Hurricane Pike an enemy, that part doesn't get nullified. You get the full distance if you Hurricane Pike, but if you force staff yourself, that'll get nullified.
Intended mechanic?
Intended mechanic. I don't know. I'm not 100%. I mean, in Dota, isn't that the beauty of our game is we don't know what's intended and what's not. Once upon a time, stacking wasn't a thing. Corden also was impressing in our second series of the day. It was Bleed Esports versus Army Geniuses. He was doing well, but as a whole, Army Geniuses seemed to be on another level. They were our Div 2 Promo T team, and they won this series 2-1.
I feel like the AG, they played together for quite some time already, and they've looked solid all along. I think everyone kind of overrated them because obviously it's a really superstar heavy roster, but the truth is they're still kind of a new team,
Yep.
and they look like they haven't really found themselves yet. The only game they won was DJ playing some support alchemist first pick. Just
I
kind of
mean, do you think they have the right people though for the team though, or do you feel like even with time they might not be as strong as the other teams?
I think if they can figure themselves out, like find an identity to play around, they can be good because they definitely have the star power to do it. It's just whether they can come to an agreement on what that identity is.
You know, initially it made me kind of sad that I would see these superstar rosters and they're like not doing well against Div 2 teams. But now I'm pretty encouraged because I feel like in years past, I guess it's a little bit dismissive to call them washed up, but a washed up roster of superstars could still beat a bunch of newcomers just based off of how much seniority they have in the game and the veteran status. But now, like, you have newcomers that will not go down lying down. They will put up a good fight for these established superstar rosters, and I think that's encouraging for Southeast Asia, that you're not just relying on like the same 12 players over and over again to keep representing you
I think
internationally.
to add to that, you brought back like SMG and Blacklist. They look the same. I think back in the day, SCA had this problem where they take like a 2-week break and then they come back and it's like
Completely
back
different.
to square one.
Yeah,
But
like-
now they're like still where they were, where they left off. I think that's something really nice too.
Yeah, same thing with Execration. They learned some valuable things in the Lima Major. Obviously, they do not have March anymore, who has now officially been announced as Nigma Galaxy's coach. But it seems that whatever experience they were able to get at the Lima Major paid off. And also maybe Polaris kind of threw a little bit in this game number 2. Some questionable itemization, a lack of BKBs, getting meteor hammered by a Spectre. Probably not the ideal scenario.
Patch blinking in.
Yeah.
The way he initiated was he blinking and he tries to hook melee range.
Oh, he
instead of-
dismember and then he hooked to cancel the dismember.
Oh,
I think
okay.
it was some symphony of skills.
Yeah. I don't think he desperately needed the damage in that situation, but it's nothing to be ashamed of if you're Polaris. They are also our other Div 2 promotee team, and Execration were topping the region for tour number 1, although not as well in the Lima Major as they got eliminated in groups along with Geek Slate. But still, the Filipino showdown was exciting to watch. Execration got the 2-0 as our final series of the day, and now we can look at what we've got going on for the standings, because yes, it's only been one day of series, but I love seeing, oh, actually we don't have the chef's recommendation anymore. Our tour 1, we had the spicy meter to confirm whenever they would be locked in for, I guess now, the Berlin Major. But game score, series score, Army Geniuses, SMG, and Execration all won their series. Blacklist, Polaris, and Bleed all lost their series. And the teams that we did not get to watch were Talon Esports and Geek Slate. And even today, we won't be able to watch Geek Slate. They are going to be playing on Friday against Army Geniuses. But Talon, we will be able to watch Talon. Return of the Kings, 3rd place winter in the Lima Major. You and me were the SCA representatives. Avo was also doing stuff, I suppose, but you and me watched this Talon Esports journey, and we were initially encouraged because I know Tour 1 ended and you were like, okay, of SCA teams, Talon probably has the best shot. You did say that.
Yeah, I was a believer.
You were a believer.
When I got there, everybody was like, no, I'm smoking weed or something, I'm dreaming.
Well,
you know?
okay. You also gave them the best shot out of SCA, which did not have a good shot in the first
Yeah,
place.
I mean, I kind of knew like Geek Slate and Execration are probably not going to do so well compared to Talon, even though Talon didn't do that great compared to Execration in Tour 1. But
Yeah.
I just felt like they had a lot of potential as a team. They could grow. They understood certain things in the game where if they could execute it well in a high level match, I feel like they could do really well as a team. And I mean, they even exceeded my expectations. I kind of felt like top 6 is okay. It's where they should be, but they got top 3.
I know, hell of a result. And we can take a look at our schedule for today, as they will be our first match going up against Army Geniuses in Set A. Second series of the day will be Execration versus Bleed Esports. Adam, you got a favorite for that one? Bleed Execration?
I still have high hopes for Bleed.
Okay.
But I think it's too early because their last game was 2 days ago. Like, how fast can you improve? I think 2 days is kind of hard.
Yeah.
Maybe next week I think Bleed will be way better, but I'm definitely favoring Execration in this one.
Yeah, even beyond just like watching replays, I think they got to get more scrims under their belt. figure out how to play together as a team a little bit more. And our final series of the day will be Team SMG versus Polaris Esports. I was definitely a little bit discouraged watching Polaris in that Execration series, but then maybe it's just Pinoy versus Pinoy is difficult to predict in general. And it's a little bit of a grudge match also for this one, isn't it? Because Boomy, formerly on SMG, and I know CDR specifically in his interview mentioned that he was excited for this matchup because he'll get to play against Boomy. Prediction, Winter?
I mean, I'm definitely gonna side SMG for this one. I feel like they've shown in the first series that they're still their good old self from 201. And whereas for Polaris, I feel like they are a decent team, but I don't think they have what it takes to do very well in this season. They still need some time to grow and build more strategies and improve as a team. So I'm siding SMG.
Because even whenever you first started covering Div 2, like literally week 1, you were telling me Army Geniuses, this is like the team to look out for. Where was Polaris in the Div 2 power ranking for you?
They're definitely the second team. But
well, yes, based off the results, but would you have predicted that even like on week 1?
I definitely felt like both those teams are better than the rest of the teams in Division 2. But AG is way better than Polaris, I feel. Like the way they played as a team, the way they drafted, and the way they are individual players, I just feel like AG has a lot of potential. I wouldn't even actually be surprised if they actually make it to Berlin this season.
Yeah, and this would be an important series to find out just how good they are. Going up against Talon Esports, DB Variz, In Your Dream, Jokem, and Yoe. Mostly Indonesian squad aside from the lone Filipino on the far right, Yoe. And it's it's difficult to call them necessarily newcomers. I would say like Variz and DB are probably the players that I know the least of.
Variz is not a new player, he's an old player.
I think he's older than Jokem.
Really?
He's older than he's older than
Was he on any good teams? He was on Boom, yes, in 2017.
I feel like everyone in Indo was on Boom.
Who's the newest player on this team? Is DB?
Is DB new?
Oh, then it must be Yoe.
DB.
I guess it's DB.
DB's pretty new. He was on PG Barracks in 2019.
But he is the newest on offlane, which he just started playing last season.
Formerly the carry player, and now Jokem, according to our post-game interview, has been training this boy to become the gold standard offlaner. Because it's your 4 positions job to teach the 3 position how to play.
Please don't tell people that, man.
Well, it seems to be working because DB's doing great. He was our MVP in both the games that AG won. So maybe that's the secret to success.
Dude, if it happens in my games in pubs,
I'm pause 4, listen to me.
I'm pause 4, listen to me. Oh no.
Not very many pause 4s have that personality type, though. I feel like rarely are they, like even pause 4 captains. I feel are kind of rare.
I think to paraphrase a bit, I think what he meant was that DB's laning as an offlaner is not so good, and Joker has played like offlane way longer since he's post 4.
Right.
So he's kind of just helping him in that regard, probably.
Understandable. But yes, this will be a true test because they are going to be going up against Talon, and it's a top 3 major finisher that you're fighting up against. And not just that, but the first time that Southeast Asia in general has had a placement that high on LAN. Last one was T1 at the Animajor. So a
Fighting towards the mid-late game most of the time.
I mean, why do you think that they actually did really well with this kind of strategy? If it's not that efficient compared to the rest of the team.
I feel like the games they played, at least the ones I watched, like against Spirit especially, they just kind of out-farmed, and as soon as Spirit made one mistake, just kind of lost control of the game because
Yeah.
Talon's good at that playstyle. They know how to get to the point of the game where they want to play. And against a cleaner team like we saw, they lost to Liquid, which was the first team that kind of tried to out-strategize them, I think. They chose this Nature's Prophet to play like much faster. Like, let's not let them hit their item timings, which is what Talon play for.
Yeah, the fact that even with a stand-in, Liquid was able to 2-0 them in lower bracket finals kind of showed that there were some cracks
jab
in the
stiff.
strategy. The jab stiff, exactly. Not this jabs, the 2B jab stiff. But we're hyping up Talon for doing extremely well at the major. How well are they doing in the global DPC rankings? Because they only made it to the major after winning a tiebreaker. They got 3rd place in their DPC league, which obviously that's quite a big share of the points that you get over the course of the year as your league points. But doing well in the major, also a very, very important thing. They currently have 420 points, very nice, and they are 4th in global rankings because Liquid is 1st, Game and Gladiators is 2nd, and Shopify Rebellion is currently 10 points ahead with 430 points at 3rd. And then after that, the rest of our Div 2 teams, Execration, 300 points, Geek Slate, 144. Why does Geek Slate have a strange number like that?
Yeah, I was thinking too.
They have a substitution?
Stand in because they're changing players. I mean, they have a roster change.
They have one
roster change.
Ah, yes, that's right. Roster change.
How much did they lose for it?
What, 20%? Is it 20%?
I think it's 20% of your current standing. So yeah, they. Well, but I would have thought that is there not even a
1% change? Yeah.
Yeah, I would have thought that there's like an open period even in between seasons. I thought it was just to discourage people from dropping in the middle of a season. But yeah, Jeanwell is their new position 5. Why am I ringing the bell? Because Drow Ranger's gonna strut her stuff and bring us a draft for game number 1 of Army Geniuses versus Talon. First pick, Silencer. Wow, Silencer first pick.
Yeah.
IO Leshrak. Oh snap! They looked at Game and Gladiators at the major. They were like, "Yeah, that's a pretty good strategy. Maybe we should learn how to run that."
Something I didn't bring up, which I think Talon is, they have a very high ceiling and they definitely learn something from the major, right? They look at their loss and they're like, what if this happens again? You know, what should we do? And it looks to me like a big change of pace coming out from their draft right now.
I mean, the bans are also pretty interesting, right? TA and, I mean, Gyro, okay, sure, you know, because AG really likes their Gyro position 5.
Yeah.
But the TA is also a pretty interesting ban, you know, for first phase at the moment.
They love their dire TA, AG.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, you've been mentioning that CV likes to pick all these like TA or Ursa when they're on what?
It's just Roche and the dire jungle, I think. And I guess TA is kind of a flex for them.
Yeah. And so AG, they opened the draft with Silencer, and I think that itself is pretty decent against the relocate. You can cancel the relocate. And then Bat Rider. So you have very, very strong initiation. You go in, you get someone out, then you pop global, so there's nothing you can do to save the target. That's pretty good against the Lash. Because the reason why Lash and IO is really powerful because they have so much sustain in the team fights. He keeps doing damage, but with this combo, you can actually stop that from happening and just pull the Lash into your team and just kill him right away.
Yeah, but they picked the Silencer first pick, so
Yeah,
that
one I'm...
that's a little wild.
I don't know what's happening.
Talon
for that one.
justified it after the fact by picking an IO Leshrak, but first pick Silencer is quite exotic.
Is the hero buff a lot? Like, I don't recall.
I feel like AG just have a very weird idea of their post 5.
Silencer
Like even in the
actually-
previous series, the way they picked their post 5 didn't really make sense.
Do you think they just like a position 5 hero that can do a lot in the
I mean, they
team
just
fights?
want the lane and like some sort of scaling hero, right? I don't know why Silencer.
I mean, is
was
Silencer
picked,
that
but-
strong in the lane?
It's
It
okay.
really depends on who you're partnering the Silencer
We
with.
saw that Marcy Silencer lane yesterday or on Monday do
Yeah,
quite
Monday.
well on Blacklist. But Silencer actually got nerfed and
Yeah, that's
0.32E.
the curse, right? The
curse cooldown increased by 2 seconds at all levels. His curse damage talent got decreased at 10, and the level 15 cooldown reduction on global got reduced by 5 seconds. So only nerfs for Silencer.
So basically, they just wanted to pick a position 5 that.
I think they wanted their post 5 to match the 8 pick, which was probably the Bat Rider that they
maybe.
wanted originally.
Okay.
Because I don't think there's a point picking the Bat against the Lash, because it's Lash favorite matchup.
Yeah.
You have free mana, you spam lightning, and you can never really catch him. And on top of that, I think Silencer is really bad against IO Lash. Like, sure, you have relocate safe, but I think IOs nowadays, you don't play for a reload safe anymore. You tether, you run around this super high move speed, Lash hits your jungle, and you have mech, and suddenly during this global, you have no damage anymore.
Yeah, that actually makes a lot more sense. They just have some idea behind this Bat Rider Silencer that they just wanted to get it, and regardless of what the enemy is going to pick, they're going to do their strategy, and we'll just have to see what they are going to pick to fulfill this Bat Rider initiation and allow them to do damage to kill the target.
Right.
So they're gonna need like cores that do a lot of damage here, because Silencer itself, he's not gonna offer too much.
He enables the bat, right? So you want something to pour into the bat right now, or something to even take towers.
So you need like offlaners that do a lot of damage.
And for them, they probably want. Oops. Okay, never mind.
Rubik.
Okay. You see Tiny Lash, you pick Rubik, makes sense. Big comfort for Jocam too. But what's the DB hero gonna be? Because I think Brute Nature's Prophet are probably the big ones. Primal Beast?
That's okay, I guess. He does a fair bit of damage.
Not tower damage, though. He does damage in lane.
I mean, that's gonna be, their last pick, I'm thinking already, I don't know.
There's just Slark here. Isn't it like the freest Slark game?
Oh, for Talon.
Yeah, IO Slark is so strong.
Yeah, Slark is actually very powerful.
Yeah.
It's good against the Bat. Pretty good against
save the Lash
Silencer.
too with the...
with the Death Shroud.
Death Shroud. Yeah.
Other than that, I guess 23 Morphling is always a thing.
Yeah, against the Primal.
I mean, I kind of like Lifestealer with Lash, so you can buff.
I like the Slug the most because I feel like they have a draft that takes map right now, and Slug kind of controls them.
Oh, Faceless Void. Okay, so that's pretty decent against the time dilation against the Bat, but against Silencer, I'm a bit iffy on that. But he can do well in the lane against Primal, because Primal can never threaten to kill the Void.
Yeah.
I think they're also just gonna farm, right?
Yeah, I mean that's...
Like this IO Lash looks still unanswered to me. It looks really tough actually.
What can they do with a carry?
They need some like very big heroes, some Terrorblade, some Spectre, but a lot of the heroes are banned. Yeah,
it's
a pretty decent.
Is the anti-mage good enough now to pick it against the Lash?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's not like we're gonna win because we pick AM pick, but just give them a sort of win condition.
Yeah, and see, he's also kind of...
So many stuns though. Like your AM, you blink in and Tiny avalanches you and you probably die.
But he has Global and he has Bat Rider and he has Primal, so that should be okay for him.
But if you look at the draft right now, Talon has like insane ways to push waves compared to AG. And so the Global, it's very hard to use Global on their side of the map. I think that's like a big Silencer problem that people run into.
You have to do really well from the start of the game, so you kind of have a ball going for you, and then you keep running at the enemy, then you can use your Global.
Yeah, like look at AG's draft, I feel like they want a hero that can push waves and kind of hit buildings. Otherwise, they're always going to use Lasso and Global on their side of the map, and Talon's never going to care.
I mean, it's also the lane, no? I feel like the hero that they're going to pick last has to be very strong in the lane. Because they have to be able to snowball from the start. Okay, they actually banned the anti-mage.
Yeah, it's a good ban, I think.
Yeah.
I think Ursa's another decent ban. It doesn't give them a way to end the game though. Like what else do you need? Spectre?
In your dream played a handful of Pudge last season.
I don't really like Pudge.
His Pudge is thumbs down.
Oh yeah?
Thumbs down.
I feel like you need some Medusa kind of hero, like some really tanky core. Like some 1v5 hero. They need a 1v5 hero, literally a 1v5 hero.
Yusa got really nice buffs in the most recent patch actually. I would not be surprised if she starts getting more popular.
What are the other 1v5 heroes? It's Abaddon carry a thing now.
It was...
I won't hate the Abaddon
according
carry,
to Pro Tracker, I have yet to see it in a competitive game in any region.
Shopify lost to it against TSM.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Ooh, Tomato played Abaddon?
Yeah, but I think Saberlight kind of griefed that game.
Classic Saberlight.
It's pretty good against the Chrono.
That's true.
It gives them a front line.
I feel like In Your Dream's not that kind of player to like bust out something new like that. I think if anything, I can see Jabs picking the Abaddon right there.
Yeah, seriously.
I feel like he might play the Lash. The Lash might be his hero.
I just think the Lash against Bat is too easy. There's no point switching.
Yeah, I mean...
Fuck Quad Bar ban, Ember's ban.
Alright, so what is our friend Kiki going to play here?
Naga?
Naga against Lash?
You don't really care about Lash. I think it's more like you need something for the wave
chrono?
push and the Chrono right now.
It's Terrorblade.
Terrorblade's banned. Joe's banned too.
Oh, you're right.
Anti-Mage Spectre.
I mean,
Cool
Ursa,
hero.
Ursa, is,
give
the
me the
only,
Radiance
Ursa
Juggernaut.
is the only one remaining that you mentioned just now, because Ursa gives you a good call-to-call matchup. Oh my god. Holy
snap.
shit. Oh, here we go.
Let's go. Carry
Alright,
Abaddon.
so what you do here is you pick Viper and then you chrono and you put the
Oh,
Talon
yeah.
on
And he can't do
side and he
anything.
dies.
That would be so mad.
Oh, you can't even click it? Yeah.
You can't.
You can't click it because you're
chrono,
silenced in the chrono, and it can't auto pop.
What Shopify did was they picked Doom, which I think is kind of cool too, but it requires your core to buy Silver Edge.
Doom?
Yeah, because you're Doom and then you can't press borrowed time, right? So if you get broken by Silver Edge, you actually just die. But they never got
I
to
kind
the
of feel
point.
the matchup is like both ways. Abba is also really good against Doom, because if you can't really Doom anyone else, you know. Like,
Yeah, but that's a support Eva, right? You don't want to Doom a support.
yeah,
it's
that's
a core,
true.
so you
If-
just
if
you
you're
want to
the
Doom him.
Yeah, you're the carry, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So Tomato's build in this game against Shopify: Radiance, Manta, Blink, Abyssal.
So he went ham.
He went
I
ham.
really think they were like creeped.
The fact of the matter, though, is a carry Abaddon
So
won.
they had a disgusting draft. They ran Warlock with the Abaddon, and he ran all the upheaval talents and drums. So Abaddon was like super
max
attack
attack
speed. Yeah.
speed,
And he had like Radiance with the Fatal Bonds. It was so painful.
I like the sound of that.
Okay, apart from Viper, do you see anything else that can deal with
You
this?
can play anything. You can play Timbersaw. You can play Underlord. Whatever Jeffs wants to play.
Timbersaw.
Your lane's free.
The lane's free, but you have to play against Bat and Silas.
I guess so. I'll just pick Viper.
Coddle.
Coddle. Nah, he dispels your things. Kind of.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Carry Abaddon.
Legion.
Legion X hero.
I mean, I think Legion gives you. That's fine. I mean,
For the lane.
it enables the map. Like this Timber is gonna give so many problems. This Lash is gonna give so many problems. And eventually, this Void says, "I buy Silver Edge, I Chrono Abba." He did.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he also works really well with the chrono. You can dish out damage into the chrono, and that's what they need with this draft.
Because I think they need to slow down the Abba's Radiance because he's really the only wave push for them. If he gets early Radiance Manta, he fixes a lot of their issues. Definitely favoring Talon here.
But I still feel like it's gonna be hard for him to play later, you know, against a Bat and Silencer as a Timber. I mean, it's not just the Timber, you know, the Void. It's quite annoying later to play against the Global. You know, you have to farm so much. You need a Dispel item. You need BKB.
Yeah, but their heroes are very all in, right? If they kill a Timber, the Lash and Void are kind of gonna pop off. They don't really have kill the second hero damage, if you get what I mean.
Now that I think about it, you should be able to manually borrow time in Chrono.
Yeah, because you can. I remember you can.
You need to be silenced and broken.
Because Nether
Right.
Toxin. Oh, you mean silence with the Nether Toxin?
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But just Chrono, you should be able to manually pull it.
I mean, let's go,
actually not
AG.
sure.
Let's go. Ava carry. Let's go, man.
Yeah, I'm intrigued. Obviously, it's going to be quite a difficult lane going up against the Timbersaw.
It's okay. He doesn't.
I think the lane's okay because you dispel the Whirling Death.
Yeah, and he has Silencer against.
You actually don't
You're
mind the
still
lane too
taking the
much.
damage.
I mean, you have
though.
Silencer against Timber also. I feel like it's not that easy for Timber to kill him. The Timber's gonna, I feel like he's gonna free farm, sure, but Abba is also gonna have his farm, you know.
Yeah, that's true. Will it be enough to carry a game? That remains to be determined. According to North America, it can. So let's see if our North American casters see promise in a carry Abaddon, because it's time for Cap and SVG.
Well, according to my pubs, yes, I think it's pretty good. I don't know. What do you think, Avery? I thought it looked good in the TSM series.
It's definitely a lot stronger. Like BAT is a massive change for body in a game, especially on a hero that has an attack speed buff. Then you get the shard, buffs it a little bit more. Suddenly, you're just insta-silencing a hero, bashing them in the late game. It's pretty spooky. I think the hero also gets there a lot faster because he can join fights, he can do early Roshan, he can force the objectives on the map. This hero's pretty interesting. I think he's a little underrated right now. I think we're definitely going to see these teams experiment with him for sure. It's just a question of how well do you scale in the late game? That's the part I always worry. Like the 50, 60 minute Abaddon, we'll see what happens then. But for the rest of the game, I think he looks pretty good. I have confidence.
I mean, I think the definitely the peak of this hero is you get Radiance, Manta, and you get that 15 talent, right? That 15 talent is such a huge boost to carry Abaddon. 65 damage?
Yes,
like,
that was what I was
what
looking
the
at.
hell?
It is the highest damage talent in the game. It
Yeah.
reminds me of that patch where we had like the Lone Druid damage talent, and that hero just went bonkers, if you remember. So this hero does get a free Sacred Relic at level 15. That is pretty absurd. So that's what I'm saying. The level 15 to 20 timing for this hero is absolutely bonkers. It's just a question of can the hero reliably get there? And then if you don't end the game, does he fall off a cliff? That part I just don't know. There might be a looming cliff in the fog, you know? He's heading towards it. You just don't know it's there. Nobody knows it's there.
Yeah. He accidentally just runs off a cliff. But what about that other talent though? Huh? I mean, what if you took instead of a free Sacred Relic, what if you took 50 miscoil heal / damage?
Well, then you're going to be kicked off the team, and I hope you have fun in Division 2, because that's where you're going to be for next season.
Can you imagine a more grief misclick of leveling a talent? Like, you accidentally choose the left one? That like it actually would kill so much of your game.
Yeah, do not take this talent. The one that I think is debatable is the level 10. This one is actually more iffy to me.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like, I actually don't know which one's better. 8 strength, that's what Tomato took, and I think I've seen it more on these carries just because it's a decent amount of stats for a strength carry, but this slow becomes really crazy. Eventually, if you get a shard too, it's just like instant 50% slow. What the hell are you supposed to do versus that?
Yeah,
it's mega Scotty.
Yeah, I think part of the Ben obviously got the BAT buff, which is why he's being run so much. But also Radiance got buffed, right? It's cheaper to be able to pick up Radiance. We've seen a lot of Abaddon carries, but we've also seen a lot of Alchemist carries, and they're pretty much the same idea, right? They're a hero that is going to be able to rush in early Radiance and start snowballing pretty quickly. Abaddon especially built a Manta, so then you get some like split push Radiance opportunities as well. So it definitely feels like this is maybe the biggest winner of the 732E patch.
He's the first winner. We have to see who ends up being the biggest. But
okay.
I'll give him the first to the market advantage. You know, he's definitely got there first. He's the early advertiser. He's winning the race, but will he stick around? You know, some of these heroes, they just show up first. People don't know how to react to them. When was the last time we saw carry Abaddon? Do you have that stat? No, you don't.
Probably a couple years ago.
Yeah, it's never. I think, you know, it's
that's not never. It's definitely been a thing before.
He had a brief period where it was. I'm gonna say never. Screw it. I'm just gonna say Carry Abaddon was never really in the meta. You know, so
okay.
People don't know what exactly counters this hero. They have to figure it out, which takes time. And so that's where first mover advantage. Maybe it wins you some games right now. Will it be winning you games at Berlin? That's what we're gonna have to find out. But I have faith in it now for sure. I think it's pretty strong. The laning's good. Even in this game versus Timber, as Adam was mentioning, this Abaddon hero does really well versus Timber in lane. He can actually destroy him, especially if you have a stronger support match.
Oh, nice grab. Q managed to get the toss back. And Vares is definitely giving up the first blood. Makoto will snag the early. Well, he's got Arcane Boots queued up, but I'm sure an early bottle pickup for him, which is going to be super nice. I guess maybe he has to get Boots right away against Batrider.
That's probably the go-to, yeah. If you can always get the early Boots, and getting the first blood to help you get there is absolutely massive. Honestly, I think Fareez could have lived there. He had Stick and Fairy Fire, and they kind of bailed. They did not check his items, so maybe giving up something that shouldn't have happened. And either way, you're giving extra XP to this Timber, which is the lane I was going to say. Abaddon can win this Timber lane very hard, especially since he has the stronger support here. Silencer is very good versus Hero 2, between the pure damage of Glaives and Curse. The level 3 is going to be really strong for this Abba Silencer lane, which is why Q is already just pulling waves. There's no real intention to try and fight this head on in the early waves. Just give Timber as much XP as possible, because once you get to 6, then you're Gucci. But you got to get there.
Yeah, I like how Jam somehow managed to pull the entire first wave back to his tower, so that was pretty nice. So he almost has level 2, which, you know, faster you get that level 2, level 3, pretty massive upgrades, I would say.
Yes, and especially in a lane where he does not want to trade early. Anytime you can disrupt Equilibrium, he's going to be happy to do that. They did pick this Timber last, so they kind of want him to have a good game, right? He's their big Abaddon answer here. And the thing is, it's a hard Timber game. I feel like even if you get jabs out of lane here, he has to play into Batrider, Silencer, Rubik, who can steal Chakram, and an Abaddon who, yeah, you're good in some sense in taking the long fights, but Abaddon also can survive through you, right? He can help his team in terms of Timber going on somebody else. It's a lot of early magic damage for jabs to deal with this game. So I feel like this Timber pick it really is a double-edged sword. You like that one?
I do like that one. That was a pretty good one. Double-edged sword.
I've been going.
Let's see. We got a 10-4 for Makoto. Yoe at 7-1. Like, without First Blood, how one-sided is this matchup?
It's definitely Lesh favored, I think.
Yeah.
It just you don't have to rush the bottle. You can go with the early boots because you just feed off the stick. Pretty hard for Bat to ever get you low in this lane, I think. You're just outranging the waves and spamming lightning on him. I think almost every mid is super happy to play Lesh in his hero lane-wise. The mid game, I think, is Bat favored, but of course you almost always play this Lesh with buffs. The IO, the Oracle, the Undyings, the Trance, whatever it is, right? So Lesh is never really about the isolated matchups. It's about how do you play through this hero? Gaming, obviously. You know, they won a major off of the 1,000 games of Leshrac Quinn has spammed. They proved that this strategy is still pretty strong. I'm kind of glad to see Talon going for more of a strategic approach than what I felt like was more, we're just going to pick better late game and hope you beat us approach at Lima.
Yeah, it seemed like everybody was kind of saying that. In fact, Winter was saying that before we even watched them play at the Lima Major. He was saying that Talon had the best chance of anybody of seed to do well at Lima because they were just going to outskill people, not necessarily because they are, as a team, strategically speaking, stronger than, you know, the other teams. And that does seem to kind of play out. It seemed like everyone kind of agreed that these guys may not always be getting the better draft of things, but they certainly are extremely talented individuals. And we'll see whether or not that plays out when it comes to this laning phase anyway. We didn't really talk about that bottom lane Primal Beast pickup. I mean, I've been seeing Primal Beast everywhere, Avery. This hero is just non-stop off-lane spam. I see it like 3 or 4 different times in Western Europe. We've seen it once or twice here in Southeast Asia. NA had, I think, a Primal Beast or 2, so...
Talking about your nightmares or in real life?
Wow, no, those would be my dreams, not nightmares. I love Primal Beast.
Oh, maybe you love him too much. Naughty dreams, Cap. I mean, this hero is just an early game monster. Quite literally. I think he's the strongest 10 to 15 hero in the game. The 10-minute god, as that title does belong to C2I, who made a comeback. But this is the 10-minute hero god, you know? He's going to run you over. You're not going to beat him in lane. You're not going to stop him from probably killing you at least once or twice. It's just a question of when you get into that mid-game period, you manage to slow him getting to BKB. Because if he gets to fast BKB, then that allows him to get to the late-game timings where he gets over that canyon. Because he does have a mid-game canyon he falls into. And he has to climb back the other side. And if he manages to climb there, then the hero does not really have downsides. But that mid-game can be troublesome. So I feel like whenever you pick this hero, you need a player who's going to play aggressive, going to win the lane, and is going to make the enemy carries like hell. Cool. That said, 23 had counterpick with Faceless Void, so we do have a pretty quiet early game here. Only 1 kill in 5 minutes. I feel like this favors Talon. Not only because they are generally the slower team and prefer to go late game, but they're playing IO Lesh and a Faceless Void, you know? This is a spooky lineup to go late game into.
Yeah, well, okay, at the same time, though, isn't it a little bit early to say, yeah, it is slow, but it's still the laning phase, right? It's not like Army Geniuses can really do too much at this point in time. Look at these stacks they got going on, though. Ollie's going to scout him out, though. He actually blocks out the Ancient Camp. So smart read by Talon, knowing that's where the Bat Rider is going to start getting ahead of people.
And it's maybe not that they should be doing things, but small things are going Talon's way, and I think their heroes can use it really well because this lineup can just play around the ILS, and you don't really have the best tools to stop them if Mikoto is winning mid, and he's winning mid off the
Oh, that was sick. Do you see that one? A flame break mid toss. And now he's going to be able to get the power rune still. Ooh, that was an impressive move. With the illusion rune, is he actually still dead? He gets up the cliffs. Oh, pop the illusion. Almost knocked him back down. Varys is going to get run down, it looks like. Pops a last minute fairy fire, but it's not good enough. Bat Rider had to TP down from the cliff that he put himself on, but hey, at least he survived.
I've never seen someone clip themselves in an illusion rune. That's pretty interesting, but that's
no, he's
still the 3-man mid.
Oh, no.
There's just no support help here. Yeah. This is what I was saying. They gave Lesh the first blood. He's winning the lane. He was up almost 1,000 gold. You clash the 6-minute rune. This is where this ILS shines. If you're behind, you're just getting abused. Now Mikoto is just off to the races, man. He's almost 2,000 gold up at 7 minutes. Call the ambulance, Cap. Somebody's going in it.
Well, for right now, it seems to be Army Geniuses. But hey, at least at the same time, they did manage to kill the Faceless Void. So the Rubik wasn't there at the mid lane. you better damn well be getting something out of that off lane, and they did. EB managed to get a kill off of that one, so that's pretty good. Definitely not going to be feeling good about this top lane, though, because the Batrider is your solution to Timbersaw, right? But now the Batrider's having a slow game, so he's not going to be able to do it very quickly.
And he's going to have to catch up on stacks here. They also have pretty greedy supports in terms of levels between Silencer and Rubik. These are both supports you want to get a lot of levels on so you can skirmish early and get the ults up versus the Timber. That's another way you can deal with him if Bat's having a rough game. So there's a lot to prioritize here for AG, which is why I say you really want this early game going as well as possible. DB making the kill happen bottom definitely helps you out here. But I'm still concerned that this IOLesh, if they get in your jungle, if they start getting this 8-minute, 10-minute power rune, you're in for a world of pain. This combo just gets out of control. So you want to contest this, but again, where's the contest here? Regen rune top, you've got to deny this from Lesh. This is way
Mari's gonna go for it. Managed to get it. You might try and go for the toss. Actually bumps him up the cliff, but that's not where he wants to be right now because there is just this Leshrac ready to go, and immediately he tries to run past Tiny, and he got tossed back into the Leshrac. Q is absolutely destroying. I mean, this guy has had some amazing performances for Talon this season.
Yes, and this hero became a first phase ban for them at that major.
Yeah.
For a reason. He was the best Tiny at that tournament. It's probably his best hero. Then outside of that, you have to choose between Tusk or Shaker, that he also plays a lot. This guy's just a melee hero expert. He's an initiator. He's a very consistent roamer. It's almost like a crit. They're very similar players, I think. And so that also enables Makoto, right? They do the same thing that Crit and Abaddon have done for years, which is you get this melee roamer you're super confident with. You leave jabs alone. You play to the runes. You play to mid. This style has worked really well for them because Makoto just popped off, right? If he gets a good start, this guy's a huge playmaker and he knows how to win those late games. Like Winner's talking about. This team is really scary in the late game. Part of that is Makoto's playmaking, his spellcasting, his button clicking, his ability to steal your girl. He's got it all.
Oh, man. He really does have it all. Damn. I didn't even know that was a potential threat.
I mean, now you were about to find out.
Managed to force the ultimate out of the Abaddon, and he's still going for it, trying to slow him down because he does have the rotations coming in, but he shouldn't be too bold. He could very easily die to the Timbersaw. Nice toss. You just trying to stall this out. He knows he's dead, but as long as Jabs gets out, I don't think this is the end of the world.
And meanwhile, Chrono bottom just kills the Primal Beast off the Lesh rotation. So now your Faceless Void gets a big Chrono kill, super high level off that. He's going to go Mask of Madness to give him the Ancient clear. All 3 cores for Talon getting enabled, and on top of that, Q, he dies, but he's still having a pretty good game on his Tiny in terms of levels of farm. You're going to have a fast Bloodstone here, and you're going to need to build into the response for it. If you let this Lesh start pushing your towers, you're going to be in trouble, especially with the stacks you're building. Yokum is still stacking this triangle. This is a huge amount of gold for AG that they cannot give up if you lose your map control. Again, the rune is wrong for Makoto, sir.
Oh, no.
Please.
How does he just keep missing?
Check that your payment went through. My God.
He's getting the anti-Quinn treatment right now.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody thinks they can be the Quinn of the Leshrac Isle, but they don't have the rune hack, so it doesn't work out.
All right, Yoei is, he managed to take 1 hard camp stack. We still have the triangle to completely clear through. If he does that, he'll be well on his way to Boots of Travel plus, I'm assuming BKB is a necessity here in this game, the second item.
Probably, yeah. You're just looking at Boots of Travel, BKB here. I think they want this bat to be able to run in, lasso the Lesh, set the fight up that way. You can go over for the reload, then you can let Rubik dish out all his spells on him. You can also get this Abaddon curse on the Lesh. It's pretty nice, right? If he doesn't get spells off. This silence is not really going to be easily dispelled in this game for a while, at least. It's part of the strength of this hero because you max it on carry.
Yeah.
So this is probably the type of team fight AG are trying to build into, and yeah, he's going to do the Ancient Stack now. Try and push him towards that timing. This is a really important objective for AG to get right now, and it looks like it should be secured because Makoto is busy messing with other stuff.
Hey, I'm a little bit surprised since they scouted it early with Holly that they haven't tried to take that part of the map over, but maybe it's just a little bit too... I guess actually, never mind. There's an off-lane Primal Beast. I don't think you necessarily want to play too deep on that side of the map. Primal Beast is just way too good at punishing that stuff.
That's also the type of fight that can go really well for AG, where the Lesh isn't deep. because his other cores can't help him. He has 2 other damage cores that both want to get farmed too. They're going to try and set something up, but Global...
Yeah, Global getting bailed out is okay, but I almost feel like that was a situation where you kind of want to fight with that Global Silence and just try and like burst through some heroes with Primal Beast, but they're being patient. I mean, maybe it's better just to like chill out. It's okay if Talon have a little bit of a lead as long as you hit your BKB timings and hit that really hard.
Yes, but you're going to have to hit it, right?
Yeah.
You can't get this double BKB in between Bad and Primal Beast and have the game slip away. And Talon are going to try and make some moves before that. Again, this Tiny's level 7. They have a lot of burst damage here.
If this fight goes well, he's going to get Blink Dagger, by the way, on Q. He is actually has so much farm already.
And Bloodstone just flew in for Makoto. Perfect timing here. 12 minutes. This is pretty damn fast.
Yeah, no wonder they're trying to force this fight to get Chronosphere onto the Bat Rider here. They have the Chakram over the top, and Jabs are going to go right on through. Got the bash last second. Yoe's still alive, and the stolen Chronosphere is holding him back. Yoe is still up with the Aphotic Shield, looking for a lasso opportunity still, while Makoto is being slowed down.
Got the Bloodstone off,
by the Primal Beast. He got off the Bloodstone, though, and that makes things a lot more difficult. In Your Dream is going to reset a little bit here. Army Geniuses, somehow nobody dies on the side of AG. What a save from In Your Dream and Yoe playing together to keep the Bat Rider alive.
I mean, and Yoakum, 3-man Chrono on the backside.
Yeah, that was pretty big.
Destroyed that fight. Unfortunately, DB still can't really get his full spells off because Avalanche just messes way too much with the hero counters to charge. Really need these early BKBs for AG.
Radiant's bottom tower
And they are getting pressured on the way to it, which I like from Talon. I like that Talon is making it hard to get there.
Oh, the Bat Rider's in trouble. Once again, the Chain Tree misses because the charge on through killed some trees. DB tried to go for the kill on Q, but now he's going to die right next to the Bat Rider. So it works out either way for Talon. Despite Chronosphere being on cooldown, they are more in fighting shape than AG is without BKBs, that's for certain.
And that's why I feel a little worried in this game, right? You have a Primal Beast Bat Rider lineup that you're behind, and you can't take these aggressive fights, and you're versus a very heavy scale.
Oh no. In Your Dream doesn't have teleport. He needs to be bailed out. Oh, he needs to be bailed out so badly. The silencer's here, but there is nothing.
You can slow him, you can silence him, but this is the difference between Lush already getting all this stuff off and you silencing him before. We'll try and get the return on Q. Yeah.
Nice pickup. Yeah, he's still whirling death. Tossed him back in with a telekinesis. That was pretty decent.
I think Yoakum is the wild card in this game in terms of dragging him back. Because he was playing really well in that other series with the Shaker particularly.
Yeah.
His playmaking is really good. And his Rubik is, I mean, it's level 25 for a reason. So he has really good spells to steal between Avalanche, the Chakram, the Shrek Stun, even the Chrono like we saw earlier. If he can get some extra control here, he's having a pretty good game. He's just going 8th or so. This is the old Yapsor Rubik playbook. Play to carry, KS every kill. Keep stacking so you get the passive stack gold.
Well, if Army Geniuses want to be able to play aggressively soon, they're going to have to play for Primal Beast's BKB.
Yes.
Because Bat Rider's BKB is way too delayed at this point, especially if DB takes the Ancient Stack, which he is. I think that's probably the right idea here.
Yeah, you need Primal Beast BKB. At least he can just go in and start the fight, and he's invincible. There's no physical early damage for Talon here. It comes on later with Faceless Void, but honestly, Faceless Void is a pretty big hybrid damage hero too, between Time Lock and Mjolnir build.
Yeah.
So BKBs are really valuable for AG. You just have to make use of them. And I think the Primal Beast can more reliably do that than the Bat Rider here from the... That said, Yoe does have haste here, and you have your global backup. I feel like this is time to try and make something happen before you just let Q to farm to blink on this Tiny. Especially this tier 1 tower being up still on 140 HP. They are really giving their respect to Talon here.
Maybe a little bit too much respect.
Sounds like you know a little bit about that.
I mean, I'm just saying, watching NA quite a bit, you know. In some other regions are like this as well. I think South America is a little bit like we're the really top-heavy regions, right? You cannot respect the bigger team too much, because otherwise you just play too conservatively. You don't even give yourself a fighting chance.
That's what I always told my team. Never respect your opponents. Great advice, Cap.
Avery just prints out like individual pictures of each one of the players. They go through a team ritual of spitting on the printed out picture together. Oh, is dead? Yeah, he's dead, very, very dead. But Joker might be able to get away. Stolen Avalanche helps him out quite a bit. Jabs, he's going to go for it. The Primal Beast is going to be able to get a beautiful charge on through with the Avalanche trying to stop him, but it missed. Everybody is here. DV does have a BKB, and he's going to immediately grab the Faceless Void. Jokum, once again, is just kiting around Makoto. They're kiting, yes, but are they doing 80 damage? Jab's a little bit low, but in your dream, can't really do much about that, as seen. The moment Makoto looks at him, he has to run. Two-man Chronosphere. Oh, but the Global Sounds covers things, so there's not going to be a follow-up stun here. Yoey should be able to get him away. They have the lasso, and the damage. Oh, so much heal. Holy crap. Ollie with the monster heal, but the Chronosphere is beautiful. Look at that Chakram, though, right over the top. AG running back and forth through it, playing on the high grounds here pretty nicely with the Bat Rider. I cannot believe 23 Savage lived through that. AG is still wanting to chase after this, but they don't have the BKB anymore. This is dangerous. DV trying to go for the kill. Makoto slams in with the ultimate. It's just enough. He gets the kill before he falls. That is a worthwhile trade. He knew the IO. You know, with the IO gone, Leshrac is a little bit more exposed.
That's a 1,000 gold streak kill right there. You take
Wait,
that
was it really?
Yeah, I mean, Makoto was a 7. Oh. He was wicked sick already.
Radiant's
Dang, you take that 7-0 Lesh off the board. Easy peasy. Now you're getting close to your bad BKB. That's a decent fight for AG, all things considered, because that looked very bad at the start. They were all late to that party. Talon were there as 5. The Chrono from 23 was pretty solid, but of course the Chrono from Jokum, once again, just better. And honestly, that spell is not that easy to use in these fights as a Ruben. No. It's really easy to mess it up and destroy the fight, so he's had some good ones already, but yeah, that heal from Ollie. And honestly, I feel like this is the undersung hero of Talon, is their support duo between him and Ollie. I feel like they have, at least after this major, 100% the best support duo in SEA right now. And I think they have one of the best support duos in the world if they're firing on all cylinders. Like, people kind of forgot about Ollie, but he's a major champion through IG. This guy has a huge amount of experience. He's a proven champion. He's a good shot caller, very skilled player. Cute, amazing playmaker. So you're setting yourselves up well between the synergy of the two. Just very stable support duo that gives you everything. And
I mean, I've been saying this for a while, but one of the biggest reasons why Southeast Asia was not like a very dominant region was just because of the brain drain, right? Like China just kept on taking the best players from Southeast Asia and then some other regions as well. 23 Savage. Oh, first hit bash. No way. Bari's just, he's cursing the gods right now. He like first hit bash. Come on, he was half a second away from being able to TP away. Still though, Timbersaw for a silencer looks pretty good. Talon not going to slow down though. They immediately 4-man smoke up and are making their way running at this Bat Rider.
Yeah, they've lost a lot of momentum in this game. Suddenly these AG cores are right back at it, and they have the damage.
Oh no!
He has stolen Chrono.
Oh, he does have stolen Chrono in the time walk. Oh my god! How does he keep doing this? A 3-man Chronosphere skills time walk? Oh my god, they have the Chrono him to stop him in your dream. He's just outside of range. He wasn't able to get him with the heal in time. But maybe with the Chronosphere down. Oh, wait, he does have the BKB, so they could just go for the fast kill onto Leshrac potentially. Try and stop Ollie, make sure that Ollie can't get off any relocate shenanigans, and they've got them both dead. Very nice. I'm gonna say that's all joke.
It is. You have to chrono this Rubik because he's just being too annoying. And all of a sudden, you're just overextending this fight. You have the BKBs here for AG now. You can just man up and all in this Lesh. And if you don't get the reload save off, which is pretty hard through global and random Primal Beast interrupts, you're just dead here. So honestly, AG brought this game back. It was on a knife's edge in terms of Talon might have been able to run away with it. Now you're going to have to go late game for both teams here. And AG have just been out team fighting. Abaddon's going to hit his window, and we saw the single target burst on Jabs. Like I said, this is not an easy Timbersaw game. He cannot just innately frontline for his squad. It kind of has to be Makoto taking the brunt of it through this Bloodstone heal. But if you're getting 3-man chronos every fight, it's not looking great.
We hit the timing, Avery. We've got level 15 on Abaddon. He only has Yasha, not the full-out Manta, but this In Your Dream Abaddon is very, very strong right now.
Is this damage bugged?
Oh yeah. There's been some issues with the damage is there, but it just doesn't show sometimes.
Oh, I hope it's there.
Yeah, it's a spectator bug.
Ask for a refund on that one. Yeah, this is a big timing. This is a huge damage spike increase. Ideally, I think you normally want to get some fight into Roshan around this period, or even the second one, depending on how fast the game goes. Again, I don't think this Abaddon is a hero you just kind of want to static trade versus a hero like Faceless Void. So I do think Faceless Void eventually will outcarry the fights, but you can gain a net worth advantage and level advantage on him through Roshans and just abusing the Chrono cooldown too. You have to remember, if Chrono's on cooldown, I don't know if Talon want to take those fights. It seems pretty hard. And that is something AG can just continue to abuse in this game.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, Jabs has been forced into first item, basically, BKB on this Timbersaw, which I think is necessary. I don't think he can just go Lotus or some Dispels here and be too happy. Between Global, Silencer spells, Chakram, the Abaddon silences, the Lasso.
Yeah, it looks pretty rough. First item BKB, though, feels so bad when you have to do it.
Does feel bad, but at the same time, he is kind of invincible in it. Again, I feel like I was talking about the lack of physical for Talon, but AG don't have the best physical to cut through this BKB either. It's only the Abaddon level 15 Talon. That's it.
Yeah. I mean, once he, like, now that he has the Manta, he does have the ability to, like, perma-silence Jabs if he does get on top of him. Where he just... So if anybody doesn't know... Oh, Ollie, good catch. That's a little nice one for AG because it makes Makoto way less of a threat. They could just go straight for Roshan off of this.
That was a smoke read for sure, but is it enough for AG to commit is the question. And it looks like the answer is no.
Surely, I mean, what do you think? I feel like they should be doing Roshan right now. I would be willing to take that.
The thing is, it's a tough call because you're going to get poked in it. There's going to be this Chakram flying in. I think, honestly, you threaten it and then you re-smoke on them here. Because Io's still dead for 15. And basically, you bait the fact you're doing it by getting D-wards. You know Talon are going to come, and then you just fight them.
Oh, they grabbed him!
The type of thing you want.
Leshrac now, that's the pickoff that would ensure Roshan, as long as they get it here, Makoto's going to be slowed down a bit, and
They're going to get
he's
it.
definitely dead now.
Lags.
They do have the 23 Savage on the side here. Chronosphere, available. They're going to use it on In Your Dream here. They're going to throw... Oh, they don't even need it. Jesus, he died pretty quickly. BKB goes out after the Global Silence, or before the Global Silence. So they slow him down a little bit, but now he's got the Bat Rider inside the Chronosphere. And even the tossback, two-man Avalanche. He stole the Chakram, though, and that's going to be dangerous. They got to deal with this Rubik. Oh, but the Primal Beast with his Aghanim Scepter doing a hefty amount of damage. Jabs taking a bit more. They need a little bit more. Time dilation from Jokum is going to be pretty nice with the silence coming in. That might just be enough to finish off Jabs. They need a little bit more. Does anybody have anything to be able to finish him off? DB's trying to get him, and he finally does with the trample. On level 23 Savage, where are you going? What was that time walk into DB for?
Going to a tombstone. That's where he's going. Yeah, that was aggressive. Just underestimating DB's damage here. And sadly, Ollie had the reload, but the time dilation meant his tether did not come off cooldown in the time.
Oh.
Yokum's stolen dilation really paying dividends despite his freeze. That's a respawn to Leshrac. I don't know. Can't do much about that, but once again, this Rubik is carrying these team fights. Look at the damage from the Primal Beast and Rubik. 5,700 damage from Primal Beast in this fight that got extended. He gets multiple rounds of spells off. And this was looking pretty good for Talon. After the Chrono Bat just dies, you get a two-man Ava here, but Stolen Chakram through them all, Fade Bolt on 2, and then a Stolen Time Dilation. Man, Yokum and DB, this dual offlane putting in the work.
Yeah, seriously. Oh man, I think DB didn't mean to go up that high ground there, but he charged. He stopped just a little bit late. It's bumped up.
Out though.
I mean, it definitely did work out when 23 jumps into him like this, and he gets the double for it. Oh man.
I mean, even the stolen time dilation in this game is really good, right?
Yeah.
Dilation on any of these heroes post BKB is just absolutely nasty. You are getting dispels. You have Lotus on Makoto now. So he's opting not to go BKB. He's just buffing up the armor, instead trying to maybe feel better about the long-term scale. Still, I can't help but feel like BKB is pretty damn solid in this game. Or just go, finish the Sage and Kaya and just go for more tank.
Oh, DB, that one. Yeah, better think twice about that charge. You can chill out. He's going to work for that Kaya Sanj. So that is, I mean, when we talked about the Abaddon and whether or not he is able to go super late, we have also talked multiple times about how Primal Beast does have this fall-off period. His Aghanim Scepter right now feels really good. Kaya Sanj is another decent bump up, but like that's kind of it until you get 25. So EG, Army Geniuses really need to start like actually taking the game over and getting that Roshan, and it would start with a pickoff that lets them get Roshan, but Cube does manage to blink away just in time, and he's got a Yule Scepter now. Wow.
The Philosopher's Stone doing wonders. They do have blink and double damage on In Your Dream, so the Roche is instant here if you win any sort of fight. And Talon don't want to give it, so BKB on 23, Chrono up. They're going to find perhaps the best target in this game.
It really is. He's got to be the best target to be able to kill. Now, he does have buyback. Something to keep in mind here. Makoto's going to be playing forward. DB, it's in the middle of this one. Still has his ultimate, ready to use it onto Leshrac. Anybody can help him out here. Man, looks like 23 Savage just zoned everybody off, and DB was left alone on an island. He'll do one last bit of damage before he eventually falls. Two-man Chronosphere, and with the two-man stun over the top and jabs sliding right on past that Chronosphere to hit a huge whirling death combo there. Does manage to finish up and easily win the fight for Talon.
And In Your Dream just can't get in these fights. You just can't commit with the Primal Beast, and the Primal Beast is what's winning these fights on top of the Rubik. Rubik just diebacks there. Yokum can't get anything done in 2 live because there's just no frontline committal. And now you give up this Roshan. This is pretty scary, right? Now you're basically pushing into late game Roshans with a Faceless Void. It is always difficult to outcarry this Faceless Void.
Yeah.
And the thing is, you also lost this Roche with the Abaddon lineup, which I don't want to say 100% this Abaddon carry is a Roshan-based carry, but I feel like he does want them. And again, In Your Dream is just getting zoned by jabs up at the top on the minimap. He just never gets to join anything here. By the time he gets here, the fights are done. BKB is just too strong for Talon, especially with the extra dispels. Lotus on the Lesh, heals from the IO. Jokers to the right of me.
All around you, Avery. 20 to 12.
Wasted on you. No reaction.
Honestly, I was trying to think about the second verse of that song, but you know,
nobody remembers
quick enough. Yeah. 7,000 net worth lead for Talon. I don't know how they fight through an Aegis on the Faceless Void, but they can fight anyway because Chronosphere is down. Maybe. I mean, if they're gonna fight, it's got to be right now.
No Chrono means you can probably take the longer fights. If you get through the Talon BKBs and you're still in good shape, that fight belongs to you if you're AG. So it's just about the jump and how you set yourselves up, which Yoei needs to find something with this blink on that. Pretty good board, but that's Aegis Void. Do you want him here?
Well, they're going to try and get a quick kill onto him without committing too much here.
Look at your backline.
Demolishing the 2 supports. One dead, catches Varys as well. Beautiful stuff from Jabs. In Your Dream is now heavily committed into this one. They're just going to try and chain stun him and bash him to death. They don't really care about his ultimate whatsoever. DB's coming back to try and help him out, but it's far too late. In fact, they're going to use the Chronosphere just as it comes up. They'll start finishing off DB as well, thanks to that Chrono. And Yoei with that BKB may still be in trouble. It's going to wear out eventually. He has to blink away before somebody gets the catch. Relocate in front of him. Good attempt, but Yoei has already shifted over to the side.
There's just no. This is what I'm saying. Like the Abaddon will never win these types of late game man fights. It has to be fights that are set up in a way where you get the jump and you abuse it. But that's where you're jumping the Aegis target. And I get you want to just take it, for free. Maybe you can take the fight, but that is not a recipe for success. Now you're probably just losing a lane here. No lasso. I don't think you can fight without it at this point.
One lane of barracks. Fortunately, tier 2s are up, I guess. So Talon is just going to have to take this one and call it. So Army Geniuses will at least have a chance to be able to fight for a second Roshan, I guess, which could be good. And Makoto's in pretty deep here. They're going to try and punish him a little bit. Ollie's going to help him out. They finish off that barracks. Really would love to be able to break that tether, but they just can't do it. Not without a lasso.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
What have we here?
Yeah. Yeah, probably not. Well, 24-12, 15,000 net worth lead for Talon all of a sudden. And RB Geniuses are kind of on their last stand here, which is, again, likely to be either second Roshan or whatever team fight they try and force with. Because I just don't see how their heroes are really going to keep scaling into this. We already talked about Primal Beast, but the Bat Rider doesn't have the kind of net worth to be able to stay ahead either. So.
No, and this is why the late game from Talon's so terrifying. You're going to have to beat this Faceless Boy in the late game. I feel like the only way you're beating him is if you lasso him. He has Lincolns now. You have multiple saves between IO. Your other heroes can just go in and make the space. Even if you kill him here, I think it costs you too much committal between the PB and the Bat. Lucky to get out there with your life, son.
Yeah, just ahead of the incoming avalanche there.
Man, this guy's really decisive. I think it's the sign of a really good 4 player. I'm not saying this game is anything crazy, but even at the major, watching him play, when you play these melee initiators, you have to be very confident in who you're jumping, when you're jumping, why, and you cannot hesitate. And a lot of times, if you just take the blind leap of faith, it works out. Because you're the one making the play action happen, even if you're not sure it's good.
Nice toss back.
Here, just easy.
Forces out the BKB, and they managed to get a bash on him as he was onslaughting away, so not enough to get the kill, but it is enough to force out the global silence from Bari. So another tool left for Army Geniuses unused, and that just means they can't fight for another 2 minutes probably.
I mean, I'm wondering, I don't even know if Global is doing anything this game, to be honest. At this point, Global is maybe stopping you from talking because you don't know what to do during this period. Everybody has dispels, there's way too many items. This hero just falls off the more you get. And I don't think it's really preventing anything either, because the Yahweh Bat Rider still can't lasso through the Lotus or the Lincolns. Here they're looking at this Tiny. You'll take him for sure. You do not want to commit lasso for this. So good decision making here in terms of committal. But now, are you getting anything off this? Big question. I don't think you want to just retreat here. But Talon smoking into you, an Arcane on Makoto.
That is terrifying. Leshrac full of
DB.
spells. A DB. Oh no, he onslaughted into it and he doesn't have BKB.
Well, somebody was home that time.
Yeah, he knocked on the wrong door for sure.
Free pizza delivery. See you next game, son. All about next Roche here. And all these little fights. That's what I was saying. I don't think you want to retreat after that Tiny kill if you're AG, because you have to start accruing some map control for this next Roche. There's a gem up on Talon. They gave it to Jabs. He's just running through, clearing everything. I don't think you can ever contest this if you don't have the vision. You need the map control for the vision, and you need to stay out on the map to maintain it. So the second you give up that space, again, Jab's just killing all your ops. It means you have to smoke and ward for the next fight, and these resources are limited, especially from a losing position.
In your dream. Oh, he barely got away with that one. Makoto, he's got an overwhelming blink now, so these supports are going to have a rough time playing this fight.
And honestly, this is another way that I think is strategically very good to play versus Abaddon, is if you just have overwhelming damage and you can jump the backline.
Yeah.
Sure, Abaddon can shield some guys, but honestly, this hero, he does not burst very well in a scenario where his team is just getting jumped. Right? He doesn't have mobility and he doesn't have stun. So if you're just running at his team and killing them, he kind of has to chase you and try and hit you. And that's where this hero sucks. He really sucks.
Yeah. He's always best when he's able to start some sort of initiation and force you to use some sort of defensive spells.
Yes, because then his team that has the control that he needs can allow him to hit people. But when you're going on the control, he just kind of exists and he laughs, I guess. You know, he laughs his way to the bank.
Dude, look at him. He's had to go BKB because Jab's Timbersaw is messing him up so badly. He's having to use borrowed time like super early in every fight. You still have their own Jab. Look at Jab.
They have lasso
jumps
here.
in, immediately whirling death on two. Now his BKB is going to be on cooldown. But Makoto, he did find his option. He's going to catch Varis here. He actually, with the Glimmer Cape, will be able to get it away, and they still have the Global Silence ready to be used. DV, though, in some trouble, pops his own BKB, doesn't have an onslaught to be able to get away. He'll try and walk it out, but 23 Savage is going to catch up to him. Doesn't actually get a bash. DV still trying it, but no, Jabs finally finished them off. In Your Dreams being kited around quite a bit here, fighting back against 23, but he doesn't have a bash. He tries to use a blink to be able to get away, but a Chronosphere is going to be able to catch him, finish him off. In Your Dreams going to fall. The two supports are going to die finally. Brutal. And absolute destruction. Talon wasting no time whatsoever, just cleaning out the house here of Army Geniuses. They could be Roshan, they could go end the game. They've got all kinds of options available to them.
I mean, In Your Dream does find Ollie on the backside. Maybe the one good thing that went for him in that fight just kills him through the perma-silence. But that's about it. And the problem is, Abaddon is jumping the IO while Makoto is jumping your entire team.
Yeah.
These are not two equal things. Especially the confidence that Jab just has to go in there. I think there's a world where you can maybe lasso him during the end of that, but then there's too many targets to lasso. Lasso yourself at this point.
Kind of needs like an Aghanim Scepter, but he's still working on that Octarine, which that is not enough lassos.
No, even if you kill one courier for Talon, it does not win you the fight.
Are scanning.
That's the scary part.
And he should change his Aghanim Scepter. You know what I'm thinking?
4 lasso targets?
He's got lasso, right? What about hog tie? You lasso him and then you hog tie him afterwards.
Yeah, and then what?
I don't know.
Oh, that was it? I thought
that's all.
I thought there
I'm
was
just
more
doing
of
the
that.
theme here. You could do the mechanics. I just.
Right. I mean, I'm down for that, you know? You lasso them up, then you hog time, then you chuck them in the trash and you go next. I'm down for that.
Maybe some sort of like ensnare that just leaves them there. You don't have to actually like drag them around it.
Under attack.
Their hero is stuck and it slowly sprays IJs around them for 2 minutes.
The mental damage.
I think the mental hog time.
All right. Last tier 2 is going to follow Talon. Fully set up to go high ground at this point because they've got Aegis. They have the free shard that was given over to Makoto. Tier 4 items are available.
They also just got double hex. So,
oh wow.
This is absolutely brutal because now you can guarantee start the fight on your terms, especially with Aegis frontlining. This Blink Hex is going to destroy the BKB fight for AG here.
Yeah, they don't have a save because they don't have the shard on Rubik, so...
No, it's committal. And the committal right now for Talon is stronger than the committal for AG. Killed the always courier too.
Need some commitment in here, and it looks like, wow, that actually did a ton of damage. Nice toss back, but Rubik stealing the time walk again, does manage to get away. Decide the bite's gonna be put to use to be able to finish off the Primal Beast. He dies first. Chill out, resetting a little bit with, Makoto's just dead. Immediately, once he sees these supports, he's after him, but he wasn't able to finish him off, and now, okay, In Your Dream, he has his ultimate, so he's going to be back up to full. Still has that double damage to go to work. They really need to finish off Makoto here, but Ollie is right next to him, and he has to relocate, take it away. He's just healing too much, and In Your Dream is not able to do enough by himself. They're going to use him for a second and just kite him around. There's not much he can do. Pop Samantha, but that's it. GG is called, and Army Genius is not able to do enough to put up against the top 3 finishers in Talon, as they, show that they haven't really dropped much of a beat. I mean, I feel like that was a pretty clean game by them against a team that is definitely, they came from Division 2, but they are looking like a pretty strong contender, at least for their opening series that they had. So
Yeah, I don't think that game was too bad for them. I think that draft's pretty hard, especially if that early game doesn't go your way, like we were discussing. That's why I feel like they have to kind of win the first 10 to 15 minutes. Even if they're even or behind, I don't think you feel good versus Faceless Void with the Abaddon. I think that matchup is pretty bad in the late game. The early game, if you're ahead with Aegises, is fine because you can just blink on the Faceless Void and silence him, but you can't out-man fight it. The hero's passes are too good. The time lock and the dilation actually destroys you. So the execution is just not there in the early game. That said, I mean, Talon they're a top 3 major team, so it's a tall ask to just come in from Div 2, play them on your day 2, and try and defeat them. And they look pretty damn consistent. I think they're still playing what they're good at. Q on the Initiator melee hero, going to roam for Makoto, give them the hero that they're going to play around in terms of the damage in those mid-game fights. And then you have your Scaler on 23, and Jabs is... I don't know. I mean, Jabs does whatever he wants. He's the wild card. You just chuck him in there, and he does some crazy stuff. So, it's a pretty good recipe for success. It's been working for him. They're continuing to do it. Nope, can't break him game 1, but maybe you can break him game 2.
All right. Well, I know the panel had a lot of faith in Army Geniuses. They didn't go so far as saying Army Geniuses is going to win this series, but I think Winter at least said it was going to go to game 3. So hopefully they've got some ideas for Army Geniuses and what to do to fix this series heading into game 2.
There are a variety of things that they could be tackling for sure, but at the minimum, they should at least be fairly satisfied that they were able to play something out of the box, a carry Abaddon. Didn't quite bring it all the way to success, but the fact that they're doing things outside of their comfort zone is encouraging, especially against, as you heard from the casters, top 3 major finishers. It didn't look as one-sided as I would have thought most Div 2 against top 3 Lima majors would look like.
Yeah, I told you, they're a strong team. Yeah, AG is a strong team, I think the Abaddon pick didn't work out, but I felt like they just fell behind too far, from the early game. Like, I felt like the Bat Rider lost his lane too damn hard. Like, he died a couple of times without TP, and he was like around, I think, 1.7k net worth behind the Lash in very early stages. And like SVG said, in order for their lineup to work, they have to start off the game well. They have to come off the laning phase with some sort of lead and play the mid game. If the game is like even or they're like behind in this instance, it's going to be very difficult for them.
Yeah, and it seems like Yowie falling behind has been kind of a consistent thing, because even in their Bleed series, Adam, it seemed like Yowie was a little bit out of his depth in the mid lane and not really able to snowball as much as we would have hoped.
Yeah, I feel like Talon's draft came into play here though. They last picked this Timber against the Abba Silencer, and once he hit level 4 or 5, he could play alone, and Q on the Tiny kept rotating mid, which kind of skewed the matchup. And then you just have this 4k net worth Flash with Io Tiny behind him throughout the game, and well, it was kind of rough for AG, I think.
Yeah, I mean, on the bright side, they played a really mean-ass Primal Beast. I feel like that hero, in a lot of the game, felt like he was actually the carry, not the Abaddon.
It was here, right, when he like, boom, suddenly highest net worth on his team.
A bit of a cabbage moment from 23 there. But DB has been really impressing me. Like we said, in the previous series against Bleed, the 2 games that AG won, DB was our MVP. Here again, look at how much space he's making right now.
Look at the damage he's been doing. I feel like DB is by far the person that looked the best out of the 3 cores. And he always feels like he's doing a lot in the game. He's outputting a lot of damage. He does well in his lane. I think overall, he's definitely their best player.
I do agree with what Cap said though. I feel like the draft was so difficult to play. I feel like they had this lineup where you want Lasso and then you want some like meta hitting or something to die really fast. With Abba, he's not a kill you quick kind of hero. It's a very slow, long fight, which obviously isn't very good against the heals, especially if you go this Radiance.
I mean, isn't it easy to rectify that? They just need to use one of the bans for Lash or Io for that instance. I mean, the Io didn't even feel like he's like doing too much in the game. It feels like Lash alone is already a big problem.
It's a monster.
He got like 20 damage nerf, right, on the Pulse Nova?
Yes.
Yeah. So minor nerfs compared to how he was.
The hero from this game itself still feels crazy. Maybe it's the IO combination with him.
It's the IO, because even Bloodstone got nerfed also and went from 6-second active to 5-second active. But I'm with you. I think the burst damage would have been a good solution, because even ignoring the Leshen IO, I don't know how they would have killed a Faceless Void just as a Faceless Void.
Even Jabs.
Even Jabs, yeah, exactly. Makoto, our MVP of not only this series, but we were having a discussion of who do you think are the best mid laners in the world right now? And after the Lima Major, Makoto's in the top 3. Not just because he also got top 3, but like the Quinn, Nisha, or actually you said Abed.
Yeah, I think Abed over it.
So Quinn, Abed, Makoto, top 3 mids in the world.
Yeah, I think Nisha was there, but his recent performances have not been too hot. I think when he was like TI and post TI the first tour, Nisha looked like he was just better than everyone he played against, but it doesn't feel that way right now.
He has a harder training when he was in secret.
Yes, that's true.
Heavier weights, right?
But yeah, Makoto, his performance during the Lima Major was standout. And I think many people who are not very familiar with Makoto were like, holy shit, this guy is like a really legit mid. Because I think it's been a while, because maybe Yopaj was probably the last one that made a splash on the international scene that everyone's like, oh man, Southeast Asia's got mids again, because like Abed was first generation, and then Yopaj comes later, and now Makoto. Armel, that's true, which we'll see on Secret.
Yeah.
He is now on Secret. Maybe in Div 2 he can make a resurgence, but it has been an exciting time to watch Talon return from their Lima Major success and now bring that to Division 1. So let's see if Army Geniuses are able to turn things around for game number 2 after the break. Talon hands AG their first loss in a long time, I guess, if a long time is like 48 hours ago, because Bleed Esports was able to push it to a 3-game series against Army Geniuses, but Army Geniuses ended up coming out on top there. This time, it might be a little bit more difficult going up against Talon Esports, who have not missed a beat since Lima. Nor are there many reasons to miss a beat, because the patch is like 99% the same. And if they're taking strategies from Game and Gladiators, which I don't really think we saw many other teams run IO Lush, even at the Major.
There was no other team.
Why? It's a good strat. It seems easy.
It looks so stupid.
Yeah.
It looks really dumb. I'm really surprised no one stole it.
It was weird.
The IO and the Bloodstone, oh my god.
Yeah.
I think it's the fact that Lash can run into your jungle at 10,000 move speed, steal a camp, and then he's also always on the map, right? That's the kind of downside of Lash before his mana issues. But
The lack of anti-mage.
lack of anti-mage. Well, it was banned this game.
Yeah.
It was banned.
I mean, I'm talking about before, you know.
Yes, that's true. But I don't know, even then, like this combo still seems just as intimidating as it was a patch ago. And I think the only thing that was stopping teams was that maybe they don't have an IO player. But like the IO does not have to do very much.
IO
in
is
this
not
combo.
even that hard to play now. You just follow the guy.
Yeah.
Hitting him. The relocate is like not even a thing. He casted relocate one time.
Yeah, exactly.
He had some like clutch saves though. Like he saved 23 that one fight at the river, I think.
Yes,
the
that's true.
Tether mech.
But other than that, like it's a surprisingly low execution hero for what was famously a very, very difficult hero.
Yeah.
You needed to have an IO player, and that would make like what Liquid era TI7 so
Yeah.
intimidating is that no one can play IO as well.
I mean, against IOLash, you need like a Mage Slayer, you need Vessel.
Yeah.
You need so many things to deal with.
I feel like that's was AG's problem in the draft. Like they saw the Lash IO and they picked up Bat. I think because they already committed to the silencer, they wanted the combo, but the Lash, we saw the Lash against the Bat, it kind of just free farm Lash, you know?
Yeah, but don't you feel like if he did better in the lane, because in the game, right, you can drag him to your team in a way, because Lash is like DP.
But I think you can't do better in your lane because Lash has like unlimited mana to spam lightning on you. You just feed stick, right?
So
And
you
then-
think the way he lost the lane is pretty reasonable?
I think the way he died was bad. I think he should have lost the lane, like it's normal, but I think he should not have fed. I think he died that once or twice. It was pretty bad for him because you lose the lane, then you clear stacks, you come back, and you're like even again.
Yeah. And he had the BOTs, and I didn't really, the Bat Rider had a BOTs, didn't really see him rotate around very much. DB was looking for a +1 to get kills with.
Yeah. I feel like Talon did a really good job. Every fight, they kind of had 5 heroes there. They knew they were ahead and strong, and they just never gave AG that chance. I think that was something that was really impressive from them.
All right, well, let's see what revisions AG makes for game number 2, draft number 2. I love the strut.
Wow, that's
Okay,
manly.
first pick TA.
First
Oh, no,
pick
okay, no.
IO, and
First
then
pick
a
IO.
response with TA. Pugna Gyro banned out, and Nature's Prophet Broodmother banned
And
out.
Talon is definitely like showing a lot of respect to AG, you know. They
Yes,
think,
take
they
out
think,
comfort.
yeah, they think this AG team has a lot of very nice niche strats.
Cheesy strats.
Oh, Silencer again.
Okay.
All right.
I don't know about the silencer against Sayo. Where I see some-
8th pick, Winter. You tell me about 8th
Yeah.
pick. Silencer does not
Is
feel
that
like an
what?
8th
Okay,
pick.
okay. No,
Like-
I mean for
Oh, you're
Talon.
right. That's first phase. My bad.
Lash Ember DP.
So what's the
What do you
counter to
pick?
TA and Silencer here?
Ember, right? Ember DP Lash.
Makoto Ember. I'm totally on board with that.
All right.
Or Lesh.
Don't fix what's broken.
It ain't
I guess.
broke.
Yeah.
It is broke though. Definitely someone-
It's pretty goddamn broke. Okay, so I think one strategy that I saw in Lima, I think Shopify ran an AA.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
They won that game too.
They won that
AA
game.
plus Silencer.
No, if you have these Bloodstone heroes like you're playing Timber Lash, Void, dude, that's the perfect AA game for you.
Yeah, but your support duo AA Silencer.
That's true.
I mean,
Core, are you talking about
you had
core AA?
you had a Rubik that killed someone twice and then couldn't do anything. He forced himself to buy Vessel, so it's like I picked Rubik, but I need to be AA.
Yeah, exactly.
Why can't somebody else buy the vessel?
Who though?
PB.
Oh yeah, last game kind of nobody could buy the vessel.
DB could have.
I mean, it's not that good on
It's not.
Primal.
Someone had to buy it.
Someone
That's
had to
all
buy
I
it.
know.
Well, now what's the solution?
I feel like Lash is scared of high physical damage, high burst damage, or, well, anti-regen. He needs to die. He cannot feel like he can run in. I think the old school, I guess TA is somewhat decent against that. If you do well in the lane, obviously you have this Deso, you can't really run in on him. Then we have the old school counters, which is like the Sniper, the Lina, the Drows, the high physical heroes. Morph, one of them too. He just sits in your lane forever, doesn't care about you.
Yeah, and Morph is a Scotty builder also, which would be nice.
How about Shadow Fiend?
What's anti-heal about Shadow?
I don't think you want that.
You burst him, you just burst him
No.
so he can't heal. You go in and you just...
Just another high physical damage. I think the problem with AG's draft so far is like they don't have the game. Last game they had a lot of lockdown and have no damage, and now it looks
Yeah.
like they have damage but no lockdown.
So they're gonna need like some
Stun.
stun pause for like tiny clockwork.
Nix it up, baby.
Nyx assassin, alright? Against Lash.
Oh yeah.
The entity, I think I only saw it from Kazaomi. Okay, he played against CCNC Lash and he went 4-4-0. So no carapace. He maxed mana burn
Wow.
9.
I mean,
I don't know if they won, but it's actually a really cool build because they did like a bit of damage.
4-4-0, yeah? Normally I see like what, 2
carapace at
2-4-2 or something. I've seen that before.
2-4-2? Damn.
Like max mana burn, but he has 2 points in stun on both stuns. So at least you have kind of like a balanced build. But you need to be so fat, you know, because you need a lot of mana to sustain the constant.
That's why I
fat.
buy Meteor Hammer.
Right, sure. Okay, sure. Yeah, but the issue is they have to come up with something they can deal with Lash. Either you burn his mana with Nyx or Anti-Mage, or you have to have heroes that buy Pipe, buy Mage Slayer, all these team items.
You can just kill him. Some Team Spirit draft, you know, it's like pick SD, purge him, pick Sven, God Strength, go hit him. I feel like they kind of have an angle for that right now with this TA.
I mean, but with silencer, like okay, they have the tiny now, tiny silencer, so they can toss the lash into your team. And then pray that when he pops the bloodstone, he doesn't just...
His keyboard disconnects briefly.
Everybody has to just keep their distance and kill him from afar.
Which TA can kind of do that.
Something you didn't mention also is the minus armor against IO is really good because IO doesn't really have armor as a hero. Other than the
you need some core that can just go behind and kill.
But I have seen the double Wraith Band IOs. I think double Wraith Band on any support is just common against minus armor heroes right now. Jebs looks like Naruto.
He does. I like the headband look.
Me too, man. It's ready.
Believe it.
Is Marcy like the closest hero that you can say to Naruto?
Oh, Winter trying to make anime references.
Yeah.
I'm impressed.
Is it just because she runs with her two hands?
And she does have the Naruto run. So you know what? Winter, you're right. I will give that one to you. She is very Naruto-esque in that regard.
Thank you, guys.
No problem. I always appreciate
level up.
Yeah, you're enhancing your pop culture knowledge. I'm always happy to see it.
But Naruto is considered pop culture.
Any popular media is pop culture. Anime, television, film, video games, music. It's all pop culture.
Telling you a stun here. Is this a Jakiro game?
No, please.
No? No jabs Jakiro?
No.
Against TA? Tiny? Silencer? Looks pretty good, man. Buy Greaves, stick with your IO Lash.
Then you have Jakiro Lash Course.
Don't matter.
They're kind of the same.
Don't matter. No, they ain't. Jakiro buys team items. Lash absorbs the team item.
There you go.
You have a point.
I mean, I don't think it's decent because it's against TA.
Pango.
Angle.
Disarm against TA.
Abaddon.
Yeah, Jabs would play it.
I see IO Ava. That'd be cool. Little Monkey King. New hero. Interesting.
Is this going to be like some post 4 Monkey King?
It should be, right?
Yeah, Tundra ran it and one other team ran it at Lima.
Monkey Doom, that's the lane that Tundra did.
Oh, yeah.
DP.
Okay, so this Monkey DP.
That's a strong ass lane. This does look like a Tundra lane.
Okay, this TA is going to not want to go bot now.
Yeah, but where do you want to go?
Go mid against Lash.
What wants to go bot though? Morph lane? We have Morph TA. Terrorblade's banned, Dro's banned, they even banned for a DP. It's so annoying actually.
Yeah, this is a rough lane.
They need like a range call.
Sniper? I don't know, man. Nothing looks too good. Just pick the anti-mage, guys.
Oh yeah, and anti-mage is actually so damn good against these two heroes.
Luna? I feel like they need some sort of hero that can kind of fight, kind of do well.
AM plus TA is like a bit too much greed. But Luna plus TA sounds more reasonable. But is the lane playable for Luna, Silencer?
Oh, I like Visage for AG here actually. Yeah, I think it's a pretty good Visage game against DP, Lash, IO. You can find the monkey in the trees too, which is kind of nice. Gives you Roche a team fight buyer, lanes with Tiny. Pick the Visage. Let's go.
Does he play Visage?
Yeah, he does. Okay. Not a big Visage player, but he definitely plays the hero. It's also still a good AA game. No cap.
Yeah, I know.
That's what I'm saying.
off lane AA.
Added DP onto the list. She also doesn't want to have to deal with it. Lifesteal on the Monkey King. I'm just seeing this Ancient Apparition look better and better.
I mean, whatever it is, they need a hero that can buy Vessel this time, so they don't have to rely on the supports.
I feel like the Vessel's weird because these heroes, they like this Lash. If he dodges you for 2-3 minutes, he comes back with a Lotus Orb and suddenly like, oh, Vessel, whatever, bro.
So you want like a call to buy the Vessel so you can get it early enough.
I think you need to be able to use the Vessel. Like this TA is gonna farm while your teammate has Vessel.
I mean, so you have an Invoker. The Invoker's gonna buy Vessel early, so then you can use the Vessel.
Maybe. I think that draft just has to make sense together. Like, you know, you buy this Vessel and you don't want this farming TA that's like still not gonna match your timing, if that makes sense.
Alright, here we go. Naruto is here.
Naruto's here. Marcy looking like a...
So what is...
safe lane Marcy, mid Templar assassin?
It could be core Tiny. Right? But I do think it's a DB Marcy. Actually, who knows?
But why are they picking the Marcy here?
I don't know, man.
They don't know the lane.
Here? They don't know the lane? They know the lane.
I mean,
Talon
what's
doesn't
Marcy?
I guess if she's safe lane, then she can kind of get out of a Monkey King Death Prophet lane.
Yeah, you also have sustain.
Yeah.
I mean, is that lane even that good for her against DP?
I mean, you have sustain. I guess that's like the only plus point.
Yeah, you can break Siphon with rebound also.
Sure.
I don't know, I just don't see a carry for them. I think Morph's still good, but the lane's kind of weird too.
So for Talon, they need like a stun from their carry, some like Chaos Knight hero.
What if they pick Marcy so they can pick Visage later?
Alright, sure.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I would prefer Luna though, but yeah.
Tide, Enigma. So they just want to ban the big team fight, beefy frontliners.
Because Tide TA gives you everything.
Tai
Yeah,
TA
I
gives
know.
you everything.
So they think the Marcy is the carry here.
Looks like it. Tiny silencer supports.
You know what I like to see? I like to see Talon pick Eva. It's like mass heals, Io Eva.
Eba is good.
It looks so strong.
Eba is really strong with DP and Lash.
It's good against TA too, right? Because you buy Radiance,
You remove
Mel.
the Mel minus armor too.
I
That's
think
very
Marcy
annoying.
can't man fight you too, because you basically use up his whole unleash.
We're definitely on the Abaddon train today.
Is it Abaddon or Abaddon?
Abaddon.
Abaddon? Abaddon?
But how do you spell
Abaddon. A-B-A-D-D-O.
Oh, Chaos
Correct.
Knight. Alright, they go
A
for
lot of people do double B.
Double B? That's a bad.
Jabba.
Bad.
Jabba. Double
Jabba.
B. So they go for the carry that has a stun.
You know what? You should pick here. You should pick Medusa.
It's actually decent against their lineup.
It's probably the only hero that can save.
Yeah, because
that
you need
draft
like
fight.
you need like a tank.
You can't keep people in your stone gaze, though. Everyone's just gonna run away as soon as you stone gaze.
That's true.
It's pretty hard to pick for the last because their lineup doesn't have any team fight apart from global. So you're gonna play this kind of split push game and hope to get to the late game with some sort of like a
It's so hard against Lash, DP, Monkey King, Timbersaw.
okay team.
Kind of whatever picked me. I feel like I'm so impressed by Talon's drafting. I feel like their heroes look so much better than they used to look
Yeah.
before.
A lot of very, very good strategies.
Well,
and
it's easy
ideas.
to make stuff look good after a Lesh IO.
true.
Your whole team could be
That's true.
nothing, and your Lesh IO will be like, oh, this looks like a pretty good draft, actually.
So the Timbers,
It's like
I mean, it's supposed
Marcy
to.
carry.
Safe lane, Marcy.
The Timber's gonna win his lane, but
he?
how much is he gonna do later
But can you kick out IOCK though? Don't they just sustain the lane? Like, do you care?
with Tiny?
Yeah, I think the Tiny is gonna rotate. Like, that's the idea, right? It's the same as last game where Timber can solo at some point and then you use the Tiny to help the mid matchup.
Yeah, but he should be able to do well in this lane regardless, right? As a Timber
Timber?
against IOCK.
I think you free farm, but the CK farms a bit.
I mean, there's always kill threat on the IO because you're up against like double strength.
That's fair.
I mean, I can see why they are going for the Timber, but when it comes to like the actual team fights, I just don't see how.
I can see why they went for the Marcy.
Yeah, that too. I just can't feel. I don't feel like they can win the team fights unless they are going to once again snowball. They have to once again snowball really hard from the lanes and just keep running at them. You know, if that doesn't happen, you come out of the lane 5-5, 50-50, and then you're running into this team fight. CKDP Lash IO. You're not going to be killing them with your global.
I wonder if we'll see Belfury on the Marcy. I feel like if you pick it here, you want the TA to be farming, you play more of a fighter role. BKB Basher.
Let's see. An interesting approach from Army Geniuses, getting themselves into an IO Leshrac situation yet again. Maybe some alternate solutions. Let's see if it'll bring it to a 3-game series or if Talon will rightfully, with their top 3 major finish, show them that they're still the kings of Southeast Asia. It's time for game number 2 with our casters, Cap and SVG.
Oh no, I don't feel so good about this one, Avery. They gave him IO Leshrac again. I'm not convinced that their lineup is going to be able to address this. What do you think?
I have some doubts. You know, I have a little bit of doubts here. I think IO Lesh it just never feels bad. I don't know. It doesn't feel like you can pick the anti-healers. These A pudges and stuff don't feel strong enough. Can't really pick the roadblocks like Nyx. You know, Nyx is where the hell is that hero in the meta or anti-mage, something like this. So you can outrange them, but Lina got nerfed. Sniper isn't really in the meta. We haven't seen a lot of Arc Warden. I think Arc is actually one of the better answers versus Slash on mid if you can play it. But you know, you got to have an Arc Warden player, and it's not always there. TA can kind of do some of those things in terms of the physical burst. where Lesh doesn't get the armor till later. But I don't know if the game pace is that good for you. To me, this game comes a lot down to DB again. I think he popped off in game 1, honestly. We didn't really mention it, but that Primal Beast was carrying those fights hard.
Yeah.
And so this guy is having a really good day in terms of performance. You're going to give him last pick here again. It's on another carry hero in the offlane. You know, Timber, Primal Beasts are just pure damage, so you're carrying the game. And this Timber, for me, has to go super ham. Because, again, this isn't the craziest Timber game. Jabs wasn't that good last game. This is another last pick Timber where you have answers. You have Death Prophet, who's very good. Leshrac, very good. Monkey is fine, but obviously it's a support monkey, so whatever. But he can answer the CK and he can answer this IO in the fight. It's just getting unconfident in the backline. But you got to get there. So I'm looking for DB to have a good laning phase, snowball through him, buy time for this TA Marcy to come online with the physical burst. And then it's all about who gets the Roshans. We're back to the Roshan menu.
You know, I love the fact that you brought up the healing items not really being super meta, because who builds Spirit Vessel nowadays?
Losers.
I mean, I feel like losers. That's who. I feel like that is a dead item right now. Even though once upon a time, like everybody would build, every team would have at least one urn. Then you would naturally build a Spirit Vessel. Shiva's isn't super popular. I mean, Scotty is maybe the one item that is kind of popular in that regard. But yeah, it's just not really much of a thing.
They were all really strong at one point in time, and they've gotten nerfed. So you're kind of hitting this drought, so to say, where they're all falling off together. But I agree. This Vessel does not feel good to play with. It's very slow to get out. Sometimes it's hard to get the charges, and if you don't, then it's just a dead item completely. And why do you want to take the risk on that when you can just buy an aura, right? So it's very hard. I think we saw Ice build it day 1, right? On that Enigma, which was pretty interesting. But even in that,
yeah, he did.
He kind of struggled to get the charges. And then by the time he did, it felt like the game was kind of over anyway. So I wasn't super impressed with the item in general.
Yeah. And then you add on top of the fact, like, why would you want to go Spirit Vessel when there are so many Dispels in the game?
DB's just like getting run down.
Yeah, he went Whirling Death level 1, trying to put the pressure on 23 Savage. Instead, it goes the other way and gives away First Blood to Ollie.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to go Whirling here if you're pulling the wave. Just unnecessary, right? You're not going to create any pressure versus IO anyway. If anything, you're giving them stick charges. And I think it's another reason we're probably going to see more IO in this match. If the anti-healing is bad, then this hero is just good.
Okay. I mean, how many other...
as it gets, you know? He's a heal bot.
How many other, okay, IO is picked up right now because it pairs with Leshrac. How many other heroes, though, do you think right now can you run IO with? Because Jarkov to carry certainly isn't a thing right now.
I think the Sark one's fine. I think the IO Ursa is still... I don't know why this IO Ursa is so frowned upon, honestly. I feel like it's really good still. It was really good at... I mean, I know I go back a long way, but TI-10... It was a Chinese strategy, basically. They were super happy to run it, and I don't feel like it's fallen off. I feel like Ursa was pretty good last patch, too. If you're out of this range carry meta, that hero's still really strong. IO Marcy, I think, can also be really strong. We started to see some of it. So I don't know. IO Batrider out of mid, I think, can be very powerful, too. It's about fighting his little combo. Now
nice
that works.
catch. EB and Yoga managed to find a quick kill onto Ollie, burst him down with a Whirling Death. I think he hit like 4 or 5 trees with that Whirling Death. It did tons of damage.
Are not your friend, son.
No.
Well, if only that was first blood.
Do not try and hide in the trees against Timbersaw now. Now that they changed the Whirling Death to amp up that damage, it can be pretty scary.
It is a very significant amount of pure. Definitely have to watch out. And Ollie did go for that wand first over the headdress rush. So I think it's decent versus the Timber here, especially when CK just going to heal himself up. These little itemizations matter a lot on IO's laning stage. It's the only reason I bring it up here. But I think the dominant build right now is just lock it or mech. It's your only two, and you're probably going to get both, just the order of what you do them. I feel like when you have less, you probably just go to mech first, because the burst heal in the mid game is way too good on this hero.
There's no chance of Death Prophet going Greaves in this game?
I don't think you have to.
Okay.
You could go lock it on IO and Greaves on Jabs, That is a possibility.
Yeah, that's what I feel like most of the time I've seen these IO less tracks do is that the offlaner was going Greaves, so
but I
just
think
go lock
you can just go the mech on the IO and you're happy. I don't think you need many more ores in this game because I don't think AG are presenting some big AoE that gives you a lot of value. It's all single target burst. So if anything, you want more 4-staff glimmer area than the big ores, honestly. You just want to prevent the all-in jump with the Mars CTA in the mid game, which are. I mean, Greaves is nice to have, but it's not crazy good in those scenarios, honestly. And we were talking about
if you get a Greaves on your offlaner, that leaves your support more gold to, get a Glimmer Cape then. Huh?
There's a hole in that argument somewhere. I haven't decided where it is because you said it.
I think I broke your brain for a second there.
That statement was so ludicrous. I could have come up with so many things that I got decision paralyzed and came up with nothing. But I want you to know that that was a ludicrous statement. No, that's not how Dota works. Shame on you.
Okay. DB has a giga stack. What the hell is this? He's got like 3 creep waves on him. Well, I mean, they made reactive armor harder to get full stacks on against creeps, but that's one way to ensure you
this is also one way to permanently have equilibrium right here.
Yeah, that is true.
I mean, this is the downside of IO in these scenarios. You can't pressure through the end of the tower, so there's no real way to take advantage of this quad wave, which has been built up. I was pretty happy with that one.
This is quite the fight. In your dream, Jabs, he's gonna run out. He has another Spirit Siphon, but in your dream, he's gonna blink first and he backs away and they get the urn charge on Jabs. So maybe he's gonna go a Spirit Vessel against the Timbersaw.
Yeah, it's not the worst Vessel game. You get extra fraction burn as well. You get to be a bit tankier with the early bit booster, which is pretty nice versus a burst lineup. Maybe the one downside of not having Greaves is you're playing versus Silencer. Going back to that discussion of Vessel versus Greaves here, I could also see him just going casual Urn. I don't think he needs to finish Vessel's game. I think Urn has some decent utility, especially if you're getting early charges and you're in a skirmish battle like this. Once again, I think Q is...
Oh, Q! Ooh! In your dream was not sure that was going to be able to work. He walked away, but Varys does manage to get the last hit thanks to his last word.
One might say that Q did not get his Q off.
Yeah, true. One might say that Varys had the last word in that debate that was going on.
True.
I thought you were going to shame me for that one.
No.
I thought it was coming.
Sometimes the best troll is no troll, you know? I just let you make a statement. You're waiting there expecting me to troll you, but then I just let it sit there. It fries your brain. You don't know what to do now.
You actually are pretty next level at that, like what you did to Sheepstick at the Lima Major, the Quinn statement, and you just come back with a heartfelt.
I mean, I got her. She got I didn't expect that one.
Yeah, she really looked like a jerk for that one.
Yeah, when you're
Yoakum's gonna be slowed down. Oli, Makoto, okay, nice avalanche to be able to reset. They actually had a Mango ready to go for that one. Makoto's already going through the jungle pretty heavily here.
Benefit of safe lane out. You can give solo XP to your safe laner, stack the jungle, and then get it back with your mid. Lesh, super efficient. Yeah, as I was saying, you know, when you're a permanent, cynical, sarcastic bastard, sometimes the last thing people expect is sincerity.
Yes, that is true. What do you make of Monkey King 4, by the way, right now? Like, I feel like this has just been like a specialty for Saksa over the last year. I haven't seen like too many other people do it, but is it actually good? What stopped it from being run as 4 position? For there was that period of time where it was just all the rage. Hold up, DB's in some trouble. Timber Chain up. Okay, that was some pretty decent distance. A toss over the side. Yoakum is going to give up his life, but as long as DB survives, should be okay. Timber Chain 23. Is he going to be able to catch it? Whoa, he just stopped. Is he being mid? Because there's so much pressure there from the Templar Assassin.
Yeah, he actually would have got him. He didn't know he would have got him. Might still get him.
Another Chakram. Jeez. DB actually turning back around. He's going to head back up to top lane, but does manage to live ultimately. So Jokum's sacrifice is not in vain.
I called this guy 23 Mercy. That wasn't savage at all. You just let him go.
No, it wasn't.
He wanted the creeps. You know, the other thing about all these little fights with this IO Lesh is you get the early arcanes on Lesh, and then you get the double mana boost.
Yeah.
And it keeps you out on the map. It's just so huge for the hero. It's the same with Storm Spirit, too. I think when you play IO Storm, when people were doing that, I think people were going arcanes on Storm for the same reason. Which isn't traditionally what you do on the hero, but it's just way too efficient to pass up.
Scanning.
You know, that's actually, the panel brought that up. Oh, Ultimate Exorcism going to be used in the bottom lane. Nice little jump away there.
They're bringing the numbers.
Dream. It is going to leave Varys behind, but Yoe, he's going to show up to this one. If they could blow up Jabs nice and quick, this could be a really good fight, but they've got to deal with his Exorcism. Yoe, he's killing the damage, but it's not going fast enough. The Exorcism may be too much, and he gets the kill first. Jabs is still alive underneath the tower. Get the toss back, and finally he will fall, but Jokum,
Jab's gone.
Died. The last tick, he finally falls. I mean, Army Geniuses will get both those kills for it, but it was 4 versus 2, and they still traded evenly. That has to hurt. And
Was it even, though? Was it even when you get to steal the intelligence from their dead corpses?
okay, that's true. Wait, what? From their dead corpses?
Yeah, that's the lore, right? Silencer kills you, and then he sucks out your brain matter. You never knew that?
He performed some sort of weird autopsy?
Yeah, this hero's sick as hell, man.
He just cuts off a piece of your brain and eats it?
He's like Sylar from the original Heroes, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Sucks out your power. Oh, he's dumber. It's a brutal hero. So they get a little int off that. And the biggest thing is you're killing this Exo. So now you can defend this tier 1 if you want to, which is why they're going to bring Makoto down here to convert on it. I like this play. Don't just let them sit down here and trade versus Jabs when he's not strong. Kick the Marcy out, get a free tower. Your Iolash can still punish on the map. Now it's up to AG to find the trade elsewhere, and they're going to try and find a mid with traps. 23. You're pretty deep,
right? Going to be chased down. And his tower is going to fall. The 23 Savage dies, and Army Geniuses will get a bit of damage on mid. We'll see whether or not Talon is able to rotate over fast enough to save it.
They smoke, but it's under ward. So AG know this is coming. They can just man up here, break the smoke if they want to, take the fight if they want to. There's no extra
looks
for
like
25.
DB wants to take it. They're baiting out Yoe right now, and DB ready to pop out when it needs to. Jokum still gets caught. That avalanche, though, that was pretty nice. Jump forward, global silence goes out. They're going to go straight for the IO, trying to finish him off. DB goes through, but it's not quite enough damage. All he does manage to survive, and he's healing up the Leshrac. As a result, Makoto getting low. The Chakram, pull it back, and just like get him. No! Not dead because you couldn't get the kill on Ollie. Therefore, they couldn't get the kill on Makoto either. Jabs is going to be falling finally. Thankfully, that Chakram does do the trick. So, once again, trading 1 for 1 in an awkward fight.
If only Varese could have been there a little bit sooner, maybe you get that kill on the Leshrac. And now instead, DB is going to go down.
Oh, DB, what are you doing?
What are you doing, son? And honestly, I respect in your dream coming to this fight, but this feels like those Marcy carry games where you're getting sucked in these engagements and you're dying and your item progression gets destroyed. And suddenly that Battle Fury is literally in your dreams. I don't know if he's going to get to it this game.
It's looking rough. Needs it, right? Because like he is part of the way that they just quickly assassinate these heroes that want long drawn out fights, right? Leshrac and Death Prophet and Io, they want drawn out fights, especially.
Can't lose these fights with carry Marcy. The hero just falls too far behind. And then it's just so much pressure on the rest of your team. Now DB, he's just dead again.
Oh, no, DB's just gonna die just again. Oh, this is terrible.
You don't have the early
are gonna lose their tower as well. This is getting worse and worse.
Yeah, and Jabs just went the casual earn, so he's gonna have fast BKB in this game. All 3 cores for Talon already getting out of hand. You've lost your tier 1s. This is the tempo that Iolash can set, and that's the problem with this opener. You have to address the scale of it. You have to address the heal of it. You have to address the flash farm of it. You have to address the team fight. You have to address the early tempo. You have to address the backline jump.
I hope I made this rewriting right now. Jesus.
I mean, it's an entire thank you card parade going on here with the amount of addresses. You're exactly correct. That's the issue. It's a first phase combo that even if you get all of the answers, it's still really good. It's still going to do all these things pretty reliably. You're not really committed to any one avenue strategically. You can play fast, you can play slow, you can play in the middle. Joker's on the right.
Top tower is under attack.
And here I am. Stuck in the middle with you.
Stuck in C Dodo with you.
Okay. One thing I wanted to see from game 1 to game 2 for Army Geniuses is because Talon is so individually good, I think they usually do pretty well in lanes. They usually do pretty well in this like post-laning phase situation as well, which we're seeing again in game 2. I think it sets them up for a really good late game. I think it's kind of Shopify Rebellion-esque, right? Where it's just like win lanes, they have, good individual talent. They're confident going late game.
Yep.
I kind of wanted to see what it would look like if Army Geniuses had the better late game. Do they have that though?
Theoretically, if all 3 of their cores are 5 slotted, I think the Marcy TA with sidekick is pretty goddamn terrifying. But if this right, they're not going to get there, right?
No.
And late game is just about who's richer most of the time, honestly.
Right.
Pretty rare a hero can skew 20,000 gold. They're going to try and
They
burst
that
flesh,
in, but they didn't have the damage quite yet. The Bloodstone going off, kept Makoto alive for a little bit. Slowed down with the Chakram. God, if they could just keep on committing to finish off Makoto. But again, this Bloodstone Leshrac is just too strong.
No, they need Tiny Blink. They need this Tiny Blink so they can displace this Lesh into them, break the tether, and then take the fight that way. Force the reload save that you can then global. This is the type of fight they're looking for. If you're just fighting into the tether with this early mech, you don't have the damage. Definitely without Deso TA. Maybe if you get Deso here, you can punch through the low armor of this Lesh, because he's only sitting at 8. You have a little bit off the mech, but in general, this hero is susceptible to early physical burst. But he is farming a storm. Holy crap, these stacks, man. Out of control.
Yeah, I'm not sure if anybody else is really going to test this IO Leshrac opener from Talon after seeing at least the start of this this season, especially game 1. Now game 2 looking pretty rough here as well. The mech complete. You're going to get the Kaya Sanj next for the Leshrac just to make him even tankier. They already have kind of limited disables to keep him in place. As you said, they desperately need this Blink Dagger, and Jokum's going to try and finish it off here, but he may just die before he finishes it. He's so close to it. He just needs this wave, but he's not going to get it. Oh.
Time to sell your stick, brother. I mean, at least he's got Tumbler Toy, the poor man's Blink. The real poor man's. Might be a dead man's Blink, but at least you got something. And Yoi is not going Deso. He's going this Crystals build that this region loves on TA. I think normally I'd be okay with it in a situation where you could just use it to farm and get to your later game items, but you're going to miss such a huge window here in terms of your physical burst taking the fight for the Roshan versus Lesh and DP. I don't know if this is going to pay off. I mean, their position is not great. The Timber and Marcy are pretty far behind, but I think you still have to play for these windows because you're going to get out-farmed by the IO Lesh as well. That's the other thing. This duo is good because they present an out-farm problem. It's not just they scale. It's they're going to get there ahead of you if you don't stop them.
Right. I kind of wish... I mean, I guess they have a Battle Fury Marcy, so you shouldn't be too greedy on your TA, but I do... This Blink Dagger just hasn't paid off, right? So I kind of wish he had gone like Deso first.
It's a tricky puzzle. Very tricky, especially when DB's game has been really rough. If DB had a better game, I think you can just go with fighting builds because then Timber's more confident to just run and make the space. You can take the fight. Maybe you can just force Roshan because your Timber's a beast. But he got shut down on the lane, and then these fights, he just died 3 times, completely killed his momentum. This is a big smoke if they can hit it. There's a ward, but Jokum has Blink.
Awesome back and a follow-up stun, beautifully set up. Army Geniuses, you could not have written a better script for that team fight. An initiation from Jokum that pushes 2 heroes together. They get the chain stun off the avalanche with the Marcy jumping in, and then DB just slips on through them all with the Timber chain. Beautifully set up.
All according to Marciku.
All right, that was a reach. That was a reach.
I'm trying to expand into the weebology here.
Yeah, leave the weebisms to me.
Okay, yeah, that's true. I will. I don't even know why I tried that. I mean, that's the tiny Blink. That's why it's so important, because now you can displace this Lesh. Even the little displacement there allows you to commit the stuns, and then all of a sudden that fight looks way different. And that's what they've been looking for this game. You gotta keep the momentum going, because of course you didn't get Roche off that. You're not progressing the game necessarily. You're still down 5K. That is the type of fight you want, and Tiny can make it happen.
What have we here?
BKB done for jabs, and he's got level 2 exorcism soon. So he is very strong, and that's another great IO target.
Still can't underestimate the physical burst here. They picked this Marcy. It's for the ability to deal with this Death Prophet, especially in a double physical core scenario with the TA. If you ever sidekick the TA and you're both hitting her, this DP will disappear. Like siphons or not. This is the window where you still don't have the armor. So that team fight exists, and you want to get it soon because you want to start getting these Roshans up. Arcane Rune on Yoei as well. With that Chrysalis, he's pretty strong right here. Getting scouted. Q with Diffusal.
Spots him.
They don't know.
Oh, God, he's getting so much information right now. He's going to get the opening on the Tiny, slow him down, and Makoto, they'll help finish him off. In the end, Q collects the last hit.
I mean, Q has just quietly been farming this game, but he's pretty rich. And he's just going to scale. He's just playing Socks and Monkey here with the extra Wraith Bands, Diffusal, Orb Corrosion on top. This is a very high damage support. It's going to cause a lot of problems for the AEG support duo. If Q ever starts the fight on Yokum, I feel like that's the fight over. And if he gets on the backline for Silencer, it's a guaranteed kill that's going to force a bad global out. Either way, I think Talon are happy to start the fight on either of those terms.
Yeah. It's so hard that, like, then to deal with Q, you need to be winning division game to some respect, but that is hard to do in a losing game, right?
If you have TA traps, maybe that's your answer here. Yeah. You get a good fighter on the traps, you force Talon to run through them. You can kind of create these gaps that all the Talon cores can't close at the same time. And maybe you find your tiny opening. You're going to try and find Q now, get some revenge. He should go down.
Yeah. Just keep putting damage on him. Don't let him get the opportunity to jump away to the trees. And DB does manage to get the kill. So 9-11, 3,000 net worth lead for Talon. But once again, Army Geniuses are showing that they can kind of hang. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon, though. Davis rune opening for Makoto, and they're going to be able to catch the Marcy as well with 23 Savage. Is that a Blink Dagger show up? He just joined in on that team fight. Reveal of the Blink Dagger, and right next to the Roshan pit, too. I really did just curse them.
Yeah, you cursed them maybe out of this game. That was brutal. Losing your Marcy on her way to BKB right into the Roche. Now, TA is not going to get at this game. You don't get that good trap fight, and EXO gets the extra value here. Very clean move from Talon off the Invis room for Makoto. In 23, he's been quiet this game, but now he's just ready to fight. Blink Armlet
relocating to the other side of the map, see if they can catch the Timber Saw. The silence will last easily long enough. And when you're leading like this Blink Dagger from Chaos Knight, I mean, whenever you have like an extra initiator from your carry, it is so scary. You can't really play the map very well. Team fights are super hard. Jokum does manage to toss them together here. They're trying to finish off Ollie. They do manage to do so. Yoei is going to be in some trouble, and they don't have a force staff to get him out of this sticky situation. So Makoto will bring him down to his knees. 10-15 now with Talon beginning to pick up some pace here, and it's I'm not sure if Army Genius is going to be able to slow him down. This is just looking like the map is just going to get taken over by Talon entirely.
Too many carries. You have Monkey carrying, you have CK carry, you have Lesh carry, you have a DP. It's a 4-carry lineup. I mean, you give them the space, they're going to run away with it.
Here I thought maybe Army Geniuses were a little bit too greedy with Marcy and TA on the same team, but turns out maybe they needed to be greedier.
This is SEA cap. You said it, the greediest team always wins.
True.
4 carries. That's about as greedy as you can get. I say 4 carries because they're all basically itemizing for themselves. There's no auras coming out here. There's no. This is just individual itemization with a net worth lead. It's going to be very hard to outscale. And honestly, Talon, I feel like they're looking a lot better than they were the first CDPC season. You know, they made progress at Lima, so that's built into it. But sometimes when you go back to your own region, things get sloppy again, or it's some weird interregional meta. But I feel like the way they're playing the map, the way they're splitting, who they're committing to the ganks, they're not over-committing. They're finding farm on the right people, itemizing the correct way. It's just very solid right now. Not a lot of
it
mistakes.
definitely looks like they make it look like the Lima Major wasn't a fluke by any means, right?
And that is a good sign. It means this team is understanding how they want to play with each other, and
Radiant are scanning.
that's going to let them build over time. So they're just going to become a stronger team here as Q leads the
Radiant's
initiation.
top tower is under attack.
Yeah, they had a successful scan on the
Smoke on
side of
smoke.
Talon, so they know where
blinked
they're
out.
here.
Oh, he blinked into it right as the stun went out.
Oh, he blinked in. You could not get worse luck than that. Nice stun, though. They're going to try and blow up Jabs, and they got him so quick. Ooh, that Marcy damage. It's kicking
Can't
in.
underestimate it.
Falls. They manage to get the avalanche onto Ollie. He tosses him back, breaking the tether. Very nice. Now, can they catch up to Makoto? Can they force?
Yeah,
Oh,
of
he
course
already
they
used it.
can. The power of anime compels you.
The Bloodstone was on cooldown. Now it's coming back up for this next life, but against 5 heroes, they've definitely got him. Very, very good. Army geniuses. I mean, it turns out that blink in for Jokum, he was trying to get the toss back, right, and break down the Monkey King from the trees, but it turns out that just left him in the perfect scenario to go for the buyback.
All according to plan. And I thought he blinked out there. Like a super fast reaction. He blinked in. What a crazy goddamn son of a bitch. But
Yeah, I mean, he saw the Monkey King. He thought he was going to blink onto him, but instead he got hit by the stun. Perfect timing.
and I don't really know. I mean, Jabs just ran in, ends up under the tier 2. And as I said, you have to respect the physical burst here. This Marcy DP matchup is super Marcy favored in just a head-on scenario. That's the exact type of fight AG won. You run into their physical damage dealers, you close the gap for them, and now you're just sitting there trying to trade? Okay, why not? We pop BKB and slay you. Huge fight for AG. It shifts a lot of momentum in this game, and you get a tiny buy, but that's pretty much it. Now you have a double damage on this TA as well. And she is cruising to that next item. Shard coming out, Deso on the menu. Yoe is strong, man. There's still not the armor for this Talon lineup. You have a plate mail on Makoto and a dragon scale on Jabs, but that's it. The downside
Yeah, why
of
did
not
we
having
go
the orbs.
Greaves on Ollie?
It's just expensive, right? You have to build a full arcanes on a hero that doesn't really buy boots. The thing about Greaves on IO is it's a lot of gold that isn't doing much for you until you get there, and this hero does not get a lot of gold. I mean, his total net worth is 4K, right? This is 26 minutes. Greaves is expensive, so most of the time the
I
build
guess I mean more so that like he didn't have it queued up, right? He had Holy Locket and Glamour Cape and all these sort of things queued up instead. But
I mean, Holy Locket is a lot more heals. You get
they got the IO again.
Yeah, good find. And now double damage on Yoe. Yeah,
Oh,
DB
DB went in. The rest of the team was backing away, though. They do manage to reposition the Chaos Knight into a pretty nasty position. He just took way too much. That double damage from Yoe doing so much work there. And Jabs, he's going to run away and TP out with the rest of his BKB, so he will be fine. But Army Geniuses, this is a dead even game net worth-wise, and they may even be leading it.
Four carries be damned. Doesn't matter once you get tossed in. This is the power of Tiny. Honestly, this hero is a first phase hero. I don't understand how this always goes through. I think conceptually he's so absolutely stupid. It became a first phase ban for Q at the major for a reason. This hero can just win you games. He can win you games you're winning. He can win you games you have no business winning.
Yep.
He has one of the best AoE stuns in the game. Super low cooldown on a displacement. He's super tanky without any... I mean, this hero's just insanely stupid. And Yokum putting it to work. These tossbacks, setting it up for their double physical core lineup. Very nicely done. Now you're pushing towards that next Roche. If you get this next Roche on Marcy or TA, you're really happy in this game, I think. Because again, Talon itemized greedily here. They did not itemize utility. Jabs is going back for Halberd now, but he put a lot of gold into BKB Aether Urn, which makes him feel good, but it does not make his Lush feel good in the fight. And maybe you're feeling it.
Am I crazy? I feel like I haven't seen too many Aether Lens on Death Prophet.
No, it used to be more common because you can go Octarine into it, right?
You're right. Yeah.
I think when 33 was playing it, he likes to go this Aether and Octarine on the Doom and the DP, for example. I think in that way the build-up feels pretty good. The Dazzle Lens is really nice on this hero. I mean, he has 3 spells that all, pretty nice with it. But it is greedy. It's a carry DP item, not a utility DP item.
Oh, the Avalanche trying some nice toss back. At the same time, the BKB had already gone out, so In Your Dream wants to go back into the fight and will be able to finish off Q. And Ollie, his TP, ooh, a little bit scary there. In Your Dream blinked on him successfully, but didn't have a stun to stop him.
Here's the thing, though. Once you get bashed on Marcy, your BKBs are not that good. And I say when, and it's already flying out. So that's even worse scenario in terms of kiting. You really need the utility now to help you. You need some force staffs, some armor. You have a Mage Slayer and Plate Mail on 23. He's also trying to itemize to deal with this. But the big items are not there, and AG are taking advantage of it. Another find here.
Just pick off after pick off. They do have the IO, though. Jab still has his BKB, so Jokum's going to be pulled back in. That is going to be a dieback, remember. Definitely. As long as the rest of the team gets out, I think they'll be accepting of that result. Roshan, potential spawn time starts now, but the Roshan isn't actually going to be up for another 2 minutes. So Army Geniuses will be able to fight for that.
That's Exo down, too. So if you get this Rosh spawn in the window where Exo's down, you just man up for it. I don't think you're scared of taking that fight if you have BKBs up. Maybe Wukong's a little scary, but Q is still sitting on basically the same items he had 15 minutes ago. And they're not as scary anymore.
It's crazy how this game has swung. It was once 82% to the favor of Talon, but now
just
Army Geniuses might just take the lead if they can blow up. 23 Savage immediately pops up, but they got the real one, and they immediately bashed him up. Beautiful. That Battle Fury Marcy destroys Chaos Knight Phantasm.
This hero is just terrifying.
Oh, DB, you are in deep. He has BKB, so he should be fine.
He's just baiting him.
In fact, and he tries to bait him in as much as he can.
Double damage Yoei here.
Double damage if the IO shows. Yoei's definitely willing to jump that, but doesn't see him. So they blink backwards, resetting a little bit.
Have to respect these runes. They're going to try and burst them, but
these BKB is down. Force staffed in deeper, and look at he was like trying to help him out, but he was silenced the entire time, and he couldn't even get to him for the toss back. Now Varys could be potentially dead. His Q is going to try and chase after him. Oh, maybe he knows where In Your Dream went.
This is your Roshan window.
Yeah, it is going to be up in 30 seconds. So Talon, if they stick around the pit, will be able to do it while the TA is dead. But
it's just a bad death, man. You're just sitting mid. You just get jumped like that with no BKB. You got to go for the toss back play, which he didn't go for, but maybe I felt like they thought he had BKB. Maybe he thought he had it.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, this
no
game
clue what he was
late.
doing there.
You run into an issue of can you deal enough damage in your BKB duration before it runs out? Because if it runs out, then the DP and Lesh can retake the fight over. You're in this mid-game period where the BKBs are doing a lot of work for you, but as we saw there, the second it's out, completely different scenario. And giving up these Roshans is one way that Talon can just push this game later and get to that point. And BKB for Q now,
Talon. They did just, Ollie literally sat in the pit, just waited for Roshan to spawn. So they do get it while the TA is dead.
It's a big Rosh shard on jabs as well. Get a little extra fear action. They're going to give the Aegis to the Lesh. 23 is just going to play Space Making Chaos Knight. The Cosmo Knight, as I like to call it.
Okay. In and let the real carry of Makoto do the work.
I mean, he has 3 other carries. Monkey, Lesh, and DP. There's a lot of damage here. He just has to survive, get some Mage Slayer hits off. He's going to try and burst In Your Dream. Does he have the damage for this? Oh boy, he does.
Yeah, he easily does, but I guess he's got BKB, so there's really not much scaring him here.
If anything, he's just baiting
the BKB now, and yeah, he's going to bait him out because they do have the relocate in. They're going to try and catch the heroes running away. That's going to be Vari's dead, and they chase after Yoei, not going to be able to get him. On the other side, DB is still fighting it out with 23.
And they reload him out.
Managed to get the relocate backwards. DB is making a run for his life here.
Man, what an outplay on the map.
Lotus immediately goes through. Feared up. Yeah, I don't think he's getting away from this one.
You're out of
one more Timber Chain. BKB, TP out, and he doesn't have the basher yet. Q was looking to build it, but he doesn't have it.
Super good play on the map. Really good read from 23. I was not sure if he had the exact damage for that, but he has more than enough. And what it means is you can bring the numbers with the reload to back him up. This Chaos Knight is super tanky with Mage Slayer. Now he's finished AC. The Cosmo Knight making the space, making it happen.
It certainly is, and he still has the damage to be able to solo the enemy carries. So right in the space and doing the damage.
What more can you ask for? You know, they were talking about the last time SE had a top 3 major team. It was T1. Well, who was the carry on T1 cap?
Yeah,
23 Savage. So this guy has proven he can get to these podium finishes at majors.
Yeah, certainly. I always think back to that team with Gunner that he had. Oh, the Lotus Orb timing was huge, but it may not be enough to save him. They're going to try and burst him. 23 Savage at the same time, Ollie in the back line. The Marcy's trying to go for him, but boy, that Chaos Knight just destroys the Marcy. I thought this was a matchup that would go the way of Marcy, but it turns out it's going the other way to the favor of 23 Savage. Talon chasing after more heroes here. Jump forward for the Monkey King, finds Jokum. They will be able to stop him. So they get an extra kill after the Marcy. Oh, got him. 23 is going to die here, so DB, he'll get that. Let's see if the Force Staff. Oh no, they got the silence off. He does have the BKB, so they're going to be able to force that out of him. He's going to go for Ollie, and he does manage to get that kill too.
DB. Monster. You absolute monster. Loads to both bolts, sends them back to 23, says, "What's up, son?" Chakras him into the ground in a losing team fight. Manages to salvage something here and get out. And you gotta give it to this man. He is popping off in this series. He's 11-4 this game. On a Timber that had a rough laning phase, there's a rough Timber lineup. This guy's good. This guy's good, man.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, for a player who has changed roles as well, was formerly the carry player, now an off laner at heart under the mentorship of Jokum, you know?
It's true.
It's got some serious problems.
Make me think I should have changed roles.
No.
Okay, well.
No. Yeah.
There's always a
you're good at the thinking and the talking, Avery.
No one ever told me that before.
Blessings. Dire are scanning.
You were one of the best position 6s in the game.
I'll take that. I consider that a compliment compared to what most people have said about my career.
Well, Army Geniuses, they're going to need a few more positions to get themselves out of this situation where it's been Talon now running team fights again. Like, what has been the difference, Avery, between the last, 10, 15 minutes of team fights? Like, at first it was Army Geniuses looking pretty good. Like, for example, the Marcy was just blowing through Phantasm Illusions, no problem. And now Talon is just running over team fights. What's the difference?
I'll tell you what the difference is, Austin. It's extra HP. Heroes are just way tankier. They got their next set of items, and now all of a sudden that physical burst, like we saw in that mid fight, you try and burst a CK, it's not happening. And the second that doesn't happen, your BKB starts to run out, and you're stuck in a fight where the overwhelming damage from Talon is gonna just run you over. This is a burst-oriented lineup during the global and the BKB duration for AG. So if you don't get that hit, you don't have much left in the tank. You're not winning.
So is that just going to be a constant, like, RB Geniuses just constantly have to upgrade their damage and Talon will just constantly upgrade their tankiness?
Yes.
That's just how the entire game's going to go?
Basically, and usually tankiness outweighs damage outside of a few heroes with Divine Rapier. Just because utility and EHP and all this is way too good on a 5-on-5 basis. I mean, Yahweh went dataless, right? And you have In Your Dream also going dataless here. So they understand the burst is there. This is pretty much the most you can get outside of Divine Rapier with MKB or something. You even have Hex on DB to try and convert on the single target burst. But just look at the EHP coming out from Talon. You have AC on 23 with 3,000 HP on top of that. You have this Ghost Scepter on Ollie. He's healing people up. You have Halberd and Octarine done for jab. So he's 3,300 HP with evasion and some extra armor here from the AC aura. And Shiva's done on Makoto. So those armor auras, the armor issues they were having earlier are kind of gone at this point. And the amount of HP you have to cut through is just ridiculous now. It's a lot of punches. This is not a one punch man game. This is a 1,000 punch man game.
And unfortunately, we're already at maxed out Unleash, so it's not going to get any better for Army Geniuses.
See, you know there were doubters who said I couldn't do anime references. Well, the doubters are in shambles right now. And Yahweh.
Yeah, is that the feedback that you read? Avery, he's a good caster, but I just wish he made more anime references.
Yes,
I just
that's
don't think
actually
he has it in him.
That's what I got told from a mysterious cloak figure behind the Lima tent.
I see.
I took it very personally.
Well, good to know what you've been doing in the week-long break there was between the Major and the DPC.
That's right, I've been jamming anime, blitzing it, as they're going to try and blitz down the burst.
Down jabs. Your physical damage just isn't enough, and they didn't have the chain stun either. Where was the side? DB didn't use it.
Didn't get it off. Maybe he couldn't click him in the air.
I could be, yeah.
Sometimes it just messes with you. You're not ready for it.
Yeah.
And that's another TABKB down. Yahweh did go for the MKB to try and cut through this, but honestly, once again, that burst damage didn't really look that good. You even have Blast Rig on Jab, so he upgraded from Dragon Scale to Blast Rig. A stronger armor item.
Yeah. I mean, 7 passes. Oh, they managed to get the toss back onto Q. Okay, let's see if they can kill him. They really are scared of commitment, and you could see why. With the potential damage of 23 Savage, the illusions are immediately gone. You're going to be able to pull back once again. The Lotus Orb, he managed to get the stun back, but can they save DB? Gets off the BKB and Timber Chain away. Oh, what? He gets out ever so barely, but no, look at that. The side turnaround. 23 Savage committed, but maybe overcommitted trying to finish off DB, and 23 Savage is going to die to the Chakram. He dies like that. Jokum gets the toss up of the air, saving his own life. They bring back Makoto. Here comes Relocate. They managed to get up a silence on him, though. Makoto's still alive. Can they blink on him? Can they catch up to him? Anything? Timber Chain forward, cutting through the trees. He's cutting away. Don't let him get out like this. Oh no, they've lost sight of him. They're just going to content themselves with a kill on Ollie, or maybe a kill on Jabs instead. Jabs is the more important one. They get him. Ollie taking out, not quite dead.
You got to pick somebody with that Hex. He did not want to Hex the Isle there. Saves it for the bigger target. Once again, DB. Just outplaying him in these fights, man. Knowing his limit, baiting the fight deeper, gets 23 to overextend, and suddenly you get 3 rebounds from this Marcy, 3 different re-engages. That's what you look for with this type of lineup, because the burst in the first go was definitely not there, but you find Q in the trees, take him out initially, you get a 5-on-4. Really good high ground defense here from AP, keeping him in this game. That could have been the game ender right there if you don't play that fight out perfectly.
DB, I was wondering if he was just going to randomly whirling death at some trees and catch Q, but
he's almost level 25.
Oh yeah,
he's got Sacred Relic coming too. If they get the Roach here, it just spawns. Ooh, I was about to say, if you get Ags off that and give it to DB, he might carry this game, but it is Refresher Shard, unfortunately, which their lineup is not amazing with it. You can give it to Marcy here, but still, you want to
give it to Marcy. Double BKBs. Is there any like double global silence? Is that helpful at all?
I don't think the global is really changing much here. It's just about the man fight.
Yeah.
The biggest thing is you just want to get this out of Talon's hands if you can. He's going Octarine on Timber. He's a lot of HP here, a lot to cut through. Do not want to overextend on the Timber here if you're Talon, and then end up in a scenario where he gets saved by some Force Staff, and suddenly, like last fight, Marcy can turn it around. Want a clean initiation here.
See if they can get him with the sight. They have Makoto. They can definitely get some chain stuns. A nice force toss backwards. Beautiful save from Jokum. And now the jumper from Marcy immediately goes through the Phantasm Illusions, and they got the bash onto the Chaos Knight. They're trying to finish him up, but the heals are coming up from Ollie, keeping him alive a little bit longer, and Marcy finally dies, but so does 23 Savage. Yoa is now going to try and get away from Makoto. Force Staff and a Blink Dagger away. That 25 Talon. Doing some work there with the refraction instances. Varys is going to get caught on the way out, but DB and Yoa are still alive.
Buybacks for
wants to play for this one. Got silence after the Lotus Orb. Jokum does manage to get a nice avalanche, but he's just trying to bail out DB at this point in time. They're all grouped up. A scythe placed onto the TA. Chakram trying to slow him down. Once again, the refraction instances are hard to get through, and he managed to get the blink away. Yule Scepter for a second there. Makoto healing up a decent amount. Jokum does die to the other 3 of Talon, who continue their march forward. They've got a 4 versus 3 on their hands, and they could probably take Roshan with this.
Yeah, the 4 versus 1 seems easier than that fight. Level 25 up for Makoto now, so he has Mega Edict. And this is Refresher Shard. It's probably going to go to jabs for double Exo, double V-Kicks. Still, DB is playing these fights immaculately with the bait. You get the toss save. Yoakum has his back. Pretty much the best scenario you can hope for. You trade the Marcy for the Chaos Knight. I mean, once you're committed with this Marcy,
coming in,
it's too hard. And yeah, you got to make something
They're going to
happen
take this fight.
Yes.
Oh, if he Timber Chains through at the right time, this could be beautiful.
He wants the
Or it could be terrible. RBG, they're not going to be able to make it in time. The stun got hit, and now EB, he doesn't have a BKB. They're going to force staff him. BKB is coming up in a second, but they get the chain stun. He's not going to be able to get it off. Oh, no. They kind of went all in for that one to see if they could disrupt the Roshan get for Talon.
He mega went all in. He doesn't have buyback. He bought out for that play. He was trying to Timber Chain steal the Aegis. Honestly, if he had that happen, I'm going to give this man MVP even if he lost. But unluckily, he got bashed by the monkey. And so RNG, not on his side. Still, I respect that play. I feel like he almost would have got it there. That Aegis was on the ground for a decent chunk of time.
And if he gets a second life, I mean, they have the damage to cut through one Timber Saw, but 2 could be significantly harder. They have a glyph to be able to stall things out a bit.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And they've got 3 lanes to go through, so they might just try and wait out the full 50 seconds for the Timber Saw.
This is Mega Edict, though. It's going to destroy your buildings here. You have Shard on Lesh. He's just popping the instances. I think Jab's insta-pop that Refresher Shard, so he has another Exo up. Hex of his own. And Cheese on Ollie. The best Cheese user in Dota. Normally, you just leave this item in the pit for the memes and the walls because it's trash.
Yeah.
In this instance, IO, the benefit. That's a double Cheese right there.
Exorcism and level 25 Diabolic Edict. These buildings, they're going to fall so fast. Fortunately, they got the refresh. That was their first tier 3 falling, so they have delayed this enough that the Timber Saw, they can fight and not have to give up Megas.
Got to look for a toss back here on the DB respawn. Just a question.
You go for it, though.
Yeah, maybe Makoto, you might be able to kill him twice. I'm going to try to
go for it, but it's like immediately Makoto with the faster reactions before the toss could go through. Jokum is going to get stunned on it. Oh, no, he didn't get stunned, but a hit. Just a right click from Jabs. A regular old attack from the spellcasters finished them off.
I mean, your buildings are dying. You got to take the fight. No Tiny for 4 minutes on the buyback. Where's your jump now? It's pretty much
Talon is just going to keep this going.
Wukong
gonna pop Wukong's command to keep him away and just go for the Megas, and Army Geniuses cannot get through this.
That's Megas. Just like that. Not even a fight.
And Talon's not even running away.
Why not?
Still hanging around.
Still have Aegis on this Lesh.
Okay, the Bloodstone being used doesn't heal that much. Okay, never mind. There it goes. The Diabolic Edict getting at buildings. Apparently, I didn't even know that worked.
I don't think you can let him go here, but
it's too far. But Makoto dodged it. Once again, the Stormcrafter being used defensively. They managed to get a bash onto In Your Dream. Now he's going to try and finish off Q real quickly. Got to be careful of the pullback. No, 23 Savage, just too much damage. They have way too much on the side of Talon. They just cannot cut through these heroes either. DB's just jumping through teams, but they're hardly dropping an HP pool. Look at Yoei. He's trying to put damage into Makoto, but it's not working either. GG is called Army Geniuses. A bit of a back and forth, a better one, at least from Army Genius's perspective going into game 2, but it's still, the outcome is the same. Talon, just the stronger team. I mean, you said it. I think the panel said it. They learned a lot from being able to play in the Lima Major, and they've taken that and continued to be a very strong team, taking the 2-0 here over Army Geniuses.
Yeah, this team looks really solid now. I think it's been some time, actually, since I felt like a SEA team looked this solid in terms of the drafting, the strategy, the team synergy, all of that being consistent, right? Even if you go back to season 1, Talon did not look like this type of team during that first season. So something clicked for them. They're starting to get momentum. They're starting to figure out how they want to use their players. That's a really good sign for the region because it's going to make everybody else better. Really good sign for Talon because obviously they're like a really top tier team in the world right now. And just executing IO Lesh to perfection game 1 and a little rougher game 2 with the Marcy bursting them in some of the mid game. But otherwise, another pretty clean game outside of DB making some magic happen because I will give it to DB. He had a very good series today from behind positions, right? He had rough lanes and rough mid games, but he was still owning both these games and putting on some off-laner magic there. But Talon, overall, just better team today, better strategy. But hey, AG probably can learn a lot from the series. It's good to learn at the start than at the end, right? Because you can always make that push towards the end after you've caught up. So I think they're still in a decent position. Not a bad day at Dota 2 for SEA, you know? On the up.
No. I mean, their offlane, like that offlane duo for Army Geniuses, they are definitely going to be a duo to watch. Hopefully we'll see a lot more of them, especially this season, but in the future as well. But that closes out our first series of the day. We still have 2 more series to go through, but this is going to be the end for me and Avery for the day. We're going to take it over to the panel now, and they can give your closing thoughts on this series.
Thank you very much, Cap and Avery. As the conclusion of Army Geniuses versus Talon, it's maybe a bit unfair to see because people will look at this result and see a 2-0 for Talon. Thought it was a foregone conclusion that would happen, but Army Geniuses had an idea for game number 2 against this Io Leshrac combination. You stressed the importance of burst damage and physical damage, which perhaps is the motivation behind the Marcy pick. Just unfortunately, it's still a little too good of a strategy to just give away.
Yeah, I mean, they prioritized this silencer, which we didn't really feel like it was really that good in both the games. I'm not really sure why they wanted to pick silencer so much. If you wanted like a post 5 that has team fight spells and laning, there's a lot of other selections. So curious to see why they actually go for the silencer. But overall, just this Lesh, I feel like they didn't have the right answers to deal with this hero.
I feel like they had a lot of damage, but they had no lockdown. And we see like in a lot of fights, this Marcy had to use her full BKB to get 1 kill, and she could never like go back into the fights, you know, even though she had the items and the net worth. And I think towards the end, we saw Savage constantly dying to this Marcy BKB, TA BKBs trading, and then suddenly this Lesh is on God mode because the BKBs are down, and it was just way too hard for AG to kind of do anything.
Yeah, half the time she would just be Naruto running around trying to find someone to kill, and then after she gets their first target, the rebound is half the time used defensively, half the time being able to use offensively. But an interesting approach. Also, very slow reactions on that. He had BKB, but was not quick-fingered enough to survive that initiation.
Yeah, his screen might be on somewhere else.
No,
he wasn't really. He might be the case, you know. Like he wasn't actually looking at this hero. That's why he got caught. Yeah, but at the end of the day, if you're AG, you look back at this series, I feel like you should be pretty happy with how you played as a team. Like I felt like they definitely gave Talon a run for their money overall. They just need to find a way to improve and learn what they got from this series. Like especially, I feel like drafting. Like I feel like Talon just drafted way better in both games, and let's see if AG is able to learn from it and improve as a team moving forward.
They're kind of unlucky. They're kind of the lab rats, right, in this situation. Like if I look at Talon's draft, this is not a Talon draft I would see 2 weeks ago. You know, this is some Tundra draft. It looks like to me.
True.
I think Talon is on the right track, on the train to improve, and they probably are bringing back a lot from a major. And I think it's, like SVG says, good that C teams, you know, this is the step 1 for us to take it to the next level.
Exactly, because all of this skill and information that you got at the major, you're able to spread it throughout your league. And Army Geniuses, like you said, lab rats in this situation, but this is like one of the most valuable replays that they will have to look at going up against Talon. And yet again, I continue to be impressed with DB in the offlane. He is continuously a standout player for me, so Army Geniuses have the foundation, and they just need to maybe polish things up if they want to look forward to Berlin. Meanwhile, on Talon, our MVP for game number 2 is Q on the Monkey King.
Yeah, new hero. After playing so much Tiny and Tuss during the Peru major, like he found another hero that suits his play style. Initiating hero, very sneaky hero.
I think it's also because the way they play now. I think Talon before this, we don't see them grouping up as 5 really early to take objectives and protect their map. But right now they seem to always be ready and very intent on doing it. I think Monkey King comes into play when he sets up this vision for you. Like we saw his skill build, he actually max stun and had that 1-3 jump, which I think is not so common, but was a good setup for his team.
Yeah, he even maxed the Jingu up.
Yeah, level 2 Jingu, yeah, and then he went to more of a carry build.
Like, I feel like this hero, he's like sort of like a hybrid, right? In between, like if you look at all the post-4 heroes, it's either, usually the heroes is either you are like a pure initiating hero or you're a team fight hero, but Monkey King is like both.
Be what you want to be.
He's kind of like both, you know, he does a bit of both like initiating and he's good in the team fights as well. So he does give your team a lot of boxes that you tick in the draft.
Yeah, and we saw it be good in the lane also, that Monkey King Death Prophet lane. Very difficult for even the Marcy to deal with.
During I think during the major, people are like picking the post 4 Monkey King against the Treant, especially because the Treant can't really out trade you.
You also find the Treant. I think that was one of the main things.
Well, we have a chance to speak to one of Talon's players because we've got Oli on the line for our post-game interview. Oli, congratulations on coming back to DPC League play. My first question, how was your Lima Major experience?
Oh, it's pretty good. And we got a top 3, right? So it's gonna be fun.
You guys had like a really long lower bracket journey though, because you were upper bracket at first, Liquid knocked you down, then you had to beat Hellraiser, Spirit, Entity, Shopify. What was it like having that many lower bracket series to go through?
Actually, it's pretty fun because we learn a lot of things against more teams, so it's pretty good. If we are just in the upper bracket, maybe we won't learn so much thing.
Yeah, even looking at your drafts today, like it looked like you were picking up things from the Lima Major, like the IO Leshrac strategy. You guys weren't doing that at the Major, but you saw other teams doing it, and looks like you came back to SCA and were like, oh, that's a pretty good strategy, actually.
Yeah, it's pretty good because their major winner, of course, is good, and we just learn from them and see it's really good.
Yeah, well, you guys brought it to success in this game number 1 and 2. Winter, any questions for Oli?
Yeah, you mentioned you learned a lot of things playing a lot of games during the lower bracket finals. You mind sharing what did you learn that made the team better during your lower bracket run?
That's a trap.
Tell me your weaknesses and strengths.
I mean, you can just share what you want. You feel like it's okay to share, you know.
First, of course, is the hero pool problems, and we know what's really good. And at that tournament, Trend is becoming more popular after Aero Games. At first, we didn't really pick it because in the sea there's like so much scaling counter, and we didn't feel that good. But after in the major, we play more games and we see they playing. We see that it's pretty good, and also the strategy of other team.
Yeah, are we gonna see more Elder Titan from your team?
Of course. No one is picking it, and only me picking, and now it's buff again. Why not?
That's true. I have a question. So I think before the major or at the major, you guys drafted very differently. Like today, the drafts that came in, I think it's a lot more strategic. And I want to know like what happened in between. Did you guys lose the major and then you go back and like who came up and said like, guys, we need to change our drafts. Like this is not how we should play Dota.
I think it's because of the patch, and some hero is not that good at the first pick or second pick either. So we have to change the draft, see what's better than the other, because at the last patch we can just pick Dina and Furion first pick, right? But now I think it's not that good. So we have to change the draft.
How about for you as support? Anything that the patch changed for you, or is it more of the same?
It's pretty much the same as the support. Nothing really buff, nothing really nerf. It's still the same. Just wait for another patch.
I know, we'll have to wait until April, but until then, as we look forward to the rest of this tour and the Berlin Major, who are your favorites to make it to Berlin? Obviously, Talon, #1, but in this region, who else do you think is going to take the second and third spot?
Maybe Geeks League still.
Okay.
And maybe SMG.
Okay. I like that prediction. That's a strong outcome, but Yeah, you guys looked amazing in Lima. And then my last question is, what was the crowd experience like for you? It was really interesting to see them kind of adopt you guys as being like almost their home crowd kind of thing. They were crazy about you.
Yeah, the crowd is so hype and they're so cheerful. And this is the first time like I saw the stadium. It's like literally no more seat. It's just full.
Yeah, it was crazy, especially on the last day. Compared to your first day, where you played the series at like 2 a.m., what was that experience like playing Dota, an official arena game at 2 a.m. in the morning?
I mean, it's bad because we have to play in every time slot, like at 12 a.m., at 12 p.m., then at 5, at 1, at 10 also.
Oh my.
Yeah, you guys definitely did not have a consistent bedtime while you were in Peru, that's for sure. But it's still an amazing result with your top 3 finish, and looking forward to seeing Talon replicate that again this tour. So congratulations, Oli, on this win versus Army Geniuses.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Oli. Much appreciated. Yeah, not much changed in the patch for his role, but Elder Titan, that's his signature, and it did get some buffs. I would not be surprised if we see Talon whip that out.
You know, I was like having breakfast with him in Peru, and I'm asking, can you please stop playing Elder Titan? Please play something else.
Wait, are you an Elder Titan player also?
Yeah.
You want it to be even better. So you, Yanis, there's so many Elder Titan apologists in the talent scene. I can't believe it.
All over 30.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, no. Is it because the old slow reflex, you just press your echo stomp and you're like, I hope I hit something?
No, I'm telling him not to play the hero.
Yeah, because you wanted to get buffed more.
Buff? No.
And then why don't you want him to play it?
Because I want him to win.
I see, okay. Well, maybe now after the buffs, it is ready for prime time, but not quite yet. Right now, it seems like this IO Leshek strategy that they noticed from Gaming Gladiators might be bringing them a little bit more success. But that is only our first series here in Southeast Asia on today, Wednesday. We have Execration versus Bleed coming up, but it's a little bit of a break. It's going to be in around 30 minutes, so stick around and we'll be back after a break. Welcome back, friends, to my... Okay, I'm going to try to... Richie said it. Oh, I have to try to recite it again. Kopitiam? Kopitiam. Welcome back, everyone, to my Kopitiam. My last tour, it was... I'm assuming I said that very correctly. Last tour, it was a Mamak stall. This time it's a Kopitiam.
It's correct. Yeah. Winter's just being winter.
Stop being mean, Winter. It's time for our favorite part of the day as we wait for our next series. It's an opportunity to do a little bit of cultural correspondence. I, the dumb American, am going to get educated on what's going on here in Southeast Asian culture, specifically food culture, as last time it was a kind of after hours. You described a Mamak stall to me as like it's like after a night of drinking kind of thing, 2 a.m.
Supper food.
Supper food.
Depends who you are. If you're a student, it could be a breakfast, it could be a lunch, it could be a dinner.
Okay. And then how about this? This is a spring kopitiam, a half-boiled egg, kaya toast, kopi, and tetarik. So what is this? Is this like a high-class
Mainly
restaurant?
breakfast.
Breakfast,
I would say,
okay.
yeah. But
cafe.
Yeah, but being a breakfast place isn't like good enough to run your stall, right? So usually they have like other food like nasi lemak, you know.
But this doesn't feel like a stall. This feels like a restaurant.
Yeah, it's like pseudo breakfast food. You know, you get noodles and stuff. Because in Asia we eat carbs for breakfast. Okay. Apparently that's not normal in the rest of the world.
No,
like here it's normal for you to like eat
in
chicken rice at like
they have
9 a.m.
dessert for breakfast in America.
In America they have dessert for every meal.
That's true, correct. I'm out there eating waffles and cake at 8 a.m. in the morning.
That does sound good though.
It does sound good, right?
But I think people here, they eat like noodles for breakfast or like rice, you know, chicken rice at like 9 in the morning. And it's like, I think it's because in Asian culture, you need energy to work. Like labor and stuff. So you eat heavy in the morning. Yeah. You eat
Not me. I don't eat anything. And then I go to my...
work too.
What? I go to my fish farm. I change water, you know. I do water change.
So do you not eat breakfast? Do you not get hungry?
No.
He has transcended breakfast.
Just eats the fish.
He just eats the fish. One flake for them, one flake for me. So then these types of places, are they open all day long or is it only open until like afternoon and then...
Depends, right?
I think most are morning till dinner, after dinner.
Yeah, some they are open till dinner, some they just close after lunch.
So then what are they serving during dinner time then?
There's like nasi lemak, noodles, same kind of thing.
Or they're just the wok food, the wok.
Wok.
Oh, okay.
We call it tai chao.
Yeah, the big wok food, you know, the wok comes online at night. Afternoon and breakfast, the wok is closed.
I see. Same thing with like the beverages, it seems. I think I went to some restaurant yesterday and like the drink menu at nighttime was like almost bigger than the food menu. They had all these different teas.
Oh, drink is high profit margin. You need to have the drink.
That is true. But like they had a lot of varieties also. I was impressed with like, so they had, I think it was a Sri Lankan restaurant. And so they had like lassis, they had teas, they had teh tarik also.
Have you tried the calamansi juice here?
Calamansi juice. Is it based off of a fruit? Is that a fruit juice?
Calamansi is a fruit, yes.
Yeah. You don't seem entirely confident.
I'm not.
No, it is a fruit. It is a fruit.
No, I don't think I've had it. Is it sweet?
Yeah, I know, but I don't know if it's a fruit, but yeah, it's definitely a juice.
Okay.
I don't think it's a fruit.
Sweet?
Sweet and sour.
Sweet and sour.
It tastes like sour sup.
Is that they basically add sour plum to it sometimes. So there's calamansi, there's sour plum.
So there's a saying that says every like packet you drink, it extends your life by 1 day.
Huh?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it's true.
Get me this stuff right now. I need the lifetime supply. I need more time on this earth so I can bother Winter. Otherwise, what's it all for? What am I doing here? Part of what I'm doing here is, in addition to learning about the culture, is also participating in the culture. Because last tour, we actually had the chance to do a little bit of teh tarik pulling ourselves. It was me and the rest of the talent. Obviously, we're not very good at this, and so it's, I believe, primarily a bit of a comedy bit. But yes, if you would like to observe us silly Americans, and Southeast Asians also did not necessarily know the best way to do it. So let's take a look at a video that we made about us trying to pull some teh tarik.
Hello. Malaysia has a popular drink made of condensed milk and black tea. This drink is called pulled tea, or tetari, because it is made by pulling the condensed milk and black tea together. We asked our Talon to try to implement this technique and see how high their pulling MMR was.
I see this is the same thing as we struggle with, which is the condensed milk being very sticky. Oh no. Okay. Did you know, fun fact, in Colombia, in some places, when you drink, you have to throw a little bit to the floor from Mother Earth. And I think I'm doing that. Shit, this is not even that far up.
Wait, save some for yourself too.
Oh no. It's hot. It's hot and sticky when it hits my hands.
We need some, yes, exactly. We need to get some more air in there, please. There we go.
Oh no. It is really difficult. I should have never laughed at Dota 2 Capitalist.
Alright, and you want to keep going until you're happy with the amount of bubbles you have.
Okay. The bubbles on the tier or the table? How do people go this far up? Oh, I see. Oh no. I don't see. Okay. I need to start tipping numbers more. I don't know. I feel like I'm losing the bubbles a little bit when I draw. Okay, I think this is enough shade.
I think if we go any more, we won't have any tetari to sample.
Yes. Can I drink it?
Yeah, give it a try. Let me know what you think.
That's very good. I don't care that I dropped most of it. Odd question. Unrelated to what I'm about to do, but how clean is the table? And if so, would drinking off it be considered disgusting?
We cleaned it up just before the shoot.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good, Daddy.
Okay, well, I was supposed to try it, but I'll just take your word for it.
I love Malaysia. It's a great country.
Alright, so now I just
Yep.
I just do that.
Yep.
And I just go higher each time.
And you try to go as high as possible.
Oh, I already spilled. Yeah. We're getting it. Yeah.
How's it feel on your hand?
That's fine.
Does it taste good?
There's a lot of bubbles. You said something about bubbles?
You're doing well. Yeah.
You think it's done now?
I don't know. I think one more pull, maybe. Oh my God. All right. Now
I got really high. There you go.
Try tasting your own tea.
I think I spilled all the tea and it's just mostly condensed milk. It's really good condensed milk though.
Okay.
How high do you want it?
As high as possible.
Yeah, all right, we'll
The
start
further back you stand, the easier for the cleaner's lid.
Oh, which tarp do you want it spilled on? Is that what you're asking me? That doesn't count.
I like the confidence though.
That was pretty good.
That was good.
It's slowly improving here. Slowly.
What does the clacking give you? Does it give you consistency?
It's giving me some motivation, you know? It's like a little rhythm. Now you messed up my rhythm here. So until you asked that, it was working, but now it's, how many times do I have to do this? Is it like
when it feels
time?
right.
When
you feel like
right.
you've pulled it enough and there are enough bubbles, you can drink it and taste your own tea.
Oh, okay. I think it's about there. Yeah, I think it's about ready.
Okay, go ahead.
Pretty foamy. Delicious.
Yeah?
What can I say? Yeah, 10 out of 10.
So start off close. Ooh, it's still kind of drippy. Get higher.
Nice.
How fast do I need to go?
It's more about the height and the
speed.
Has to feel like you're physically pulling on tea.
It doesn't feel like that quite yet. I feel like you've given me a bad ratio of condensed milk. I feel like you've reduced it too much. Because I ain't getting that pulling sensation.
Keep going, you're getting there. Nice.
Okay.
You can start low and go higher. You don't need to start.
No, I like this strategy. Okay, I see.
When you feel like there's the right amount of bubbles, you can stop.
Quite frothy.
All right. If it feels right to you, you can stop and drink it.
It doesn't feel right to me yet.
Okay.
It didn't feel right at the beginning either. I'm gonna do a little. Okay. It's very bubbly.
Try it. From 1 to Mamak, what would you grade that?
Just like Mamak used to make.
Thank you, Tsunami.
My pleasure.
My tip, Winter, would be that you're supposed to pour it inside the cup. It helps.
Pour it inside the cup?
Yeah. Very good. Whenever you feel like it's ready, you can drink it, Winter.
Drink?
Yeah, you're gonna drink your own tea.
Sure, I think maybe one more.
How are the bubbles looking? Does it have enough bubbles?
Yeah. Just like my beta, you know. They make the bubble nest when they're about to breed.
Is it good?
Too sweet, but good.
Do you know why the name is called the name?
It's because you pull it, you know. Tarik.
Exactly.
Yeah, tarik.
And Tarik means to pull.
Yeah. Oh no. Alright, I got a bit. Oh no. An embarrassment. It's getting better. We're wasting some tea here. Am I done? I'm done.
If you think you can taste it now.
Taste it? Okay. I approve of my tea. This tastes great, actually.
See that? Okay, let's see. I already spilled a little bit, which is always a great sign.
Oh, look at that. I thought you were a bartender.
Yeah, I've never done it with condensed milk before. Usually you do this with Bloody Marys. Very good. A little bit more. A little bit more splashback. Come on, let me see. Usually I would go like this. I don't know where my shot is. Is that good? A little lower? Yeah. Okay. And then you go. Spill a little bit. Spill a little. I'm getting some nods behind the camera though. That's a little bit. It's not. This is funny. Not nods. This is good. That was a good one. I didn't spill any that time. This is looking pretty tasty already.
Once you have enough bubbles, you can stop. When it feels right, you can drink your own tea.
Okay, I remember. That seems pretty good, honestly. That looks like a pretty good amount of bubbles on top. Huh? Okay, this seems like a pretty good amount of bubbles on top. Normally, I feel like I don't always get it served with this much splash, but I feel like it's pretty good and it's warm. Oh, it's way too much condensed milk. The right amount. It is way too much. It's actually not that much, but it does need a little bit less condensed milk in my opinion.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
As the right amount of condensed milk. Let that be known. That is the right amount of condensed milk.
By the way, just so you know, there's like, I only use like half the condensed milk. He gave me way too much condensed milk. It's ridiculous amount.
I'm already shaking.
Let's see how far you can take it as well.
Okay.
Okay.
I see. Am I doing okay?
You're doing better than Adam, and he's Malaysian.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, it's getting really frothy.
Yeah, that's the goal. You want the bubbles.
I feel like I'm doing all right.
Yeah.
Okay, but this is still not bad, right?
When you feel like you have enough bubbles, you can stop and you can try your own tea.
Okay, I feel like this is very bubbly. This is quite a lot of bubbles. Do I just try it?
Yeah, try it.
Oh, that's good. I like that. That's yummy. Tarik boleh.
Okay, I'm gonna start slow to just get a feel for it. I have a tea bag in there. Okay. It's gonna increase the...
Usually people don't pull with a tea bag. That's a very interesting technique you've developed there.
Yeah, it's my new technique. As you can see,
Do you think the tea bag adds flavor to it?
well, it doesn't really help me. It's kind of ruining it, to be honest, but... Okay, so what's supposed to happen here?
You're supposed to have enough bubbles. You've drank Tentarik before. When it feels right, you can drink this one.
Let me work it a little more.
You're also allowed to take the tea bag out at any moment if you want to.
No, I'm gonna commit to this.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you ready? Yeah. Taste your own tea.
Okay. Yeah, it's very sweet. It's a lot of condensed milk.
Yeah, I think we overdid it. What would you rate your pulling skills?
My pulling skills? I wonder with the tea bag, 1 out of 10. I think we'll stick with that. And then the tea itself, 3 out of 10. That was not very good.
Thank you for your honesty, Pai. We appreciate your time.
Okay.
What is your pulling MR? Go and try it at home and see how well you can tap the tea.
Immortal in tea pulling, but not immortal in Dota. You know what? I will take it. Welcome back, everyone, to the DPC 2023 C Spring Tour Division 1. I am taking over the copy TM for now, and I've got a special little surprise for you on our panel. It's not Winter, but it's Aurora.
Hello.
Yay! Welcome, welcome. This is your DPC debut.
Yes, it is. I can finally talk about pro players, like legitimately.
Yeah, tell us a little about yourself.
I'm just your usual C player, you know, like I can get toxic if I wanna. But like we're in a very diplomatic situation right now, so we'll just save the flames after.
Mid players.
Mid players? Hey! Can you confirm, Winter, she gets a little bit toxic?
No comment.
No comment? All right, well, we have some exciting Dota coming up, but let's talk about that video for a second. That was a lot of fun. Did you enjoy pulling the tea?
Nope, I enjoy drinking tea, but not pulling tea.
Okay.
All the support players is like, oh, I don't enjoy doing the work, but like, you know, like I enjoy being carried.
Wow, already being toxic!
I mean, it's C culture, come on.
That is true, C culture. But have you pulled tea before?
No, not really. I've full creeps myself.
Full creeps, but not tea.
Yeah.
All right, well, we do have a very interesting game coming up. It is Execration versus Bleed Esports. So that is going to be very, very exciting. Who do you guys think will become the better team out of this this matchup?
I think Execration definitely will have the upper hand because like Bleed just had 2 new players into the team. But I think it will be very interesting to see how Bleed Esports gonna go up against them.
Yeah, Bleed has a lot of issues from what we saw the last series, and 2 days is not enough for them to fix a lot of the things. They need to spend some more time scrims. I doubt they scrim a lot with each other before this, so it's definitely showing in their first series, and it's gonna take some time before they are gonna be able to get their shit together, you know, maybe a week, 2 weeks.
What do you think their biggest issue is?
Right now, I think finding the synergy between the 5 players, getting the draft right so it fits everybody, that's gonna take some time.
I think like I don't really see the cohesion between the 3 cores yet in Bleed Esports. I think because they're new, so like they are trying to get used to each other, so it's kind of gonna take time, but it's okay. I think like they have DJ, they have us as like veterans, right? So I think they're gonna do fine. Yeah. What?
Do you think their cores have balance, like have their balance between their cores? Like Corden is like he's less greedy, right? And then Ice can be greedy, can be a support.
He's a distraction. He's a
distraction. Yeah, Jackie is like I would say like a traditional position 1 player, right? He takes a lot of farm. So do you think that with that said, they have like a balanced trio?
I think they can because for one fact, like Corden has just been playing the most stable heroes at the mid lane, right? So like they got that like settled. So now they kind of have to see how are they gonna distribute the resources towards like SSIs and as well as Jackie. So they don't like really feel like they're more like leaning towards one core, but then like the other core feels like kind of sagged. That's what I feel when I watch them play. But then like maybe sometime like give them some time, they will be fine. Like I think Ice kind of play the same heroes that Masaros did, so maybe they just like need to wait a little bit and need to play a little bit more games with each other.
I mean, previously they prioritized his hero a lot, Masaros. So right now, do you feel like they should do the same with Ice?
I think technically, if he's the newer player, maybe you should just try to prioritize your previous players more. But then I think like maybe SSS has more experience, so it wouldn't be bad for them to prioritize SSIs as well. I think they just need to really find like a draft that they feel like, okay, maybe we can go from this direction, and then like once we get more used to each other, and then like they can just go from there. Like maybe can start to prioritize other cores more.
Well, let's talk about Execration for a bit, because we talked about Bleed quite a bit. What do you guys think Execration are going to have to do to take this win? They did perform really well against Polaris on Monday night with a clean 2-0. So what do you think will be the biggest challenge for them against Bleed?
I think moving forward right now, since they lost much, it'll be a challenge because they have a new coach and he's not really that Abing, right? He's not that experienced in like coaching, like what he needs to do in the team. So that might be something that they need to try to deal with. And like obviously they didn't really look that bad. Like they still look like the old Execration we saw in season 1. But moving forward, they have to try to find ways, because they don't have much. They have to find other ways of how they're gonna improve in the game with the coming new patch and try to find ways to get better. Because in the previous series, we saw Talon. They came back from the major. They already adopted very different strategies compared to before. You don't expect them to be picking like a Monkey King on support. They didn't really do that before, and they didn't pick IO Lash before, and now they're picking those heroes.
I want to ask you from like a ex-pro player's perspective, when you get a new coach, what is the biggest changes that you have to overcome?
Oh, back then we didn't have coaches.
Oh!
No budget for coach.
Dota, poor man's game. Well, I mean, what would you assume now then would be the biggest change?
Getting a different coach means that a lot of the dynamics are gonna change, but at the same time, getting a new coach could be a very good thing, because when a coach is with a team too long, he kind of has the same ideas with the team already. So when you change someone new, it might actually help invigorate the team, bring in more new ideas and help the team invent more new strategies.
Well, let's see what our coaches are cooking up with this draft. Ooh, look at that strut. She looks so cool.
I like it already from Execration. I mean, mainly because I like Mirana. But like I actually really like Brute even after the Greaves nerfs and stuff. I don't think it really affected the Brute in the first phase, but yeah, I really enjoy seeing Brute.
Do you think there's a reason why they are doing this instead of first picking the? If you really wanted the Brute, right, why wouldn't you just first pick it? Is there a pick that they are worried about the enemy getting in the second phase?
I feel like from the last season, they have kind of prioritized just playing the vision game more. Like they don't really draft in a way where, oh, I have this combo with that combo. Like I realized like in a lot of their games, they would want the supports to need someone to set out the stunts, but then they don't really have someone to set out the stunts, and they still played fine. I feel like they just really prioritize playing the map more.
Yeah, so they ban out Naga plus Enigma, and Bleed ban out Visage and Marcy. Marcy is kind of like the new hero that's kind of creeping into the ban list. Now Visage is quite normal against Execration. It's one of their best strategies.
Yep.
So same for Marcy because they always pick the Marcy and Visage together.
Yeah.
And what do you feel about this Abaddon hero? You know, like if you pick him up early, can he be a flex pick or he's gonna be the carry or / maybe off lane for sure?
I feel like maybe they just reacted towards the Mirana, but then like I've seen like quite a few Abaddon carries. I'm not sure if you can do that in the first phase. So like maybe you pick it to flex, but then like it's not that great to flex it into a carry later on because they can see it, right? Like once you show like 3 to 4 heroes, they will know like whether this Abaddon is a carry or is a support. But yeah, I don't really think it's that good to flex into a carry this early.
We saw Abaddon carry in the first series today and it did not have much success.
It showed a lot of promise. I feel like
Yeah.
it's definitely strong, but because they were so far behind from the start, then maybe it doesn't feel as strong as he should be. But in the NA DPC so far, we've seen like a game where, well, I think it was TSM, they picked the hero, they were able to do really well with the hero against Shopify. I mean, it definitely has a lot of potential because right now you have lower base attack time, so it means that you farm a lot faster, you do a lot more damage in the team fights, you get the silence much faster. So, I mean, the hero feels really strong right now.
Yeah, I like the hero when like you want to play a Roshan draft, right? Like you just send the Abaddon and then like let's sit together and then like for some reason Abaddon just makes like a draft that can't really Rosh really fast. So I really like the hero and happy that it's coming back into the meta now.
How about his lane though? Abba against Brood Mother. If you are playing Abaddon as a carry,
I actually think it's alright, but then like once the Brood reach 6, like you kind of don't really want to deal with the Brood anyway. Cause like, yeah, sure you have your shield for the spiders, but like he can just, you know, like move the spiders away and then like he'll just try and 1v1 you with his lifesteal. And like you don't really want to like take your ulti so early in the game, or like you don't really want to waste it like against a Brood. Something like that.
What do you guys think Cordon's gonna play? Because I feel like he infamously plays
Yeah, I mean,
his
heroes are always the heroes that we are always very critical about because he doesn't have too many different heroes. You generally want to secure his hero early because otherwise, if you don't do that, most of our team just ban all his heroes out in the second phase. The heroes that we're always talking about is Ember, Puck, and Pango.
I feel like they're gonna just snatch a Pango after this ban. Yeah.
It's pretty decent against the Brute.
Yeah.
It's one of the better heroes that you blind pick. You can blind pick without knowing your matchup. I mean, with Ember being banned, right? That's one of the heroes that does really well against Pango in the mid lane.
Yep.
I will never forget that one game that Bleed had where they had Pango and they played against a Brood Mother. I don't know why, it was just so memorable.
Wow. They're going for Lash. They ban out the Pango, they're going for...
Is this new? I feel it's new.
This is new for sure. But I'm not sure if Cordon is very good at win condition or a greedier mid hero.
Yeah.
Because he always feels like a guy that he's afraid to
take charge.
Like make risky plays.
Yeah.
He's very stable, so you tend to want him to just play the Ember Pango kind of hero, because of how he's playing. Like if you put him on a Lash, when he needs to play greedy, he might not want to do that.
Maybe he feels a little bit safer now that they already took the Abaddon. I think Abaddon and Lash like works really well together. And then like when you are playing Lash, I guess you are really afraid of like Rubik stealing your stuns and, you know, like lifting you from afar. So I guess you have the both of the heroes taken up, and it's in your team. So I think he'll be performing a little bit better since like so many of the things that annoy this hero like are taken out of the game.
What's the worst lane matchup for Lash mid? Like which hero gives in the hardest?
It used to be Lina. It really used to be Lina. You can't reach her, and like she's just permanently hitting you. But now I think they don't really want to play Lina mid anymore. That's a Storm. I mean, I guess Storm is fine, but like this matchup like between Storm and Lesher will always have the upper hand because you have your stun, right? Like if the Storm wants to walk in and random, and then like you can just stun him. Like it's not a fair trade. But yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about, like Execration. They don't really draft in a way. Okay, we have a Mirana. I want a solid stun right now. Like they don't really do that. Ooh, Slug. Don't you think Slug is a little bit greedy when the Lash already came out?
Yeah, and then what's this Abba gonna do? Is he gonna be a pos 5 or is he gonna be like off lane? I mean, Slug's generally okay against Brood, just for the lane itself, and you can clear the spiders. But with Lash, it can be a bit greedy. But at the same time, if you do well in your lanes, it might be fine. You know, if the Lash can put a lot of pressure, taking towers, you play around the map pressure, and then Slug can also join in. You know.
Yeah, they don't really have the necessary spells, I would say, to catch this Slash. Like, okay, if they jump on this Slash, like this Abaddon is just gonna stay behind and shield him, so he can't really die.
I mean, same can be said for the Storm, right? Like, there's only the Leaf that's really reliable to catch the Storm. They don't really have other ways of catching the Storm.
And as an Abaddon, like if you can't just stay behind someone against the Storm, you kind of feel very annoyed too, because like he can just force your spells, force your ulti, then you feel really useless in the team fight. Okay, at least they banned the Bloodseeker, I guess. The Execration, like recently they don't like to farm on their pos 1 so much. Like they've been just maybe flexing the Marcy or like just trying to run in with the team.
Yeah, but with this kind of lineup, I kind of like anti-mage against Slug, Lash, Abaddon.
That hero.
I know that hero is like pretty garbage before, but he got like some nice buffs this patch.
Yeah, I think he does pretty well in the laning phase now. Like if you ever get to no mana situation, you can't walk away from this guy. He's just gonna keep hitting, eventually you just die. And it's an anti-mage, like imagine like fighting anti-mage, he's 4-0, 10 minutes in the game, like you just feel kind of hopeless.
AM got a attack backswing decrease from 0.6 seconds to 0.3
I mean, that's good when you're chasing.
Yeah.
I assume only when you're chasing heroes.
But his Mana Void now applies mini stun to all affected units, so that's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's a really nice check.
That's alright, yeah.
Quality of life.
Yeah.
But it can get kind of like weird because he still needs the Fury to scale into the game, right? I'm not sure Lead Esports, like this lineup, will let him do that.
But he is like one of the best heroes against Slash.
Yeah, he is.
So what are both teams looking for to round out their drafts?
I think both of them would really want more CC. Like right now, they're all just either very single target-ish or like not somewhat. Oh, there you go. You predicted the AM.
Yeah, I mean Slash, Lash, Abba, and if the Abba is called, like all the 3 calls are afraid of anti-mage.
Yeah, like they can't do anything. Like
and they ban out the Bloodseeker already, so what do they have to pick here on the off lane against anti-mage? You want Doom? I mean, I assume maybe the Abba is. Are you gonna lane Abba against AM in on the off lane? If you want to do that, then you pick another support.
I don't think you really want to.
Yeah, the lane's
just
pretty
like
bad. The lane's pretty bad for him, right? So I assume they would want to pick another off laner against anti-mage.
They ban out the Primal as well.
Centaur?
Yeah, probably it's one of the most stable heroes.
Because you don't care if he burns all your mana.
Yeah, exactly.
The Centaur Axe is actually kind of viable now, right?
Oh yeah, true.
You got the Stampede.
The Lash. Oh my god.
How fun!
Isn't it still a meme?
Yeah, I mean, probably. But, you know, it's better than before.
Yeah,
Meme it till you make it.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's, Centaur should be the logical pick here. But I'm not sure it's SSS we're talking about, right?
I mean, the lane's pretty, like, if you think about the lane, like, what you want to pressure AM, like, that's the hero that comes to my mind right away.
What if he says, no, give me Huska now?
That would be crazy. see. Will he let his dreams be memes? There.
Yeah, there is a centaur.
Let's hope to see the eggs. Prage.
True.
I mean, it gives them everything they need. They needed like a frontline, like team fight hero / initiating hero, and it's a good lane against anti-mage.
You can even like soak up the pressure from Brute if you want.
Yeah, you can defend the tower. Yeah, you can deal with it. Like it's just a multi-purpose pick here. Like a really good, like one of the best last picks here for Bleed. But for Execration, I feel good about the AM, but I think that he's gonna have a very, very hard lane. So I'm not sure if he's gonna be able to make it. But on the other hand, they do have Brute to hold the game for him. So I feel like AM's gonna be able to win at the end, you know. So I believe the anti-mage.
I feel like they can't really let Bleed get into the zone where they can get close to your towers and, you know, like start demolishing them. Because I don't think Execution have the necessary lineup to defend against that. Like, their heroes are not really good at defending some sort.
How does the late game matchup versus AM and Slark work?
AM's gonna win late game because you burn all his mana and Slark can't do anything without mana.
But Dota, like you always say, it's not a 1v1 game.
Yes.
It's never a 1v1 situation. So, yeah, we'll have to see. This AM pick though, is it? You have hope?
Yeah, I believe in the AM. He's gonna have a hard early game, but I believe he's gonna prevail later.
Benefit of doubt. Benefit of doubt.
No, the Brood is gonna hold the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Paulus is a great player. Last season, he actually had the highest average kills. Did you know that?
Palos?
Yeah, on Palos.
Oh.
But we do have our casters ready. We got Cap and SVG, and I have a question to ask you guys. Do you think Bleed is gonna bleed out, or do you think Execration are gonna execute themselves?
You have to win.
Oh, I didn't know we were doing this.
Oh, it's you guys now. Oh,
Hi, everyone.
Just kidding,
I
it's
am
Alpha
Dota 2
Richie.
Capitalist here. Hey, Avery, on a scale of 1 to monstrosity, how much do you think this AM is going to crush it?
Cap, I came from killing 6 children already before this cast. You can't ask me these kind of things on prime time. Yeah, AIM is going to crush it. He's a monster.
Well, there you have it. I think that's what
That was the worst imitation. Have you never heard Cap?
I've never.
Cap has this like
Let him do it.
this nasal, like Californian vibe where you're not really sure if he's complaining or casting sometimes. It's very unique tone that he has.
I don't know.
Are we still in the picture? Why are you guys there? Hello, Aurora. It's nice to have you on panel.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Soph.
Let them do their thing. Just get us out of here.
There it is. We've done it.
Oh, look, the color correction's done by the editors we had in Lima as well, huh?
No,
A little bit
actually,
white.
it's just this TV. It is not
Oh,
that amazing.
okay,
Yes,
okay.
You made a fool of yourself.
I'm so sorry.
Yes.
Anyway, we have a game in front of us, Richie.
It's pause.
We have a game that's about to start in front of us, Richie.
Right.
This is my favorite team to watch.
Which one?
Execration.
Execration?
Their interviews in Lima that we never got to air were some of the most unique and heartwarming interviews. Some of the highlights that we're not going to show because, again, they're major interviews, but their catchphrase is all heart, no brain. And when March came into the team, he's no longer there. He told everyone that they had to leave their ego at the door, but Bob was allowed to keep his. Everyone else was like, no ego, but Bob. And then I asked, Bob, why do you get to keep yours? Because you're mid? Because I'm the best. And he stands back, he lays, and he crosses his arms.
It's a good reason to keep your ego, though.
Yeah. It's impressive. He still kept losing all his lanes, but at least...
Well, they did draw about versus everyone there, so at least that was a pretty good move.
Except Spirit, unfortunately.
Except for Spirit, where, and unfortunately, of course, they didn't get to go on through and play in front of a crowd. But we'll see now how they can do versus Bleed. Bleed, of course, coming off of a loss yesterday. I believe versus Army Geniuses. It was Army Geniuses. They were 2-0'd by them, I believe. 2-1, that's right. But I think a lot of people, myself included, not really expecting that. I think there was lots of questions about whether or not
single game now.
Ice is ready to be back on a team like this, especially after spending a little bit of time. Wasn't really his choice, right? Did have to sit out those qualifiers, but it does feel a little bit like perhaps the master has needs to go back to the dojo and relearn a couple of things.
I don't know. I mean, Ice definitely did not have the best impact that game, and I agree with you. But I feel like Bleed was having problems last season too. And when I saw the changes, I was like, why? To be honest, I didn't feel like Masaros was the problem at all in that team.
I agree, and that's what I was just going to double check because I recall a couple of games that Bleed won, especially early on in the series, where Masaros Timber saw, especially.
Yeah, exactly. So when you see those changes, it to me wasn't indicative of like, a bright future for Bleed, because it means they might have not identified their problem, which is more team problem and a playstyle thing. It's not really a player thing. But maybe internally they did know that those players were the ones leading them down that path, whatever it was, and they wanted to change their offlane duo to make it different, which is why I can't really judge ISI's performance, because I'm not really sure what he's supposed to do differently yet.
Well, getting a first blood would be certainly a great start there. Body blocks on point. He'll get hit by the Remnant, but first blood for ISI.
He lost his ego, now his HP.
I love that new voice.
That is a really good voice line. That's actually half the reason I think he's on the team as well. But, I mean, this draft does look pretty solid for Blee, as the panel pointed out in the beginning, right? It is what this draft is supposed to do. The AM can scale eventually and become strong enough. Execrations are the king of the late game. Will they be able to resist until then? Sometimes I don't really know how this team actually makes it to the late game. You know, with Aster, you actually could tell why they were making it to the late game in Lima. But with Execration, it just somehow magically happened for them sometimes, and the enemy team would make mistakes.
It's always the team fights for them. It's quite literally always the team fights, which is why I'm not the biggest fan of this draft for them. It seems like maybe they have much more of a tempo focus on this time, because even in the last tour here in SCA, recall that SMG series, they always managed to outfight their opponents. They're always pretty tightly knit in those mid to late game fights, which is what allowed them to, of course, secure first seed. That's why I think they kind of struggled a little bit more than maybe people expected, or exactly as much as they expected, depending on, you know, if that cup is full or not, if you're Windsor. Because I think against opponents of generally a higher caliber who are much more practiced, that you don't get to get away with a lot of those things.
I agree. I mean, even in the major, they were stressful. They are very chaotic. Their mid Bob, I think, is the... He just pops off sometimes, and he has incredible games, but there's also games where he throws really hard as well. He has a very... He reminds me a lot of like one of those old school skilled pub mid laners, right? What he just does, he's very, very good at the game, but he doesn't know the word stop, and sometimes that condemns him.
Oh, Palos will be able to get away from that one down bottom. Was a bit lower on the HP, but they don't have the right click damage necessary here. This lane is starting to get really hard.
Yeah,
I recall Winter's last words on the panel saying that, what was it? The Centaur has not a very good lane, I believe, into this AM, but with this first blood bonus, he is doing pretty well so far.
I think in a vacuum, maybe in the 1v1 scenario, sure. But in 2v1 with a Rubik, I don't agree with that very much. The problem with Centaur, of course, is low armor. Therefore, AM deals a lot of damage to you, and you kind of need your spells, because Retaliate sucks. But if you just go double edge route and Rubik harasses enough, it shouldn't be that difficult for ISI.
What? Already taking a lot of damage with that level 1 Retaliate. Carlo doing his best to whittle him down, but like you're saying, level 1 Retaliate, it just sucks. Not much you could do there.
The spell sucks in general. It feels so bad to take these days. It's just Return, by the way. It's not even Retaliate anymore.
Oh,
like
right.
the name is Retaliate, but it's just back to what Return did. So remember they did the whole rework?
Right, where you could tank the tier 1 tower for free plus 100 damage?
Yes, exactly. Yes. And now it's just Return. It's just Return back to its old skill set, which is why people don't like it very much, because it scales well into the late game, but in the lane it's pretty bad. And usually want to go for Double Edge instead. And you also need to go for the early Bracer, then the Ring of Protection. You need a lot of early items just to sustain yourself in lane. But the heroes had a huge increase in win rate this past patch, 4% more. He's now at 52.8% across the Immortal bracket, which is very impressive.
That is very impressive.
Especially for a Centaur, which is a hero he doesn't really counter anything, right? He's just good or bad. He's very neutral along most lines. He's good against some heroes, but he's mostly just a neutral offlaner.
A neutral offlaner.
Like Legion Commander or Mars.
I get that. They're stringing together a couple of big bouts of damage here. Ice actually, who was holding on to that third skill point, does end up committing it into the double edge, just trying to really bully this AM out of lane as much as he can. Of course, double edge doesn't require any mana, so doesn't
2000 IQ.
Take my mana. I don't care, man. Still without only a first point in Retaliate, but at least with the Ring of Health, he is finally really putting the hurt onto Carlo as he dishes out those auto attacks slowly but surely. Bob's doing a really good job in this lane, by the way. 21 last hits against Alesh, pretty good. Most importantly, those 11 denies.
Yeah, very impressive. Top Jack is being pursued, but they still have a Phonic Shield actually bottom where they kill Palos. First, and in fact, they're continuing this fight. Ice will die here to Carlo, who leaps away to safety. DJ doesn't have any more mana, so they're not going to chase after them. He pauses to berate his teammate.
Team speak. He's going to yell at Ice and say...
DJ, well known for being a very vocal, aggressive, explosive person.
Right now, he's saying, I thought you were the best player.
But he's saying it in Tagalog, which Ice of course speaks after many years in C.
That's right. Being one of the more tenured players in the Southeast Asian Dota region.
He's one of the few players that speaks all the languages in the sea, except for Chinese, which he only pretends to speak.
That's right. That's right. Good old interviews. I wonder what it was like when he played in China for a couple years, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yes.
I always wondered what that was like.
With Black.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Sorry, that shouldn't be as funny as it is, but every time I think about that guy, it's just, there's something funny about the first Western European player to play in China, the first Western European player to play in South America.
Black was on that, was it DC?
No, that DC squad was earlier.
It was Pain. What was it?
No, he was infamous.
It was the infamous. That's right. Third time's the charm. I went through all the teams.
Yeah, sorry. The first one was Misery, technically South America, and then it was, I guess, We as well. I always think of We as half South American because he felt very Brazilian when he played Dota.
What does that mean?
When I did an interview with We years earlier, and he told me that I was like, how do you communicate with your teammates? Because I know the Brazilians, they speak Portuguese among themselves in the game. And apparently they all screamed at each other like a pub. And he said, I love this. This feels so like home. Those are his words. He's like, pubs there are terrible. My teammates, they're the best.
Carl's actually going to be able to avoid DJ here. Level 2 Fade Bolt would have put him down there, but not any longer. He is going to be in safe hands now.
Yeah, Sagan was smart about it. He smelled the Rubik away.
There it is.
You want to talk about the mid lane match? We mentioned this before we had the pause. Storm versus Lesh. How does this usually go, Richie?
Well, Aurora was saying it was a little bit more Lesh favored, especially because you do have that stun. That window is closing very quickly, of course, especially with that level 6 coming online a bit sooner for Bob than it will be for Corden, thanks to that deny advantage. I'm always a little bit more curious about whether or not we'll see any rotations, and I do see this Morana started walking away from lane, just going for the D ward, but it's about to be minute 6. Bob getting ran down to his tower. Okay. It's gonna be okay. But that's usually where I like to see these mid lane matchups, get a little bit more
spicy.
A little spicy, a little bit of tilted, right, one way or the other. When you have the supports rotating in with the Morana, great way to rotate in. Bleed don't really have that great a rotator. Rubik can definitely do it, actually. I think he's maybe one of the best ones, now that I think about it, against a Storm, if you can catch him from fog. So maybe we'll end up seeing some of that to kind of disrupt this mid lane. But for now, with level 6, one more auto attack. He'll get it even if this creep's denied, and he will get it. There's Ball Lightning ready to learn. So I'd say Bob coming out of this very, very comfortable with a great lead here. Already has the brown boots, has supports rotating over to the mid lane. He's set to secure the water rune, or sorry, the power rune, which is going to be the illusion. Not the rune he was hoping for. If this is an arcane or a haste, he likely gets a kill, but it is at least more control here in the river.
I'm curious if this matchup changes because for years this was the Lesh maxes devil against Storm. Storm goes to rotate, you stay in lane, you take tower, right? And that was why Storm struggled. But instead, since he went for this more farming build or this lane-oriented build, Corden is forced to be the one to leave. Because Storm does get stronger, as Aurora pointed out and you pointed out, at level 6 now.
That's kind of an interesting point, because normally Corden's, at least in Season 1, Tour 1, he was the guy that was constantly rotating away to side lanes and making these big rotations. Maybe this build is exactly what he wants. Corden is actually going to regen back in base, probably will TP out. We'll see what he decides to go for, because already Bob making a play top.
Yeah, they're going to go for the Slark. That's a good electric vortex with the Bushwhack. Keep him in place, calculate a Dark Pact perfectly, and punish Jackie.
That's kind of tough because, I mean, he's way too late to TP top and make any difference. If he TPs bottom, Bob also has TP to mirror the rotation. So, unfortunately, Corden, going for that farming build does get a little bit of extra money. Maybe he thinks that the Bloodstone is instead the true go time here, and he's not looking to play around the strength, quote unquote, of just having that max edict, which of course he doesn't have a single point in. So perhaps we're going to see him play a little bit more around that Bloodstone timing. But it does mean he's going to be mostly farming until then. And my concern then is, Avo, is that I believe everyone on his team is basically going to be farming for the first 15 to 18 minutes of the game here, basically. Not a whole lot of difference makers here. Ice is just going to be farming and pushing down bottom. Corden will farm around the map as they go on him now.
Yeah, out of mana as well, but with the help of DJ, should be able to get away. Well, that's ball lightning from Bob, who's crazy. He's out of mana himself now, and Bob is bodyboarded by DJ there for a second. They get the Bushwhack at least on DJ, with the Static Remnant and an arrow to boot. DJ is going to die. Well played, that arrow was actually just meant to zone him more than anything. No sarcasm there, so that Bob could actually get the kill.
A contain arrow, if you will.
No, this is zoning arrows.
Rotation's coming back down bottom with the haste room. Bob's recently picked up ice, a little bit low from mana. Has a Vanguard.
Yeah. I don't know if you kill him. Okay, Mango to Stampede. Instead, he just gave them more damage. And now I guess you do kill him eventually. Oh, he wanted to double edge the AMs. The counter spell. Instead, Ice dies towards the end to Bob's auto attacks.
I guess it's better if... I guess it's really no difference if you counterspell double edge, is it? Because...
No, yeah. Because he only takes a percentage of the damage. So it's more damage.
Myself the best player.
I guess that's true.
Oh, wait.
No,
never mind. You're right. You're right.
Extra damage. I guess it is magic, so I guess it is better when AM counterspells it because he has more magic resist thanks to counterspell. So I guess you do, in that sense, take less damage.
That's a good point. I'm actually not sure.
I
like, does it work based on AM's strength?
Yes, and also his stats, right? Because you're the spellcaster.
Oh, so then it does matter because then you don't deal as much damage.
Well, yeah, I guess that's true, right? You still get the base damage. Which is
the most important
Which is
part.
good enough this early on.
Yeah.
But also for AM, it means he can't die, right?
True.
So I guess it does matter a little bit. Here goes Corden back into the bottom lane, though. Unfortunately, they have an Abaddon, who is quite famous for his lack of stuns. So AM just blinks away from him. But this at least should allow Ice to get this tier 1 tower. Execration, in the meantime, have already taken care of that tier 1 top lane. We can already see Tino moving into the jungle of the Dire side. So this is a very important move here for Bleed to take to make sure that they open up and enable their own cores to farm this side of the map.
As a result, Execration goes mid.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, I do believe Bleed need to defend this. I don't think they can let this tower go for free.
I don't think Execration can take it. There's no Broodmother here, so just Storm pushing a tower, which is pretty pathetic.
Tino should be here soon, though. He's farming his way on over. Usually this is the move you see Dire Broodmothers making. Yeah, Radiant Broodmother doing the exact same thing.
Okay. Now they have the Fate Bolt.
Well, they can afford to wait. There will be a wagon in this lane in approximately 20 seconds. That should be a go time, but Bleed are prepared for it. And with Ice parked in front of this tier 1 tower, he's like the Tidehunter Timbersaw. He's just very effective at defending this tower. Simply by standing there and existing.
Yeah, that's very true. I think that's something that Broodmother cannot do as effectively. She's more of an offensive hero in that sense, in all regards. Centaur can technically do both, right? Because he also has decent push with Retaliate.
Yeah, exactly. Now, especially at level 2, Ice is saving his skill point. Maybe he's going to go for the Sampler build 2-2-2 here at level 1. Maybe probably this next point into Double Edge for a little bit more nuke builds. But no, they're not too interested in pushing this mid tower. Ice is going to walk away and let the wagon get arrowed. Apollo's farming his way towards this Battle Fury first item here for the AM. Doing his best to find farm where he can here, but it seems like Bob's getting the lion's share of the farm right now. That is at least until he can get this Kaya online. Has a DD rune in the bottle, smoked up with his friend Shanks. We'll see what they can find.
They might find a stack here, and the Dubu as well, who doesn't have the borrow time just yet.
Oh, wow. Did you see that damage? Holy.
Yeah. And now, hopefully, they can kill Leshrac as well. They're preparing the sharpshooter. Ooh, they missed it. And now it's time for them to go. Corden with the Stampede as it's time to storm into the splitter, but he gets blown up by the Monovoid instead as DJ is hunted down. Palos wants his head. Can he find him? Yes, he will. Slow down to a halt. Palos will get this kill. And now, with the arrow, they even guarantee Ice. God Gamer alert. Bleed just lost 3.
Yeah, 4 actually, right? Because they lose Dubu at the start of that.
Oh, you're right.
Well, yeah, in exchange for nothing, Palos playing that fight very perfectly is going to get him a big old boost to finishing out the rest of this Battle Fury. I don't know. I feel like this is one of those things where it's like, oh, right, we have a mana battery versus an AM. You know, much like when you push high ground the first time versus an Earthshaker who echo slams your entire team, and you go, oh, right, this hero exists.
DJ's dead, by the way.
Bit of a mistake from Bleed, that is to say. And they're going to lose another hero mid. That likely means this tower goes down now to boot, especially with Tino having basically unlimited spiders here to tank. So pretty big ramifications out from this. This is going to enable the Broodmother to continue farming your side of the map. It really increases the pressure for Bleed to take the enemy tier 1 tower as well. They're going to be at a pretty significant disadvantage when it comes to Roche. Not like either team takes Roche too quickly anyway. But when it does start getting to that side of the game, you know, Bleed, they have one more objective to take before they can think about Roche, and that's a mid-tier 1 tower. Without their own to reinforce to TP to, things are going to get a little bit difficult here for them. Map control is super important now.
Yeah, it's one of the few advantages Radiant actually has, right, still. The Roche advantage there with the triangle, so being able to keep that, even as you say, you can't really take Roche quickly. I wonder, I mean, because obviously right now we've seen that the first Roche matters for Nut. I wonder if they're just going to try to ignore it completely because they take so long for it.
I'm not so sure
it's
if
not
that's
like the shard
true, though. I think like a first Aegis here for Execration, you give that to AM, it does a lot of favors for you, right? I mean, it's not going to be an end the game push high ground Aegis, but it is one of these safety Aegises, right?
Yeah, sure.
And for an AM, a hero that wants to go to the late game, I feel like that does him a great service. Sure, it's not game ending, right? But I do think it allows this Palos AM to farm in much more dangerous situations, maybe realistically join the fights a bit earlier, which against a hero like Corden, like Corden's Lesh, you know, might actually be a bit more problematic.
You suggest a farming Aegis.
I do, yes, a farming Aegis.
Usually that used to be a meme, but I think you're actually right. I think that's the best use you have.
Yeah.
I mean, Storm is also one of the better early Aegis users.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, I do like to say that quite a bit. Yeah, maybe you do give it to Storm, and then you can kind of just really go hard on pushing these tier 2s, maybe even a tier 2 mid-siege after you get the tier 2 top, of course. Because I agree, maybe that he'll have you in a little bit of a better position there. Pipe of Insight finished up as well for the Broodmother. Is going to do, you know, it's just this damage mitigation, right? The Tundra strategy versus taking down this Lesh. Still no Bloodstone completed, however, for Corden. He's starting to fall a little bit behind now, this Storm Spirit, who is farming next into a BKB, but will receive no major items after this Kaya for the next, I don't know, 5 or 6 minutes at least.
You think this game you consider a Mage Slayer on anyone in Execration? But that was part of the strategy as well, right? Pipe plus Mage Slayer. I know that the Execration did say they looked up to Tundra a lot, so it's not a bad item neither. Honestly, for the aim, is not bad.
I was going to say, I really...
Oh,
just I should punched that illusion.
Yep, and that allows Bob to get away.
Yep.
He knows the Rubik, which is why he's playing this defensively, because telekinesis is instant.
Yes, and that could very much easily lead you to death, especially when there's a Corden missing on the map. But that smoke failing, you know, it's a little bit painful for Bleed, because again, ever since they take that fight down bottom, or really that they get fought on by Execration, it's been a little bit of a sliding net worth advantage here for Execration, shall we say. It's going to get even worse now, especially since Palos is starting to pick up his next items after Battle Fury, that Blade of Alacrity into the Yasha. It's really going to kickstart his farming game here. Jackie doing a good job of keeping up, though, I have to say. He's more or less keeping pace. Did go for this Echo Saber next into Axe build. I always like these kind of Slark builds when you do need that control. That's the priority here, right? It's the double pounce.
Yep.
You see it a lot against Embers.
Yeah, and against the AM is the best way to do it. Now the pounce also gives you the Essence Shift stacks as well, right? Which is kind of important to start the fights. Essentially, you start with 6 more Agi against an AM. It's pretty great.
Not to mention the Echo Saber, so basically +2 is Isis is going to whiff on the blink.
Tino.
Detection? They have detection, right?
They do, but I don't know if they're going to fight this, actually. DJ's just dying to Tino here. Oh, the sharpshooter on top of this. They block it, but DJ's dead to the spiders, and Tino, low on mana, realizes they can't really kill him. He's way too tanky right now. Bleed is forced to retreat because they're lacking damage, and the team with the AM is stronger in the early game right now. Jackie finally joins the fray.
Here's Corden.
There is Isis once again. They thought about the Mana Void, but there was nobody actually low. Tino's just playing on the spider webs, making sure to get vision.
Bob's coming from mid. If
he
this continues to drag out, they will be able to TP DJ back in, but Bleed, they are looking to continue fighting here. So the next point of contention is going to be here over this, oh, come on now. It is going to be over this outpost. Tier 2 still available for Bleed. This is kind of a risky fight for Execration, and dare I say, a little bit needless. I don't really know what the point of this fight is for them other than just exerting dominance.
Well, that's exactly it. That's the Execration way, though.
Oh, here they go.
March is no longer with him. They don't have a voice of reason anymore, Richie. They are unhinged.
There's a pretty good ward as well right behind this tower, so Bob does have eyes on the rest of the Bleed heroes are. I think Execration will go ahead.
Okay, they realize they 20% brain is fine.
Bleed as well, you know, more or less taking a chill, but they're defensively postured, ready to take that fight.
I mean, that was an awful fight, though.
Yeah, Dubu also had a Photic Shield, now max, and he's saving out to this point of borrowed time. So he's actually, I mean, as far as the position 5 Abba goes, he's feeling pretty strong, and now Corden has his Bloodstone. Things could get a little bit dicey here for Execration if they're not too careful.
+5 Abba does feel like just really bad in general. So you're right, he's feeling as strong as +5 Abba gets, but because +5 Abba is bad. So the level that he's supposed to reach is a really low bar.
That's true.
You're only a Dispel. That's only
it does feel pretty good, though, to kind of... Storm can no longer just jump you, disable you, and 100-0 you. That's what Storm loves doing against supports, right? And now you're just not a viable option, and anyone next to you is not a viable option. So that is at least a little bit better. And you can see, he's... there he is. He takes the point of the borrowed time. I think he still dies, unfortunately, as Corden will leave him behind.
He can 100-0 to you, but with his teammates.
Yes.
And some coordinated effort.
Yes. And by that I meant Storm can't zip to you in the back of these fights. He was unfortunately having to be at the front. It's a little bit awkward right now because Ice wants to be the counter initiation with this Blink Dagger, right? Corden does not want to be the first to go in on, or if he does, he wants an Orthotic Shield so he can immediately Bloodstone and kill everything around him. So for right now, this is like the worst part. It feels like I'm casting an old Thunder Awaken game. But Panda does not want to be at the start of these fights, you know? He wants to be someone else. He wants to be next to his Dark Mago, who makes the jump in, or who gets jumped, he dispels them, and then the fight turns from there. It's not super ideal. You don't want to use him like an Ench, like, hey guys, I'm giving vision, they're taking forever to kill me. Abba is much more, let me dispel you, let me save you, we turn the fight from there.
I agree. The reason why the Pos 5 has kind of lost favor, in general dispellers, right? But this guy particularly, is that the Orthotic Shield has the range of a mage with a broken wand. You know, you just have to be right next to your cores to actually cast it. And you already have a useful dispel on Slark, so it's kind of predictable where you're going to dispel as well. Right. More or less. And so that's why Dubo has had success with this hero in the DPC, but in general this hero has seen pretty poor play. And they're actually running it as a core in other regions. TSM, for example, against EG, even though they did lose, sorry, against Shopify Rebellion, they ran it as a carry because of the BAT reduction, which actually looks pretty decent. But as a Pos 5 is... If it wasn't because Dubu, I would have criticized this pick. But Dubu is probably the best Abaddon in C. So I do value him very highly.
All right, they're looking for a kill on Ice.
Oh, me now with a Stampede. I actually spoke too soon, never mind.
Yeah, they have a tier 1 as well, they're reinforcing.
The Squirrel's still okay. She's been leashed twice and is just ignored. They've rotated 4 heroes here for Bleed. I mean, maybe they can turn this around and still make a kill, right?
Couple big items, AM, Manta style, Tino as well, just finished up Guardian Greaves.
Shanks is just taking the Stark for a run. Now they finally catch him. Bushwhack doesn't matter, and this is the kill Bleed needs.
No one is TPing. Execration, they're holding. Bob is 100 gold from his BKB here. So I see a very good reason for this hold now for Execration. Realistically, Roche could be next. Carlo as well just finished up his 4-staff, a little bit more expensive now on the mana cost, but Execration, they're calm. They have a 7k lead. Of course, they don't know that, but they probably feel like they're a little bit in command of this game. Don't really need to be feeding into Bleed right now.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Remember that before, when you first learned to play against an AM, and it's like, you're like 2k, 1k, right? The first thing they tell you is like, you gotta hit towers. You don't chase him. You don't chase his team. You gotta hit towers and force him to defend objectives. And this is exactly what Bleed is unfortunately unable to do. Not because they don't know they have to do this, but because they just don't have the options anymore. And as a result, they've gotten kills in the top lane, but Execration doesn't care because AM is still free farming. And now when they come to the tower, they actually defend, but ideally without the AM, because Bob has the BKB.
And I gotta say, both teams, their team fight's a bit underwhelming. You know, when it comes to actually team fighting, it's more like let their cores run at each other. There's
for Corden, BKB immediately. The Hope Stomp though hasn't been used, but still trying to commit for this Slash Rack, and he is going to die in a record time here as the Stark comes in, pounces the AM, who still has a Manta style and is keeping himself healthy. He doesn't seem to care too much. Electric Vortex from the Rubik does annoy Bob, but now he's going to punish this Rubik for his attempt to steal his Thunder. And that's going to be DJ dying. So does Corden. Dubu's being chased down now, no longer as an ultimate. They have an arrow, they just gotta hit it though. It'll be a little bit hard. And with a Stampede, Dubu should be able to get away.
Jackie, though, might not be in such a good place out of mana.
Oh, no.
He can really do nothing. I mean, he's barely taking damage here. Just heal it a bit too much. There's the Manta. This is ridiculous.
Is anyone chasing after him?
He got blocked.
Wow. The Mana Void to finish him off, and they didn't seem to care. Bleed is just getting toyed with right now.
Yeah, pretty much. I was thinking that's way too far of a chase, but Palos knew he basically had him in the palm of his hand, and he was completely correct there. Let him heal a little bit there using the Shadow Dance, but didn't matter without any mana. There's just absolutely no way he lives there.
Uh-oh, squirrel alert.
Yeah, Shanks is...
But has a scurry
alive
to the trees. He can smell where the nuts are. He's going towards them. He is safe.
Quite famously, the squirrels are really bad at losing nuts.
Yes. They have a great sense of smell, though. That's what they're known for. Palos is chasing after Dubu, who's running out of mana. They broke Ice Ice Ice. Bob sees the opportunity. Ice 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 is dead. Now go for Dubu. Almost a collateral damage kill. Execration's taking over the map. They're like, guys, I think we're winning the early game with AM. Guys, I think we're winning the game.
Yeah, they kind of are. And I'm wondering then what this Slark build, or really who is meant to play with this kind of a Slark. Because it doesn't really feel like... It feels like he's going in on his own, and the rest of Bleed are kind of just getting initiated on in the meantime. It hasn't really looked too clean from them here.
The Mage Slayer to me is a big question mark, not gonna lie. It seems like Slark is on the Execration team. Are you Mage slaying the Storm?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe they think Corden ought to be doing the bulk of the damage right now, but he's got the Naked Bloodstone pretty much. Slark, again, he's gone for a little bit more of a tanky slash initiation heavy role.
Yep, arrow, auto attacks.
I don't know. It's been pretty difficult for them. Lack of BKBs, but maybe that's where Dubu's supposed to come in here and help dispel a couple of arrows. But Bleed, their initiation has looked pretty bad here.
Mana Void. Oh my god, he almost got 100 to 0, and a little bit of Spiderlings will make sure it does reach 0. Gosong for Corden.
Yeah, I don't know what the plan is here right now for Bleed. Jackie's going to farm up. He has Depth Shroud now. Makes you untargetable as a primary for the Mana Void. But their initiation is still extremely lacking. I'm not sure if this is where Ice is supposed to come in, because they don't really have anyone to give him vision either. So it's been a little bit of a difficult game. DJ has gone for this mech, so he does not have a Blink Dagger. He can't be the initiator or counter-initiator either, at least not too easily. And Dubu, unfortunately, has not had a lot of luck with the current style of letting them initiate onto him. It's not really coming together here for Bleed, but credit to Execration for just kind of dominating this game. They take a tier 2 tower, Outpost is theirs, Roche will go down slowly, but surely. Perhaps this is an opening that Bleed need to get back in the game.
Yeah, Execration doesn't look really good, honestly. I mean, their match of the season, obviously Polaris is maybe not the biggest threat to begin with, because they do come from Div 2, but Execration looking very, very strong in this game, and Bleed looking to contest this Roshan. I don't think that's a good idea.
No, that's far too late as well, especially since Ice Ice has missed the jump.
So they're just now going to lose Ice Ice? Oh, maybe Dubu instead? They're going to kill both at the same time. First of all, get rid of Dubu's mana. At the same time, you body block Ice Ice. You hit him with a sharpshooter. That's the extra shot parry everyone loves. Cancel his TP. Kill Ice Ice.
Yeah, really, really good target priority there from Execration. Playing Abaddon into an AM is the most sad experience of your life. I mean, yes, you'll always get your ulti off, but he just hits you no matter what, because as soon as you lose your mana, you're pretty much useless. After that, Ice is very easy pickings. He can barely move. And this game is all but over here. I mean, Execration are just having... Yeah, there it is. GG, right on cue. DJ is going to call it, get him out.
I know you were coaching Bleed, huh?
I mean, it's just Execration know what they need to do in these fights. Bob's godlike. He's not dying anytime soon. His BKB duration still at 7 seconds. They have an Aegis. I mean, just clean stuff from Execration. And again, for Bleed, it's more of, unfortunately, the same that we've seen from them here so far, at least in their first series.
Yeah, I think Execration did play really well, but I do feel like this draft fight from Bleed was a little bit lacking. Like they mentioned, the core, so the late game core-to-core matchup is bad between Slark and AM. Your lanes are not that strong because your supports are just okay, right? You picked up an off-lane Centaur as well, which is, again, just okay. I feel like this hero can do well on levels in the right lane matchup, but we already saw that the AM matchup is at least neutral. Centaur tends to dominate once he hits Vanguard. That was not the case here at all because of good rotations. You definitely should not lose mid to a Storm as a Leshrac. That was another issue that they had. Bulk kind of popped off.
Yeah.
I know, it felt like a lot of pieces that were not really running together, and I don't think this team can afford a Abaddon 5. I'm sorry to harp on this, but it just...
Yeah.
Just don't. It didn't work this game. It makes your lanes weaker, and it conditions your whole draft.
I think overall, from what I've seen from Bleed, at least in this game, and from lightly watching their first series, so do take that with a grain of salt. I haven't really seen Bleed ever been ready to play together. Like like this Corden build, you know, he was meant to farm, and then he kind of farmed, and then I thought they were going to combine that on Ice timings and maybe Jackie's first die. Everyone was kind of just like building their own kind of build, and I never really saw a moment where it was supposed to come together. When is DJ supposed to get involved with this mech? When is Dubu's Abba supposed to do anything? Right?
Yeah.
That's kind of how I felt here.
I agree with you. I feel like it seems like all of them have lost their identity individually as players a little bit, but as a team, they still haven't reformed either.
Yeah.
But I wonder what our panel has to say about this. You know, they called a lot of the great matchups. They called some of the picks as well. Let's see what they thought about the Abaddon 5. Back to you, Mr. Wintersun.
Rough start for Bleed to the series, but an amazing start by Execration. I really do think that Execration look better, like at the start of this season, than they ever did of Tour 1.
Good news.
Good news, exactly. Fire Execration should be happy about that. What did you think about the game?
Well, the first couple of games, they played like some 60, 70 minutes game, right? Last season.
Yeah.
Yeah, but overall, I feel like they did their thing. You know, Bob definitely, like, I feel like he did way better than he should in his lane, and he was able to rotate and kill everybody on the map. that's pretty much what happened early game.
Yeah, I feel like Bob kind of had it a little bit too easy this game. I think the Abaddon should have moved to the mid lane a bit earlier with the Lash, like when they could pressure the tower, because I feel like they needed to draw the attention towards the mid lane. Then maybe the side lane is not so much pressure on the center and stuff, because the Storm actually had the chance to go on the center. Like that's not supposed to happen. Like you're not as a centaur, you're not supposed to feel scared against these heroes this early on.
So you're saying like the Abaddon and Lash, once he has like maybe 1 point in the edict, they should just group up.
Yes, like
and
they
try
need
to pressure mid.
Yeah, they need to draw the attention.
So that then the centaur can take the tower.
Yes,
and bot lane.
something like that.
You guys were saying during the draft that typically Leshrac would beat Storm in the lane, but we really did see Corden struggle. So do you think it's kind of he's not comfortable with the hero?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Storm had 13 denies like,
Yeah,
in
that's
3
a
or
little bit
4 minutes.
much.
There's no way that happens, you know. I feel like he's relatively new still, and I don't really agree with the team putting him on heroes that he's not really accustomed to, you know. I feel like you might want to say that he shouldn't be able to play only 3 heroes, Pango, Ember, and Puck, but the reality is not easy to play every single hero at a really, really high level, you know.
Yeah,
There's so much at stake here. Losing one series or one game might mean a lot to you, you know, and I don't feel like they should be experimenting now.
Yeah, I feel like they Corden did really well on the Ember, like in terms of like the laning phase, and he does quite well in the mid game as well. I mean, like he just needs more time to get like used to the tempo and stuff. So I feel they don't really have to save his pick towards so late if they are so worried about, you know, like his small hero pool or whatnot. Yeah, I really like disagree that putting him on heroes like Lash or even Sniper the last series, like he seems just really uncomfortable. He doesn't really know what to do at the time of the game.
Well, here is our match MVP. We have Palos on Anti-Mage. Like you said, Winter, the AM pick was really, really nice. Just perfect to round off the draft. But, you know, I would give credits to the whole team. I mean, they were able to give Palos so much space to farm. Tino was giga fat too.
Yeah, the Brute created too much, way too much pressure as well, because it's all a chain reaction, right? Because Storm got way too much from the lane. He was supposed to be a little bit poorer than what he got from the lane, but he was so rich, so he went and killed top, he killed bottom, so everything became everything just
disaster.
Became
domino effect.
Yeah, it became too easy for them, you know. Like if you think about how the game should go normally, say the Storm loses a little, like 6-4, you know, like the Lash wins the lane, so he's gonna be pressured, right? Maybe he has to try to focus on defending his tower, then he cannot rotate to the side lanes. And because Slug against Brute, Slug's going to be okay in that matchup, you know.
Right.
And Centaur's going to be able to bully. He was actually bullying the anti-mage in the lane.
Yeah, he was.
It's normal for that matchup to go that way, you know. But because the Storm was able to help, then the anti-mage, he was able to stand in the lane and they even killed the Centaur. So those kind of things matters a lot in the game, you know. It changes how the whole game will progress in the mid game. And I felt like, I don't really want to harp on it too much, but him losing or not winning the lane in middle, or even to an extent losing the lane, caused a lot of problems for his team.
So then I would ask you, what would Bleed have to do to come back for game 2? But I think the answer is a bit obvious, you know.
I mean,
maybe
like
put him on the
what
comfort hero.
Stephanie mentioned, you know, they just need to put him on his heroes, you know.
Right.
Don't try to be too fancy.
Well, let's see if Bleed does want to be fancy. After a quick break, we'll have game 2 coming up next. Hello, everyone, and we are back for the Execration versus Bleed series, the second series of today, and we are on game 2 now. It is going to be a very exciting game because Bleed need to take this one to make it go to a game 3 if they want to possibly win the series, but they are bleeding a bit.
Too much.
Too much.
Too much for a game 3.
Yeah.
They want to have blood for game 3.
It's not looking good.
I think they still have a chance if they try to do what they have always been doing, like just
revert to the old ways, right?
just let Cotton do his thing, and then you don't have to worry so much, you know. Like,
it worked out well for them last season. Why
Yeah,
are they
it did.
trying to?
Yeah. Well, last season, they ended up in 6th place. Do you think that they look better or worse right now?
Worse. For sure.
way worse. Yeah.
For which reasons would you say?
Changing their play style, you know. I mean, you could say that they have upgrades over Play Hard and Masaros when you swap them out for DJ and Ice, but I feel like they should have kept that. They made the roster change, but don't change so much with the draft, you know, because they're changing so much with the draft. You know, it's one thing that if you're losing because of the draft, I don't really feel like they were losing because of their heroes. You know, the heroes that they're picking, they're just making some mistakes in the game, like macro mistakes, like wrong movements and lack of synergy between players. And you change in, you bring in new people, and then you change the draft. Imagine, right? You're changing 2 people, but you're changing the draft as well. So you're changing way too many things.
Yeah. I mean, most people would consider DJ as an upgrade, right? Some people consider him the best pause 4 in Southeast Asia. So what's going on?
You can't ask me because like I'm biased. Like I've been a fan of DJ since his name was Chrissy. So to me, he's just like one of the best players in the world.
The god.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he alone is not enough, you know, if the team has a lot of like fundamental problems. Because right now I feel like the person in charge of this team for the strategy, like the draft and the team direction, he's not really finding a right balance between how to use what he has, you know. Like he has all these 5 ingredients, how to make his cake, and he's using the wrong amount of the 5 ingredients right now. He has to find his measuring cup and get the amounts correctly.
Yeah, exactly. It's like Cotton is like, so far he's actually comfortable like being on the side, but then suddenly like he's the icing on top and he's like, oh my god, what am I going to do, you know, like.
Yeah, they made him the main ingredient.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we do got a draft ready. Let's see if they end up making the perfect amount of ingredients. Enigma. That's
They did this, yes, on Monday, the Enigma Alchemist. I mean, they won that game.
Beast Rubik, what do you guys think?
I think they're just like, oh, okay, Enigma, black hole. Whee!
Whee!
I mean, it's not so much about, yeah, sure, Rubik, you can steal the black hole, but I feel like the way they played the Enigma, like the way a lot of teams play Enigma now is less about the black hole. It's more about like getting the team items and pushing. I mean, he did get a pretty big nerf. So right now you cannot deny the range creep. So it matters a lot for...
Because the range creep level up.
Yeah, the range creep level up. So you cannot really do so well in the lane compared to before. And I feel like laning is definitely a part of the hero, why the hero is so good. Because he can survive on the lane on his own, and your position 4 can rotate and just pressure the other lanes. So for the Rubik Beastmaster, I think this is pretty common, like teams when they're second pick, like for the 6 and 7 pick, you will pick combo heroes or laning heroes. Either you do that or you pick like a hero that is a multi-role hero, like a Tiny, and you pick another support. But here they're doing like 3 and, I would assume it's going to be a 3 and 4, so that's most likely going to be their lane, and those 2 heroes are already very good against Enigma. I see a Spectre right away?
Yeah, I feel like they might not have the answer towards a Beastmaster kind of lineup yet. Like this.
Why are they picking the Spectre here?
Hey, isn't it kind of a sus opening?
I mean, it's good.
I was gonna say that actually.
Yeah, it's very weird, right? Like, yeah, I mean, it used to be good against Beast in a way because you can kill the ball, but right now everybody's going X, so it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. And even if, like, let's say the Beastmaster just decides to push against you, what are you gonna do as a Spectre?
I mean,
they already have Enigma.
I think they're having an identity crisis right now. Who do we put the win condition on right now? I cannot put it on offlane. I cannot put it on mid. Let's put it on carry this game.
But then we'll pick him first phase.
Yeah, but it's the 8th pick, so maybe you can make an argument for that. Because first pick, 8th pick, if you put your win condition there and then you ban the 3 heroes, I mean, sure.
Yeah.
But they have to ban Viper, right? Like, they have to ban a lot of heroes. They're not banning Viper. Viper's like the traditional counter. I don't know how strong the hero is in this patch, but he's always been the counter to Spectre.
I think like as a Spectre, you definitely can't like do anything at all against a Viper in the lane. But then maybe they thought, okay, I think Execration is only gonna put this Beastmaster on the offlane, so it's a gamble, some sort.
Would you say like Beastmaster mid is something too far-fetched?
Not really.
Hero can be played mid?
Actually, I feel he can play mid because like his access, the mana cost is actually like very low for a damage spell that stacks all the time, like multiplicatively. So I feel maybe they can put the beast mid, but then like you have so many things to ban out, like all the things that are faster than beast or like generally lane better.
I mean, you can decide last pick, wouldn't you? Because they have second pick.
True.
So they have the overall last pick. But it's rather strange opening, from Bleed. Very, very strange. So let's see what they are planning to do. So they remove Elk, TA, and Monkey King. The Elk is a hero that I feel like he's pretty good right now with the buffs that he received for the stun damage. So he's really good in the lane right now. So you have a pretty strong stun at level 1. And Radiance is cheaper, so you hit your timing faster.
They should just go with purple draft.
Not enough purple heroes.
What else do you got?
Bane.
Bane, Void. Gosh, Bane's kind of a dead hero, right? Never see it anymore.
I think that's partly because there's still a lot of micro heroes like crawling along the
Zoo heroes.
map.
He's very bad against the zoo heroes.
Yeah.
And so Execration go for the Phoenix, which is I feel like a pretty good response to what Lead have. It's pretty good against Enigma in the team fights because it's sort of like you're able to counteract the black hole in a way where he's black holing your team, you just put an egg there, or your team initiates and you put an egg in the middle, and it's difficult for the Enigma to come in and black hole. And at the same time, he's also good against Spectre because Spectre doesn't kill the egg very well. So they're gonna need heroes that can kill the egg, like Snapfire kind of hero.
Enchantress, the classic Dubu hero.
He likes playing the hero.
I mean, I think like this hero is good against beast for sure, but then I still feel like they have very severe wave clear problem right now.
They have a lot of problems.
Yeah.
They're gonna have a lot of problems here. Very slow lineup with Spectre and Enigma.
Yeah, they don't have someone to be in front,
Like a DP hero, like a distraction hero. I feel like they have to try to focus on lanes. They have to survive the lanes first right now. So Enchantress is definitely good against the Beast Rubik lane. So that's going to ensure that the Spectre is going to be able to survive. So right now they have Tusk. Tusk is also really strong in the lane with Enigma. So they have very strong side lanes right now. Tusk, Enigma, Spectre, Enchantress, and Execration is going to respond with Bat Rider. Bat Rider is really, really good against all those heroes. How did the hero actually get through? Oh my god. That's actually a pretty bad situation right now here for Bleed. They have no counters to the bat. So all they need to do is ban out, right? Queen of Pain, right? Or Puck, Queen of Pain, or whatever mid hero they can deal with Bat Rider.
I mean, I guess they could still pick the Lash if they want, but nah, I think after the last game, like, maybe not.
Yeah, because Lash is a counter, like sort of a decent counter against Bat Rider. Right?
Yeah, collect the stick charges and then spam him.
Yeah, but not for Cordon.
Yeah, I think he's still too uncomfortable for a hero.
If you want his comfort heroes, there's no Puck, there's no Ember, there's still Pango.
Yeah, true. But I mean, like, Pango is already kind of very pressured by Bat Rider.
Could it possibly be a mid Tusk, or would that be a bit uncanny?
That would be decent, actually. Decent.
But like, because they already nerfed his shot damage, and I think eventually Bat Rider will prevail, so you kind of don't want that to happen to your Tusk, right?
Yeah, you want to pick a hero that can actually at least pressure the... But there's no hero remaining, right? Mid heroes. What else do you see apart from Lash? Like, he's not going to play Lash, right? Let's be real.
Yeah, I know. Okay, this is like a not very stable react, but I think Wind Ranger is not that bad.
Oh, Wind Ranger.
It is a Storm.
Okay, Storm is also like, the concept is similar to Lash, right? You always get sticks, and then when he dies, you can just put Remnants, so it's hard for him to kill you, and you have to pull.
Yep. But like, I feel the main thing about Storm is you still want to reach like level 6 as soon as possible so that you can create havoc around the map. But right now you're against a Bat, and your supports are not really good against Bat, and they can't really leave their like selling cost. Like, they need to be there, otherwise they can't farm, they can't lane. So like, you're kind of on your own as a Storm against a Bat Rider, and like, once a Rubik just comes and lives, like, you just die. Not sure what you can do about that though.
Yeah, for Execration, so what carry? Carry against Spectre and Enigma lane. If I'm thinking about a fast carry, it's like some Ursa hero, right? Ursa, gives you Roshan, pretty decent in the lane at killing the Eidolons. Call-to-call matchup, if you think about Spectre, usually sometimes people talk about Lifestealer. But Lifestealer is not so good against, they go back AM again.
They're like, let's just let Palos have fun on this hero.
I mean, there's a Storm in the game, so
yeah.
He has a Mana Void target. Not so sure about the lane against Enigma. I remember in the past, this lane should be difficult for anti-mage, but now I'm not sure with the nerf, is the lane still okay for AM? And he has a Phoenix in his lane, so that's not it's not a very good lane. Anti-mage and Phoenix, that lane is actually rather weak.
I think once like the task reach level 2, like it's pretty hard to lane.
Yeah. It's very hard. I mean, the early stage, the way you play Phoenix against Task is you have the Fire Spirits, right?
Yeah.
So he cannot use the tag team to actually bully you in the lane because he doesn't have attack speed. But with Enigma, like how the lane will play out is I feel like the lane is going to get pulled back with the Enigma. And all the Tusk needs to do is make sure that the Phoenix cannot pull the wave. And once the wave is in front of the tower, they just need to focus on denying creeps, and there's nothing the anti-mage and Phoenix can do. Even if they cannot kill them, just deny all the creeps.
So let me ask you this. Mid lane matchup. Storm, Batrider.
Batrider. It's way more pressuring to, like have to wait on the debuffs to go off before you can CS. I mean, yeah, sure, the Batrider can't really kill him like that fast, but like he can just pressure him, okay, you come to the wave, I'll throw a napalm on you. Like if it stacks up, like you just take way too much trade for just those CS and you might end up dying, charges or not.
So then what does Corden have to do if, assuming that the lane is going to be
5-5 the lane, at least 50-50 the lane, and he has to try to rotate around to help his team because I feel like his rotations are going to be very crucial.
So I've got 2 casters ready. We got Richie and Avo. Got him. And I'm going to send you over to them for the action right now.
She's not even doing the handoff anymore, huh? She's just giving up on this completely. She already doesn't even know your real name. Seek and strike Dota.
It's true. It's true with a big N, by the way. But it's okay. We'll get that fixed for the next time.
Oh, it's true.
Get rid of it before he sees it any longer. We'll get that fixed. But yeah, second draft here going into this one for Bleed Esports. I do think that they've needed to give themselves a draft with some more clear objectives, some more clear cohesive waves for them to be able to play together. And I do think that here with their big team fight ultimates, they have given themselves that clear condition. I do like how they as well give Corden another hero, a spirit hero. He tends to excel on these, especially if they can give him some rune control. Between DJ back on a melee 4, a Tusk personal favorite of mine for his, and Dubu's Edge. It's a lot of star-studded, a lot of comfort heroes right here for Bleed. I'm hopeful for them in this game too.
Okay, I mean, it does look better than game 1. I love the Enchantress pick, not because it's just Dubu's, but also because you need someone that just secured lanes. When you come from, especially teams that struggle at finding their identity, right? If you don't win lanes, it feels really difficult to play because you don't have an actual game plan. You can't be like, hey guys, we're waiting on for the 15-minute mark. No, you don't know. You don't actually have that answer. And Enchantress and other heroes like that, Undying in the same pool, right? Heroes that can guarantee your lane are very, very important. So I do like this deviation from Bleed. I think Enigma is another one of those like easy lane winners. You don't have to do much and you always get lane control like that. So I do think they're going for the right direction. I am a little bit afraid this might be a little bit too slow against Batrider and Beastmaster, but we'll see.
Yeah, I feel like the Ench is supposed to cut a little bit of speed out from the Beastmaster, right? Obviously with the Axes.
Just go Axes.
Yeah, it may not fully work out, but might be something here. It's a little skirmish for the runes. Tino falling low, but has reinforcements as the rest of Execration just looking for a little bit more bonus damage. How those Axes taste. And another Fire Spirit for good measure.
Yes. Axes forged in fire and flame. I do think the Axes build is the better build anyway, so I actually don't agree with the notion that, if I come to the boards, Beastmaster is just playing a worse Beastmaster. No, I think this is the better build these days. I don't think you really need to push a tower. I think Helm does the better job anyway, and Axis allows you to farm faster.
It's true, but you still counter Helm, don't you?
Yeah, that's true. That counter is important.
And that's kind of where I'm getting at from here, where my logic stands, where you take a look at these 3 cores, Spectre, Storm, and Enigma. pretty greedy. Enigma, not so much these days. He's not usually played as your Blink BKB refresher kind of hero.
No, he's an aura guy.
Exactly. You get a lot more auras, but Corden on the Storm Spirit's gonna need, Kaya BKB at the very least on top of Brown Boots. The Spectre is Spectre, usually Ag Scepter at least before you literally do anything. So any amount of time, any amount of map control that you can buy your team to get to those kinds of items, I think is very, very valuable. And for Dubu to have that built-in counter, especially with Enchant being a little bit more buffed, towards its max level, hey, that sounds good to me.
I don't know what the Spectre's first item will be before Ags. It looks like Echo Saber by his quick buy, but I would love it if it was Meteor Hammer.
Oh, me too.
That used to be a build. It's not like it's a new thing. And the reason is not because there's some sort of secret combo you don't know about. It's just that it allows you to farm fast.
Yeah.
And now that it's been buffed, it's pretty good.
Good stats.
Going for Shanks as well, by the way, in the bottom lane. Jackie's committing to this. Shanks is pretty slow with the Enchanted Spectral Dagger, but eventually he gets away thanks to Tino threatening with Axis.
DJ did buy Brown Boots level 1 top lane. He's waiting to go in for this snowball tag team play. This was one of the new lanes, quote unquote, that we started seeing when they did nerf the Eidolons quite heavily, because you pull Eidolons in with you in the snowball. And they get the tag team buff, so you end up doing a ton of damage. No Eidolons here for Ice quite yet, but DJ, again, just going to good work here. It's a pretty nice matchup versus the Phoenix, who has 1 base armor, I think 0 without the 3 GG branches.
They shouldn't get the Eidolon buff, by the way.
I think they proc the slow then. It's something that they do, because I've seen it do a lot of work.
It shouldn't affect allies units, right? Only affects Tusks. So that's why the Necro build used to be a thing.
Oh, yeah.
But I mean, you are right about the extra snowball damage, and they do deal damage in general. So. In the mid lane, by the way, the Battery is coming to this kill on the Storm, and he will get it. Thanks to Sticky Napalm now applying a little bit of damage before he dies. He is going to pull the creep wave, maybe kill 1 or 2 creeps with this. Oh no, he's just going to push it out. But this is actually the better play for Bat anyway. You don't want to play on this lane with like 10% HP, let the Storm get your experience. You already got the experience and the gold from the kill. Let yourself die against the tower. It's fine.
Yep.
He committed to that. Committed a Fairy Fire as well for that.
Quick 1-for-1 trade there. But anyway, yeah, this build's still really good against the Phoenix top lane. Carlo is in some ways a counter pick with the Fire Spirits, like I think Winter was talking about, but it does very quickly go one way or the other, especially when you do have this Malefice, which is really annoying because it does kind of prevent you from Icarus diving away.
Yeah, Malefice is very strong. I think people are starting to realize how strong the skill is. In the Major, we saw a couple of Enigmas where it wasn't so much the Aura Enigma and the Eidolons, but just a tanky Enigma that used Malefice to be impactful in the team fights.
Oh, again, just basically from 100% HP down to very little, just off
He's
the
not gonna
right
die,
clicks. No, he's fine, but forcing out that little bit of regen will make the next skirmish a bit trickier, as DJ did his best there to interrupt the pull.
Tino's going for Boris, huh? Interesting. Tino, now slowed. Why would you go for Boris? He's even going for Arcane Boots as well. I know Tino loves his units, but against an Enchantress of all heroes, I would expect this to be the build you don't go.
I'm also a little bit baffled by it. I'm wondering if maybe he thinks this is still the faster build to just give the boot to Spectre, reduce her side of the map to farm in, give more pressure somewhere.
The Hawks, yeah. The Hawks are important.
That Malefice. Carl's at least able to time the Icarus dive well, so that by the time the second stun hits, he's safely away. I also really like Palos' build here, by the way. He is going to go first for that Vanguard on the AM, but of course you can disassemble that, which I'm sure he will. But this just allows him to stand and tank in the lane much longer. It's a huge amount of HP, not to mention, of course, the active damage block against Enigma, a Tusk, and all those Eidolons does a lot of work here.
You just gave him a stronger board now. This I don't understand, Tino. Maybe he's going for like 3-2 and he just took the first 2 points of boards instead. Because that would make more sense. Or he's just committed to losing the lane, like you said, and utilizing the Hawks. Because the Hawks do get upgraded still. And they are, I would argue, the only part of the Axis build that makes it feel weak, which is you don't have this incredible vision the Hawks give you when you max it first. Because when you max it, you get up to 2 Hawks uptime at any time, which is pretty great.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. Eager to see what and how that plays out.
Palos doesn't have Vanguard yet, though, so he tanked a fair amount of damage. Still has the Ring of Health, but where is he getting his bit booster from? Will he just blink to the secret shop in the enemies? Or?
Yeah, probably.
Oh no, his courier's already in the secret shop. Okay, that's the safest part. Is that way you don't miss
Lasso mid.
assets?
There's already a kill attempt onto Corden. Corden not yet level 6 and will actually die. The Vortex not enough to get him out of trouble.
when Bob pops off, it's really difficult to beat Execration. This is the team that beat Liquid when Bob pops off. You know, like this team doesn't take any prisoners. This guy is absolutely wild when he does well. I think Bad Rider is one of the heroes he also excels in, honestly, because he's really good at, well, going in. That's his strength is he has no fear. He's calculated, and he's dominated court in both games this series as well.
Well, so far, right, in game number 2. That's going to be his second.
Well, the early game at least has dominated both. I don't think the mid game was that bad for Court in mid.
No, there's still time for that to turn around. DJ's now over in this mid lane. That was something I think Winter and Aurora were talking about, getting the heroes to rotate a bit mid a bit sooner, pardon me, than they did last game. Dubu's struggling down bottom though.
Yeah, there's a Fate Bolt as well onto him. He's gonna die just to the magical damage of these two heroes. Tino with 2 points in access now, but because the board Enchanter stole, Shanks is slowed too much. That's the level 2 board doing work, and Shanks will die to Jackie's auto attacks. And Tino can't even kill his own board.
He'll get it, but here's Corden.
Here comes Corden. He summons another one as well, trying to slow down both of the enemies, but it's really difficult. And Tino is just going to die to a Corden that finally gets his revenge.
Yeah, indeed. So nice kills there. Lots of action down bottom. Top lane, they were just farming and stacking here a little bit. It's a big stack now from Carlo, who's now triple stacked both of these camps here. So that's pretty major. Ice says, oh, hey, howdy, and he's going to start stealing a little bit of these. See how much he can take, though. Does not have too much here to steal, and immediately gets himself stunned.
He almost lost an Eidolon there as well. They almost comboed the Centaur War Stomp into the Ogre Club thing, whatever it's called.
Ogre Bruiser?
Yeah, but what is the thing?
Ogre Smash.
Ogre Smash.
Oh, there's.
Oh, he tried to combo it again, but Carlos is going to die instead, it seems like.
It's got Icarus Dive.
Oh, he does, and he's actually going to be fine because they took away the mana from Ice, so he's not slowed by the Icarus Dive. Auto attacks for Carlo.
No,
He got a bit too cocky. They lost the courier too. But Ice would die as a result down bottom, though. They do kill off Tino, who's been searched down. Jackie wanted this kill.
Okay. I actually really like this move now from Bleed. They've recognized that mid lane's a little bit too hard. Bob's a little bit out of control. They're going to try and contest his farm and bother him as much as they can in his jungle. But the real action is actually just down bottom. This is Ice up to his old shenanigans again, Abu. You see Ice feeding? No. You've fallen for his trap. This is Ice drawing the attention from the Bat Rider into the jungle while Corden is recovering in the bottom lane. That's 2 kills for Corden now down here. He's cooking Chef Corden. The oven's on.
Yeah, okay, it's true. Yeah, they're letting him cook a little bit. I do feel like Storm, though, is going to have a worse timing than Bad Rider regardless, especially since Bad already has Boots of Travel.
Yeah,
but we'll see.
Sure, game is hard, but
it's about DJ.
It's about where you take it from here, Chef.
Okay.
Down bottom, they're going for Shanks again.
Radiant's middle tower.
Yeah, they are, and the Shanks is going to die down bottom as well. Another kill for Jackie. Jackie seems to be cooking.
Great. That's what I mean. You're rotating to your lane that's gone the best. You're ganking the enemy's weakest lanes. 2-2 now. Of course, normally you'd have that 3rd point already. I can't really be too upset at how Bleed are playing this. I think they're doing the next best thing that they can. Here they go. They're going to smoke now from this mid lane. Seems like top might be the objective.
Bottom Bob used the boot to travel to TP to a Hawk, catches Dubu. They got Flame Break as well to send Dubu back.
But the real move is top. Ice is going to black hole here.
Oh, he is, and they're going to commit here for a kill onto the AM. That's totally worth it. In fact, if they get a bonus, even better. This black hole worked wonders for Bleed. They utilize Dubu as a distraction.
Again,
that's all Dubu is.
This is exactly what Bleed need to be doing. They're really just giving Bob something small, a little distraction on the other side of the map, and they're running
a moose bush, if you will.
What?
And a moose bush, right?
I've never heard of that before.
Look,
and they're stealing a stack. This is huge, Bleed. They're killing it right now. Yeah,
hey, DJ.
Take DJ.
That's the other moose bush, just distracting him again. It opens up your palate at the beginning of the meal.
Ah, I see.
That's what it is. It means to entertain your mouth. I thought you knew the Chef references.
No, of course not.
Oh, well, I'm not going to take it down this route then. I had so many prepared.
No. I've only seen Chef the movie.
Hashtag Chef, you mean? That's a great movie. The one about the truck?
Yes.
That makes the Cubanos?
Yes.
That's a really good movie.
Good movie.
That's a good movie. I've watched The Menu recently. That was not as good.
No?
No. We'll see if this is the hashtag Chef. It's a fun cooking movie where everyone has fun.
A little bit upbeat, classic father-son story.
Or if it's The Menu, which is a hidden dark thriller.
Maybe this is supposed to be Chef. You have Ice, you know, the dad that's worked too much and finally taking a bit of time off with his Singaporean son, Corden.
new into the kitchen.
It's true. Corden's getting... He's dealing with all the socials of his kitchen, right?
Yes, he is.
Which is why he's a little bit zoomy, you know?
Yeah.
He's all around the map. That's true, that's true.
That might be it.
And Jackie is, what, the angry wife? Is eventually going to come back to haunt them?
Jackie is the... What's her name? Sofia Vergara, the wife for some reason?
Dire's middle tower.
Ex-wife, actually. Oh, okay. Tino did max access, so we were right about this, by the way. He just valued the second point early. And
yeah, but see the kind of impact is that his helm is late. His helm is late. Dubu's still going to be here to contest. Dubu's level 6 already, by the way, 3 points in Enchant. So this cooldown now on Enchant down to 18 seconds. It'll go down to 12, which is, of course, less than half that of the boars. So good luck. Dubu's stealing all the good creeps as well. A lot of work here. Corden, once again, coming down bottom with DJ.
Oh, Shanks. Snowballed. He's going to die to that Walrus Punch. And this poor guy, they're just leaving him on the side of the road. They're running him over every single time.
Thank you.
It's not that major for Execration to lose Shanks down bottom, but it does help Corden recover.
No, exactly, and that's what I've been getting at. And again, you're slowing the start of the Space Maker. Although Bob, he's going to do a bit of that himself.
He's kidnapping Enigma. Ice, now stuck in a sea of fire and flames with an AM just casually hitting him as well. Bob gets the kill in the end.
Yeah, and I think that's maybe now Bleed's biggest issue is that Palos is pretty much uncontested at the rate of his farm. And I don't believe outside of black holes into, again, like a spectral haunt, I think killing this guy is actually really quite difficult at this stage. It'll get easier though. Jackie is going to go for this Ag Scepter Rush. I assume he's not going to buy the Ogre Axe and he's going to disassemble this Echo Saber and maybe use then the Quarterstaff for the what's it called, the Orchid, I assume, with this kind of a build. So he's going to try and maybe jump the AM or jump the Phoenix in these fights with that kind of build. Back to remember the old Spectre that used to do that?
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I guess it depends on how fast the game is, because Echo Saber is actually a pretty good item in this hero.
Oh,
I guess if you could keep
I agree. I'd be surprised, though, if Jackie did not disassemble it for...
No, I agree with you, because I'm just thinking, what are you afraid of naked, like, Ags on Spectre these days, because it got nerfed a lot?
I'm not so much afraid of that. It's just getting to that Orchid as soon as possible to get the surprise blinks. Here's a play, though.
Let's see how long he can tank. Okay, he used the counterspell in time, which is now Weiss snowballing onto DJ and can blink away safely. And Palos even hits him with a voice line.
He does. I mean, he's having, again, a pretty phenomenal game. His farm is going to start taking off here relatively soon. That one hurts for Bleed, but it fortunately still gets Jackie over into the top lane. That's where he wants to be. He'll continue pushing now with the rest of the team. Ice as well has got plenty of heroes to play around him, so this tower is his. He's beaten, and by far, by the way, this tower down bottom, it's only taking about 500 HP of damage. He's really beaten this Beastmaster to the punch.
Yeah,
Helm is online, but Tino could not show with a Helm creep in lane, otherwise it's just going to get stolen.
Yeah, that's why he's just going to try to farm the Helm of the Overlord as soon as possible, which kind of sucks. This is why he did have to go for the Axis build though now, because now he actually farms fast enough to be able to, well, faster, to be able to get to the Helm of the Overlord at decent timing. And now he smells the Enchantress, she's away. They saw her mid, so he immediately goes to the lane, runs, wants to hit the tower once or twice before Dubu comes to intercept, but he's already coming with his own Centaur Conqueror. Can he steal Tino's right now?
Yep.
Oh, yes he is.
Yeah, there he goes.
He's stealing it.
He's got eyes for one thing, and that's the Centaur Conqueror, yep. I mean, and again, it's just super annoying. Bob's here. Bob easily has his kill, don't get me wrong, but it's just an Enchantress. It's wasting the time now with 3 heroes down bottom, while the rest of Bleed are recovering very nicely here.
Yeah, Dubu will die, though, to this lasso. They even have the Tumbler's Toy here. Flame Break. Primal Roar. Okay, they commit 2 ultimates for this, and he's still not dead. They haven't stacked enough sticky napalm. Finally, the Fate Bolt kills him.
Yeah, but Bleed and Corden and get the tower mid lane in exchange for this.
That is wild. I thought they would actually just do a twofer and kill him in the creep, and it's actually not that bad because the creep is still 100 gold. But instead, they just lost the tower. Carlos gonna die mid. Oh, sorry, top lane as well.
Enchantress's enchant creep is 100 gold. I didn't know it was that much.
No, because it's the helm creep, right? You keep the same bounty.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So you can abuse that to get...
All right, well, now this tower is going to go down. Bleed, they're comfortable letting this go. They've created a lot of space for themselves here on the enemy side of the map. Corden with his DD rune and his Kaya. I'm glad he went for Kaya instead, by the way. He had, for some point, had a Witchblade queued up. I think that was not the best choice for him. Next into the Lincoln Sphere here, and he'll be in a pretty decent position combination here. Lincoln's really strong this game against the Roar, against the Lasso, and of course against this Mana Void. Speaking of Mana Void, we should expect Palos to have a little bit more impact in this game now. He has disassembled that Vanguard and is ready with his Battle Fury. Straight into the Manta style he goes, but especially after the game he had last time, I think he's going to be eager to get fighting here.
And same for the Spectre, by the way. Disassembled the Echo Saber, went to the Eggs. Now, like you said, I'm assuming it's with the... Oh, you can't do Orkin anymore, actually, with the Oblivion Staff, so I wonder what's...
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so that build is dead.
I'm a boomer.
Yeah.
Is this what it's like?
What, you mean my life?
Being a boomer? What do you go
I mean, I
with
guess
this?
you go for Bloodthorn, right? Because it's still built into a Mage Slayer.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's a good Mage Slayer game. Shanks, Snowball, dip. Does he still have, is that the Centaur creep? Yeah, it's still the Helm creep from that he stole earlier. Wow. Sends him middle, Palos, they have a black hole, they got him, counterspell's not gonna help him against this black hole.
Very good.
And that is a very important kill for Bleed. We might have a third game Richie at this rate.
They might even get a tier 2 tower here. No, that feels a little bit too optimistic. Now I feel like it's Execration who are the ones not really playing together too much. They're kind of just getting picked off around the map and only really killing DJ and Dubu, which is, again, not really what you're looking for here. Corden is feeling much more comfortable now. He still is pretty low net worth, especially because the rest of Execration's cores are still farming. They're still cooking. But, oh, here they go. That was for...
Bob, just to stop him from...
Yeah, okay.
Getting closer.
BKB now for Bob, so maybe this is their go time, but I'm just a little bit disappointed that we haven't seen a Supernova yet. We've only seen one Roar. We've only seen like 2 Lassos. It is, yeah, and here they go now. Execration, they were just waiting for the BKB. That explains it. Bob's ready to fight, feels pretty unstoppable, and for good reason, especially now that Shadow Step's been used. I think this is now where Execration do have some more time to play.
It does feel like your Hum of the Overlord timing is very important here as well, because you need the Enchanter to stop stealing your creeps, right? Obviously, if you're playing a 4-1, which you always are with AM, you kind of need the Beastmaster to be more than just Primal Roar, and I guess Axes, which is what he is right now, against the Enchanters. Which is why I think they played so passively. I'm hoping they up the tempo once the Hum of the Overlord comes on.
Yeah. I mean, still, I think, you know, Black Hole's on cooldown. There's no Haunt for a minute. Get on this tower, boys. What are you scared of? I mean, it'll go down here slowly but surely, but really
do. Want to overcommit.
I just don't think they really have to. You don't have much to be scared. Look, Arcane Rune, fresh BKB for Batrider. Again, your team fight, I think, blows theirs out of the water. There's no Lincoln Sphere on the Storm yet. I mean, the biggest incoming power spike right now is going to be DJ's Blink Dagger with this Enigma Black Hole, who, by the way, is gone for a Spirit Vessel. I think that's an interesting choice out from Ice here this game. No auras, just Vessel.
I was not expecting a Vessel, that's for sure.
I really think Execration are a lot stronger. And again, they're just getting these kills onto these supports.
I mean, look, they really hate Dubu. He's ruined one of their offlaners. Their base strategy ruined by Dubu. And now they ruin him instead.
Yeah. Corden, he's farming up a Storm Spirit. He's getting there slowly but surely. Jackie, he has...
Might die.
Oh,
nice Electric Vortex, actually. Sorry, nice counterspell.
But now DJ is dead. Save DJ.
Yeah, hashtag save DJ.
No.
Can they get to him in time? Oh no, you see it right behind him, it's Fnatic. They took him away.
Oh, there he goes. He's dead. And they're going to smoke immediately after. Here's something that I want to see from Execration. Now, these big ultimates are coming off cooldown here within the next 30 seconds. Jackie and Dubu well out of harm's way for this smoke gank in particular. Tino finally has Helm of the Overlord. He's picked up the Ancient Thunderhide, so he's back to the Stone Age for him, for the dinosaurs. But Dubu, I was wondering if we'd see this. He has little friends.
You should know that the Stone Age did not have dinosaurs, Richie. That was long past.
What are you talking about? What do you mean, the Flintstones? They had dinosaurs.
Yeah, not in real life, though. Dubu? Telekinesis back. They really hate these Enchanters. It's Ictor all over again. Bob activates a BKB against a Spectre, trying to stop the Storm, but the Storm instead catches Carlo. Carlo still has that Supernova, and it's gonna be Corden, who gets cooked. This is the menu, Richie. As Ice now in trouble. He's been slowed, he's been burned, saved by the Snowball for a couple more seconds, but Tino has too much damage with his Beast. Ice will die, DJ will be next, as he tries to Ice Shards himself to safety. They have the boars on him though. He is not capable of making it up to the high ground. They let Palos finish him off, while they chase down Jackie in the trees.
They're kind of out of spells. I think he gets away.
Oh, what, Jackie, you cheeky bastard. No way. You gotta punish him. Fate bolt him.
There's a blink.
blink into telekinesis as well. And
Oh,
10
hello.
seconds. Oh, why did you blink?
What?
He stole it. Spectral Dagger.
Spectral.
Go!
Get him!
Go, Shanks! Oh, he missed the Spectral Dagger.
That's fine.
He has telekinesis in 3.
Oh, there's another spectral and a shadow step though.
Vision, almost vision. Someone's in the hawk.
Another blink.
We do have another blink. Does Jack FTP? He does? Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Vision.
Oh, Spectral Dagger. Oh, he went the wrong way. Ah, very close, very close. Well, still, it's a huge fight there for Execration. And that's what I was kind of asking myself is...
What a ridiculous
What took them so long to take that fight? I think these guys were really strong here. Mechanism, all the ultis in the world. They had roll. They saved onto it perfectly. Yeah, but they had Helm by the time I was asking them to fight. Helm 2.
The Helm of the Helm.
Yeah, I know they had Helm 2. Yeah.
No, they just got it. They just got it like relatively recently. This was the first big fight it took with Dinosaur. Because we were talking about
got 800 gold and an Ogre Axe already. He's had this item
that
for a while.
That was a great fight, sir. Okay, Bob is in trouble. He has BKB, but he's going to use it in time, apparently. Never mind. And now with the healing of the Phoenix, he'll be fine.
Really
he actually wanted to continue this. But realized without Carlo and the Supernova, it's not worth it.
Yeah. Now you need to back up. You've saved your roar. You're in a pretty good spot. Buy boots, by the way. Tino, come on. It's dirty out there. To move around a little bit faster and hit your roars.
I don't know. I don't think they had boots back in the Stone Age.
That's also a very good point because Fred Flintstone powered that car using his 2 bare feet.
You mean actual bears or?
Oh, hold on. Maybe a black hole up top.
There's no BKB on Bob either, so he's playing way too aggressively. He has a flame break, but it's gonna be too late.
He's dead.
This is a very classic Bob play, where he forgets cooldowns, and then he goes and does a really dangerous play, which you could do with BKB, but not when it's on cooldown.
We're into a lot of Carl.
Bob is Carl. Bob is just these monosyllabic names in Filipino players. It represents how. What are you? You just Googled. Rich just Googled Carl.
Well, I just wanted to make sure it was his real name. I had an inkling it was, but I wanted to verify.
I don't think Bob is Bob's real name.
No, he just thinks it's funny, right? That's what I was. That's what I was gonna say.
But Carl's actually.
Yeah. Carl's actually Carl. And there's Tino. Tino is extremely dead. All of a sudden, there's 3 heroes on top of him.
This is rare because he does have 2 syllables in his name, and he still did one of those plays where. To be fair, though, he did take a tower as a result, and he wanted to make sure the Beast Aura was on his creep.
No, I mean, he wants to take tower. That's what he's there to do. Again, and this is more space created, because we haven't talked about this guy in a while, but Palos, another... what's 2 in Latin? Is it
duosyllabic?
Duosyllabic. It sounds disgusting. But his farm is disgusting. He's got Basher.
Bisyllabic, I suppose.
He's got Manta style. He's big. And of course, that's kind of the beauty of this VIP booster or going for Vanguard early is you do get a really fast Abyssal Blade online. This item is going to destroy Storm Spirit. I mean, yeah, sure, you've got Lincoln Sphere to block one of the many things that ends up screwing you over, but now this AM can just set up anything, right? Because even if you're only missing a little bit of mana, that little mini stun is going to buy a lot of time for maybe Bob to close the gap for a lasso, maybe even a roar from range here. Jackie is
maybe even a Spectre.
By the way.
Oh, we'll see though. Yeah, out of mana. Jackie's in trouble. There's the Mana Void plus the Basher you were just talking about.
Yeah, it's that one's serious. DJ's here, blinks into the trees because he wants none of this smoke. Nothing he can really do about this, but nice pickoffs here from Execration. They do have Roche up, so with this Spectre dead, they could look to maybe set up a little bit of map control, but a big rune there gets picked up by Corden. Execration will scout it with the Hawk, but there's an Arcane rune here into the bottle of the Storm Spirit. That's a big one. I do really think he needs this Sange, however, before he can really go where no storms have gone before. And that is, you know, with
the backlines.
Yeah, the backlines. Because right now it's too scary. Like everyone except for this Phoenix has a way of basically ensuring that he dies.
Corden will tell the tale to his kids.
Yeah. One time I went diving against Execration.
Was it late game, Daddy? No, it was 25
minutes. 20 minutes against a Bat Rider, a Beastmaster, a Rubik, and an AM with an Abyssal Blade. Holy moly, an AM with an Abyssal Blade.
What happened, Daddy? I died. I got blown up in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, it was real bad. But Ice was there, and then he almost had Blink Dagger, and he's going to blink and black hold him with Aether Lens.
Who's Ice? He died 30 years ago. He's way too old.
Uh-oh. Shanks. Oh, and Palos. Abyssal. Here it comes.
I think he's just going to kill Ice at this rate. Yep. Storm finally joins them, but they bash Jackie. Backs in there. Storm did dive into the backline, but now he's a Mana Void available, and he's out of mana completely. They're not even going to use it. Corden just dies naturally to AM. Dude, what a disrespect not even using Mana Void in the Storm.
No, and Ice can't buy back because he needs Blink Dagger, and if he buys back, he's never going to get this Blink Dagger there. Bleed just barely mismeasuring the fights. I think that's a fight where Ice just has to say, let me go, boys, let me go. My time has come. My planet needs me. And then he leaves, and he comes back. Oh no, finishes farming his Blink Dagger, and then you take that kind of a fight. Because with Corden dead, now Hassan is going to be so much later. I mean, this is a huge turning point now for Execration.
You know the problem is, Richie? He still needs a BKB. You can Kaya Sanjin up all you want, but to prevent the Mana Void, either BKB or Lincolns have to eventually come out of this.
Well, he's got Lincolns, right?
Yeah, but Lincolns is not enough. He needs both. Sorry, BKB and Lincolns, I meant.
I just don't think he can afford to go for BKB this game, because then he has basically no damage and no mana regeneration. I think that's where you just have to rely on your Spectre doing a little bit of work for you here.
But you pop Lincolns with Fable. I don't feel like it's particularly difficult. Or Steel Spell.
You pop Lincolns with a variety of things, right? Which is why I also feel like the BKB is not going to help you, because you're a target that's well worth using Lasso and or Roar, so that either Lasso and or Roar can hit.
Wow.
There goes Ice. I mean, now this game just feels impossible, honestly, for Bleed. Ice, if he ends this game with a Blink Dagger, I think it's a personal victory for him. Unfortunately for Bleed, that's not going to get them to get to game 3.
No, exactly.
They are going high ground with his Aegis.
They need a team victory, not a personal one. And right now, I mean, they just look without options, to be honest. They have a Storm that's a liability at this point. They look immediately counterspelled. They have a Spectre that's doing nothing and hasn't for a while. And they have an Enigma who I don't think will ever get a good black hole this game at this rate.
Oh, he's gotten one.
No, sure, earlier, but like a real turning around black hole.
Well, there's a chance, right?
Oh, look, they have the My Little Friends.
Beat them, boys. It's called Little Friends.
Oh, just Little Friends. No, my.
That's what Ench says when she casts it. She says, "Those are my little friends."
Really? She says that? That's pretty cool.
I don't think so. I hope not. It's not a good voice line.
That's a great voice line.
Let's see. Oh, is she gonna cast it?
It's like sassy Mean Girls thing.
Come on.
It's interesting. I've never seen this actually being utilized well, but I suppose this is one of the few matches where it seems good.
Bonus attack. Oh, that's hot.
It's
it's Palos. Yep. Yeah,
Jackie,
and that really hurts. Yeah, because Palos beats the crap out of him, Bob, with the kill credit. Yeah, that one hurts, because now Execration just go right back down mid. That was just a farming Spectre. She wasn't really trying to cut any waves.
No. Just desperately trying to find space in the map. They still have the promo Roar, so Corden has to be careful. Of course, they need to cancel his Lincolns before that happens.
Yeah, but like you pointed out, there's a variety of tools that you can use to do that. No buyback either for Corden. He's bought out for this Kaya and Sanj, but does need a Spectre alive in these fights. This is maybe a lane and a half of Barracks at the rate this is going. Bleed doing the next best thing, and that's Ice split pushing back out top lane.
Yeah. I guess that way he can finally get his Blink Dagger, which he does have, so maybe this nets them a
doesn't have buyback.
No, and Palos has Aegis, so you can't really win this fight. But you can maybe win the next one in 2 minutes, 20 seconds. Not if the Enchantress dies, however. This makes it difficult.
There's
a Haunt as well. They're committing to this fight, apparently. And they are going for the backline. The black hole as well. Catches a support, though, cancelled by the Mana Void. And Tino, with a Primal Roar, cancelled by the Lincolns there. So Corden finally got some use for this defensive item. At the same time, Palos is destroying everyone around him.
Uh-oh. Jackie.
And Jackie will try to TP away. Do they have anything to bash him with? No, not lucky enough. And Corden does get the kill they were looking for against the Beastmaster. Even DP's back home. Not bad, not bad. But Palos still a force to be reckoned with, untouched this whole team fight.
Yeah, I mean, but I think that's the way that Bleed needs to play that kind of a fight. Like you said, no point in trying to really do anything to him other than maybe throwing a stun. Palos, okay, there's going to be a buyback. In goes Ice. Maybe this is going to be their turnaround. He does have Aegis, but the stuns, they're looking pretty good. No, okay, he's free.
Yeah, there was one moment where you're like, maybe he might actually die once, but
Magic thyself out of that.
Yeah, I mean, the voice line's very apt out from Palos.
It really is. He's good on the voice line game.
I did really
Or
think
should learn from him.
That was an excellent call out from Palos, though. Oh, and maybe even a free kill onto Bob here.
Oh, okay. Blink in time. Corden, though, how much mana does he have? Barely enough to get to Bob. Bob has a 4-step, though. And now we'll get him to safety as he TPs away.
They really needed that kill. That would have been huge for them. If you can just continue kind of snowballing your game back in control, staggering kills like that, that's a legitimate way to get your cooldowns back up. Because like I've been saying, Great black hole by Ice Ice Ice. I mean, again, it's just a shame it's canceled so easily. That's just the nature of the game right now for them. But, you know, I think they played that just about as perfectly as you can ask them for. Unfortunately, Execration, they've got the Gaben rune, the DD. Oh, goodbye, Dubu. Oh, just kidding.
They're going to go for Ice Ice again.
Got 3 hit.
That was
Dubu's
within the
next.
Abyssal. And now Dubu took a couple more hits than Ice Ice, actually. Tankier somehow.
Magic thyself out of that.
Yeah, but this is still looking like a 2-0. Execration just playing this a bit too cleanly. Once again, playing the AM like he's a bit of a faster core. Are we back in an AM patch? Is this what's happening?
No, I feel like Bleed is just giving them these games. I'm with Winter that there's a lot of moves that Bleed don't make, and the fact that mid lane always gets lost. Oh, DJ at least has Blast Rig this time to cover him a little bit more. Tino gets stunned by the Snowball. Pilot should keep on hitting him. TJ just dies as an afterthought.
This is going to be megas, but you know, the copium is that there will be a black hole if Ice 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 gets to respawn.
True, yes. If they black hole and then
GG.
just connect
No, okay,
the
never mind.
cables of the Execration team house, maybe.
That's it. That's a 2-0. Execration will take it in style here, dominating over Bleed, who have struggled to find a win here so far in the DPC Spring Tour for the SEA region.
Yeah.
It's been rough. They've had a rough start. Execration, once again, they come out of the gates hot, and they're looking amazing.
This Bleed lineup reminds you a little bit of ironically, the Fnatic lineup, actually.
How so?
DJ it's not a team of bad players or players that are making very egregious mistakes, but it's a team that seems to not have a very clear game plan or identity as to what they want to do. I mean, the drafts are all over the place, which you can argue if the team is winning, that it's a flexibility thing. But if they're not winning, you argue maybe they need to find them something that's comfort for them. A lot of the corrections as well from game 1 to game 2 are... Corrections are good if it's a small correction, but for example, the wide thing of I'm going to go Abaddon and then I'm going to go Enchantress, just like 2 very different heroes. It's like I'm just trying out things, seeing what works this patch. So the numbers for Bleed are not looking too great. This is just their second match. I think they can still recover. Some teams like SMG, for example, got really good towards the end of the season, so that's fine.
And Talon.
And Talon, yes. But I think SMG is the better example because Talon never looked bad, but SMG looked pretty bad in the beginning, and then they actually got really good. But Bleed...
similar to SMG, though, I'd say that's only because they were playing against Execration.
That's true.
Taking a look at the other side of this, if Execration is to be one of these teams that once again performs well just throughout the entire event, maybe it is up to Bleed, who, well, granted, have taken that loss against Army Geniuses, but maybe it is not so much of Bleed's fault as so much as that they've got really tough matches or that overall the region is just really competitive. But in general, I do agree with you. I mean, I think this team, they've yet to really find their footing. 2 losses doesn't see you yet outside of potentially going to Berlin, but they're going to need to definitely make some adjustments if they do want to find themselves booking their flights to go over to Germany. We are going to go ahead and book our flight to go nowhere, but we're going to go over to the panel who are going to break down this game just a bit more for you.
Thank you so much, Avarici. That is another Series 1 by Execration 2-0, and you know what that means?
We're ending early today.
Well, I mean, not necessarily, but that does mean the post-game interview, we're going to see everyone from Execration doing this.
Oh, yeah.
That's what they love to do, the wholesome interview. But yeah, break it down for us. What happened that game? Surprise, not surprise?
Not surprised.
Not surprised.
They can do better, but I mean, I think Cotton is just think a little too much sometimes. Like, I get it, the Lincoln, you know, like you can buy it for the lasso or buy it for the raw, but I feel in this kind of like draft versus draft, you just need to kill the support so that like it's not so hard for the Enigma to go in. Like the anti-mage can't come in if the Enigma doesn't come in. So you just need to kill the Phoenix or the Rubik, and okay, if you die, fine. But like your team will carry you through that. So I feel like he really needed the BKB after the Kaya.
So it's more of an itemization issue.
Yeah, laning also like a big problem. Like the way he lost his lane, I feel like his lane shouldn't go that bad for him. You know, after the lanes, I feel like the whole team kind of did pretty well. They were running around getting kills with the Tumble Ploy, Black Hole. The Storm was also setting up the kill. That's how the Spectre got really fat initially. It was top of the net worth chart. It's very rare that you see Spectres being top of the net worth, like around 15-20 minutes. So I think they played really well during that period. But after that, a lot of miscommunications in the team fight. I presume like they were not really playing as a unit very well, and they just slowly let the game away.
Yeah, and like we were talking about before the game started, that Batrider typically does win the lane against Storm Spirit, but I do feel like Corden did kind of recover as much as he could. He ended up playing with his team and not suffering as much as they did the first game.
I think the matchup between Storm and Barrier, as a Storm, you just want to not lose too much. Because eventually, as you get 6, you are definitely going to achieve more than the Bat. Like, it's actually not easy for the Barrier to go in and lasso someone, especially like they have so many heroes to stand in front and show. Enchantress, got Tusk. Like, it's really hard to go in and not get spotted. But as a Storm, you just fly from far and someone dies.
Yeah, this game just the Bat Rider got too much from the first 5 levels here. That's why the game became like he had a travel so early that he just went to the silence again so early. It was too early already, so it's difficult for his teammates to deal with that. And people just die, you know. The Bat Rider comes to the lane like, what can you do, you know, so early, and then he kills people.
Yeah.
And it has a very, very big effect on the game itself. The AM was, I don't feel like the AM should be farming that well, but because the Bat Rider is such a problem on the map, then the AM gets a lot of space to farm as well.
I don't even think like Bob was breaking a sweat that game. Like he was just chilling like, okay, I'll just kill Enigma here. Like he just knows, okay, they're all at the bottom jungle. I can just touch this Enigma. Nobody's gonna touch me.
Right. Well, I feel like we all can agree that Bob has looked hotter than ever. He's been on fire.
Yeah, he's been playing very, very well.
He looks so good.
Ever since he came back from like Peru.
Yeah.
I feel like he learned a lot during his trip in Peru, and now he's just doing wonders for his team, you know. Every game he's winning his lane, he's making the right rotations, building the right items, carrying the game. Like, what more can you ask from your mid player?
I think this is the 3rd time he's actually gotten the MVP out of 4 games? Yeah, the first 2 he got MVP and then this one again.
I mean, I think he deserves it. Like, it's such a big breakthrough. Like, from the last season, the group stage games until now, like, it's 2 different person.
So true. Yeah. Because I feel like Bob also, typically he didn't win his lane by like that much, but now he's just constantly dominating every game.
Yeah, his laning phase definitely showed a lot of improvements. But even then, you know, I feel like his rotations before weren't as good. Right now, it's not just even the lane. The rotations have been better. Like everything's just better about Bob, you know.
Yeah, King Bob. But it's kind of sad for our good buddies at Bleed. I mean, imagine to be iced that game. It's like Palos just wanted to constantly kill him over and over and over again. Like he couldn't even play a game.
Yeah, I mean, like he couldn't even get to a point where he can buy a big item.
Yeah.
Like a BKB or even like the Lincoln for the Rubik, some sort. Like he's just dying and then moving around the map because he had to, something like that. Because the Storm didn't have BKB. So he feels pressured to do something in somewhere else.
Yeah, the only option that he had was to just push the lanes. The build that he wanted to go was Mana Boots, earn Shard.
Try to delay the game, just keep farming. Because he had to get to a stage where he has BKB and Lincolns, you know, so that he's able to just black hole in the team fights without worrying about too much, but the game just didn't get there, you know. I mean, Spectre can only do so much, you know. Like after the early game, she was really fat, but when it comes to the mid game, you have to rely on your team fight execution, you know. They got a lot of like pickoffs in between with the black holes and whatever, you know, like all those small kills. But when it comes to the point in the game where they had to group up and try to figure out how they should initiate and how they're using the smokes to play around the map, it just didn't work out for them.
And Bleed are now sitting on 2 losses, so it's looking pretty dire, so to speak.
Yeah, one more loss, I think it's pretty much you won't be qualifying to the major.
That is rough.
Yeah.
They need to get it together. They need to look like a team. They looked so much more like a team last season than this season.
Yeah, they have a lot of like problems with the strategies. Even Stephanie mentioned they should be giving Corden his comfort heroes. You know, why are you forcing the person with the least amount of experience on different heroes that he's not really good at, you know?
Yeah. And on top of that, you already need the team to get used to 2 new players. So you really shouldn't change anything about your main players. You should just let them be and get used to the newer players and then like try and find something to
figure out one step at a time. They're trying to figure out too many things at the same time, you know, with the new people and then changing their heroes on the old players. So there's just too much going on the team.
But Execration, they are on a hot streak. I mean, it's not really a streak right now, it's just 2 wins, but it's quite a lot. It's a really good feat to achieve. But what would you say is their kind of definitive play style, or how would you define how Execration plays a team? You know, just what they look like.
I think for me, Execration is a lot about the vision. Like they don't care that much about hitting your spells like in a chain kind of thing. They're just like very aware of where they should be playing and how they should be playing. Like you'd see like they don't really have proper stuns, I would say, in their drafts, but they don't suddenly die somewhere else just because they don't have someone
The
doing
correct
that.
people are dying.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, exactly.
Somebody has to die.
Yeah,
That's true. It's okay to die.
it's like in the last game, like Shanks just dying, but like he's dying to like the most important people, like the Storm. He showed where the Storm was.
Right.
So then the Anti-Mage can just farm, the Beastmaster can just farm, and the Barrier can just farm. Like in that kind of situation, all three of your cores can just farm. It's kind of a win already.
Right. Yeah, I think Shanks also does have the, if I remember correctly, the highest deaths average per game.
Last season?
Yeah, last season.
Oh, okay.
So I mean, he's doing everything right?
I mean, like as long as your 3 cores can farm, just die.
Yeah.
As a support, like you can get carried.
Normally it's the position 5.
Yeah, normally it is.
Normally.
I see. You can get carried, just some free wins.
But I mean, I guess like they wouldn't really want to chase a position 5, so they like he's just like, okay, I'm the 4, you can kill me, let's go, something like that. I don't know, but like they really just play the map really well. They don't need so much going on in the map, but they just know how to play it.
So do you know who is Bleed's next game? Because
You
I
should
think
be
they're done
telling
for,
me that.
Well, they're done for the week. Yeah.
Let me check.
It's gonna be really hard for Bleed.
Geek Slate.
Geek Slate. I feel like that's also a really hard one coming
Yeah.
up. Aurora has a favorite on that team.
Yeah, but maybe I'll get to cast Geek Slate's game. Wink, wink.
Whoa, cast.
Wink, wink. No, I mean like on the panel, at least, so that I can fangirl over scam.
Oh, I see. Why are you giving Winter? There's just Winter and Winter's Angels.
He's like, get me out of here.
Yeah, he's the macho man.
Conversation.
Can we see the macho man?
No,
Come on!
not today.
Okay, when?
I'll tell you otherwise.
You'll tell us otherwise? Okay. Well, I'll take it. Eventually, right?
You'll never know.
Never know? Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, we also do have an interview ready with Shanks from Execration. Do we get to see them? 2-0! Yay! I see the whole team's not yet prepared, but how do you guys feel? 2-0, start of the season.
I don't know. I think we just feel normal right now.
Feel normal?
Yeah.
Oh.
We don't feel so happy because there are still a lot of games.
That is true. That's good.
Why is Bob owning so hard right now? Tell us why. Why is Bob owning every game now?
I don't know. Maybe Sophie buff. That's why.
I have a question. I wanted to ask you guys about this anti-mage hero. Is anti-mage like something that you guys have been thinking about for a while or like playing around with for a while? Or was it just kind of a draft where you're like, oh, it's the perfect anti-mage game?
I think we played a bit of scrims with anti-mage and we think that it's quite good in the matchup. That's why we picked it on 2 games.
You guys got any questions?
Not really. I mean, you already asked the question that I wanted to ask. Like, yeah, for the anti-mage.
Okay, let me ask. Okay, so can you tell us more about your team? Like one fun fact about each of your teammates, something that the people don't know about.
I'm not really sure. I think they're just all how do you call this? They're just all they joke a lot, especially Bob.
Yeah, five clowns on the team.
Yeah, we have so many clowns in the team.
Aww.
How about the new coach? Can you tell us more about Abeng?
I think Abeng is more of a draft coach right now on our team, and he's just trying to adapt on our playstyle right now. There's nothing much new, I guess.
So you're still doing what previously March has built with the team so far. So Abeng is just coming in and helping you guys with the same kind of strategies.
Yeah, I think we learned a lot from March. We learned how to play more as a team, and all the learnings that we had, we're just trying to apply them and trying to learn some new things with our new coach.
I have a question. Do you guys have like a motivational speaker on the team? Like, do you have someone who's kind of the guy who's like, oh, we can do it, we're so good, I love you guys?
I think the guy that I think that guy is maybe BDZ. Carlo. He
supporting
he
you guys.
speaks a lot of motivational words on our
Aw.
team.
Can you give a sample?
It's just saying that every time we're kinda losing is just okay, we can still win.
Aw.
Things like that. And before the game starts, we fist bump each other, we huddle
Aw.
as a team.
Execration is always one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's so wholesome.
Yeah. You guys have any last questions to wrap it up?
No, I am good, you know. I'm glad that you guys are playing well again. I hope to see you guys do better this tour.
Yeah, I feel like you guys
Thank you.
are like a perfect team right now. Don't really have anything.
I know, yeah. Well, that's it then. Thank you so much, Shanks. Ang galing
Thank
mo
you, thank you.
talaga. You guys are so good.
Thank you.
All right, congratulations again on your 2-0. I just hear them all talking. It's so nice to know that they're really like, they really, like you said, look like the perfect team, both in the way of how they play Dota, but also just of how they communicate with each other, how they react to each other. They just seem like teammates that you'd really want to have yourself.
Yeah, and you catch that? Like he said, his team is just full of clowns.
Yeah.
Means Bob was being a clown and owning it at the same time. Like, that's not possible, but okay, I guess it's just Bob things.
Yeah. I mean, I always like to think the best Dota that you play is when you're having fun.
Yeah. I
That
think,
is true.
like, after the last major, he seems a little bit more
Relaxed?
comfortable. Yeah, relaxed. Like, he kind of know, okay, this is what I need to do, this is what I need to do. I don't have to panic so much. Because last season, he felt like, okay, he felt like he needs to do this, but then, like, it doesn't look like he's very comfortable. He's just forcing himself on it. But now he feels so relaxed. All his movements so smooth.
Yeah. I think maybe last season there might have been more pressure because they're coming up from Div 2. You know, you want to be that one Div 2 team who kind of exceeds expectations. But, I mean, look at them. Just this tour, they're just, I think, blowing everyone's expectations. Crazy. Yeah.
But I already have really high expectations for them.
Yeah.
And they're doing even better
Yeah.
than what I expected. So I couldn't ask for more, really.
Yeah, and losing your coach and still doing really well. It's hard, yeah. It's
That's
really
true.
difficult.
That's
You get a new person into the team, everybody has to get used to him again.
Yeah.
But still being able to do well at the same time, it's not easy.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people also really like to credit March to their success, which I'm sure that did play a big role, but I mean, look at them, they're still owning. So it's quite crazy. But up next, we got another series coming for you, Series 3. We have SMG versus Polaris. So that's going to be quite an exciting one. We also have another 5 stack of Filipinos fighting against your country, Malaysia.
Bumi versus SMG.
Oh, that is true. SMG and their pause 5s, man. But before that series, we're going to go for a quick break, so don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Spring Tour Division 1. I'm your host, Sophie, and this is our last series of the night. We have Polaris versus Team SMG. It's going to be a very exciting match, but I've got my panelists over here. We got Adam and John. How you guys doing?
Doing great. You know, it's been a 2-0 day, Adam. It's been very fast today.
It has, and well, hopefully our third series does not follow the trend. Hopefully get a kind of a battle here. We saw Polaris in their last series. They had a good start to both games, I think, but they kind of messed up and well, they got punished in the end.
Yeah, like the itemization choices, right, didn't feel right.
Yeah,
I mean, it's one thing with that, and you also lose to Meteor Hammer Spectre offensively. meteor hammering you as
He
well.
had some good meteor hammers.
Yeah.
So you guys are asking for that struggle classic 3
90-minute games.
90 minutes, yeah, classic SEA.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, why not?
I mean, more Dota, you know.
The thing is SMG and Polaris going 90 minutes. For Polaris, the old lineup, sure, I could see that. For SMG, I feel like when the game gets 90 minutes, you don't know what happens to them.
I think we know what's going to happen.
Well, we kind of do have a semi-old lineup back on Polaris, sort of. I mean, Boomy's back.
Mm-hmm.
Classic thing from SMG that you see is their pause 5 getting shuffled around all the time.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think we picked up 2 of their players last season.
Yeah. But, I mean, the rest of SMG, I think, honestly, they are looking much more stable than they did when they started Season 1. They definitely look like, I mean, honestly, they could be a top 4 or 3 team, in my opinion.
I think they're top 3 right now. The way I look at it play, they've kind of calmed down a bit. I think Mid-1 underperformed on the first day, but I think they definitely still have that high ceiling that they had before. They were always, like I said, in a position to throw the game. And to reach that position, it actually takes a lot of good plays, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it reminds me of SMG in the last tour cycle. Around Tour 2, it was kind of the same. They looked pretty improved, and it looked like they could have closed out those games. This time, they're closing them out. Obviously, they're finding those wins. So I want to see them maintain that. I think having Paulson come back in has been a big benefit as well. It does feel like, and they've played with him before, maybe easier in the comms as well compared to Boomy on hand. So it just streamlines their in-game comms and strategy as well.
Mm-hmm. Paulson coming back to SEA from China, do you think that will affect the team's gameplay? Like, do you think he has kind of more of an input on the style that they're playing?
I think he has an input on his heroes more than how the team wants to play. I think he's kind of fitting in. I think also a big thing to note is that Paulson didn't come in as the pause 5. He's playing pause 4 right now when Afu is playing 5.
Yeah.
So I think that's a big plus for him as well. He always wanted to play pause 4. And I think the team kind of looks better right now.
Yeah. But for Polaris, we saw that last series. That game 2 is kind of a turn of events. Like you were saying, you know, the game was totally winnable by either side.
The game was won, I think, by Polaris pretty much.
Well, yeah. I mean, the TV was super fast.
Yeah.
And then it all came crashing down.
Yeah, so it feels like they're the SMG of Tour 1, you know? it's what it looks like right now. You know, which is...
Strong start but can't finish.
Yeah, it's not the worst problem to have. It's just like, you know, calm down, guys. We do it properly. I mean, he misclicked some buttons and they lost, you know? It happens. It happens.
It's so weird to say that, too, when Boomy came back from SMG and he's carrying that curse, perhaps. I don't know, like with Polaris, it's a weird one because, again, this lineup has been in this form. Like, all 4 of these players, except Akashi, have played with each other already on a roster. I mean, it's a weird adjustment period, I guess, because I know when CML was coming in Div 2 in their games, he was the in-game leader. You know, he was learning how to be that IGL and guide the team. With Boomy back, maybe there's a conflict of voices. Maybe both of them aren't comfy with talking again due to certain things. It just feels a little bit disconnected.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it was kind of last minute too that he went back to the team. It was like only towards the last week, so maybe they haven't got that much practice in together. And like you said, the team dynamic might be kind of different now.
Mm-hmm. But they've all played together before, so I think they could probably figure it out. What do you think about having, because I know this is a topic that is, you know, people have very different opinions about this. How do you think the strength of a 5-stack Filipino team goes?
I think Filipinos play better when there's 5 Filipinos. There's like an aura. They get better, you know, like Execration, I think is probably the best example. The team, they went through this phase where there was like 1 or 2 non-Filipinos, and I think when they changed to a full 5-man roster, it just looked really good.
Mm-hmm.
True, but I feel like the counterpoint is something like Boom Esports, right? Like you had Skem and Yopaj before the old Boom. And on Neon, it's a little bit shakier. When they reach Boom in the last tour cycle, they looked amazing. It's a weird one. It depends on the players, I think. Like the younger players can adapt more. The older ones, it feels like they do better in that old style.
There's also a Blacklist as another Filipino squad is not doing too hot right now. I think ultimately it's like your approach on the game and how you can come together as teammates, right? Like Execration, you look at their games and their interviews, their vibes are like so good and they like kind of love each other. You know, you can tell they're having fun, which is something really nice to see.
Mm-hmm. Who would you say that Polaris have any like standout players, like that kind of win condition player that they put the all in, or that typically carries their game? Because for me, I feel like on SMG, Mid-1 is kind of their star player, I guess, that always ends up carrying them usually. But for Polaris, who would you say that is?
Probably Mac before this, but I think with the addition of Akashi, things have changed a bit. They tend to play around him a bit more, and he was very impressive last season playing with, I think, Grindsky before he joined Polaris. And I think even in Div 2, Akashi looked pretty good. But on Monday when he played, he didn't look too impressive. So I'm not sure how the team's going to change things right now.
Yeah, I think there's been a change up because Mac used to be their win condition from mid, and Natsumi would be this super slow core. Like he'd play stuff like Dusa. He's like the late game condition, but if you win early, it's always because of Mac. And that shift in dynamics, again, one of those things maybe that's causing issues. Like, again, they did well in Div 2, but maybe the caliber of teams as well in Div 1 is just a different level of opponents for Akashi, who's relatively fresh.
Yeah, I think another thing I brought up the last series is that I think their playstyle's a bit messy. Like with Army Geniuses, for example, you can kind of see how their approach to Dota is kind of consistent, even though their draft changes. I think with Polaris, it's a bit more intuitive. Like the way they play is more instinctual. There's not really a full fixed system, but they kind of just feel the game and play that way.
You know, Mac's name used to be Lelouch.
Yep.
Just started watching Code Geass recently. Any anime enjoyers in chat?
I think he was Mac, and then he changed to Lelouch, and he changed back to Mac, right?
But why is that a thing? I feel like that happens with so many people, like Boomy and Savius.
I think the real answer is
Back to
that
Boomy.
you have a name, and then you do kind of well. Then you change your name, they're like, shit, it's not working. Then you go back.
I know the story for Polaris. It's that everyone in that tour for C did it. Like you had Motivate Trust, Jackie became Jack
Oh,
Boy.
yeah.
You had Masa changed to Masaros changed to Masa.
Gotcha
Fearless
Boy.
into Gotcha Boy. They were just memeing, and then they didn't realize they couldn't change it. So it took them a full tour cycle to change back. Yeah.
You have to stick with it the whole tour.
Yep.
Oh my goodness. It's like the Hustler and Norman also. That one always gets me in a twist. But yeah, I mean, this is going to be quite an interesting series. Polaris came up from Division 2 in second place. So SMG I think they were also 5th place last season. So, I mean, it's gonna look kind of tricky. I did think, I had high hopes on Polaris because of how they performed during LCQ, during the TI qualifiers. But I don't know. After
They did
Monday,
have a roster change, somewhat with Bok and Akashi.
Natsumi as well, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, after Monday, it's kind of looking like they're on rocky waters.
I think they're in the learning phase right now because they're, like you said, Boomy's back. They're kind of readapting. They're also kind of playing in a different level, I think. So they need to find their identity. I think they played well in their 2 games, just couldn't really close it out. Some minor mistakes here and there. It's kind of hard to learn from these games because you look at replay and you're like, we messed up here and then we lost the game, but it's kind of up to them to figure it out, and we'll see whether they have done it in time. 2 days is quite a short period to try and fix macro mistakes.
Right. Let me ask you a little bit of a topical question. So SMG, they used to have Boomy. Boomy left, and now they have Paulson. But Paulson is playing 4.
Yep.
Would you consider that an upgrade, or is it too...
I think it's very debatable, but I think in terms of comms, like John said earlier, it's probably easier for them because they 5 can speak Mandarin.
Yeah. So it streamlines everything in the calls. I am a bit surprised. I always rated Afu pretty highly on SMG. I think he always had an interesting take on the 4. And it's interesting. I think they bounce around sometimes. Sometimes I see Paulson go down bot anyway and take less form. But
I know what Moon told me is because I asked who's like the first 4 player, and he told me Afu and Boomy had a conversation about whether, I think Boomy asked Afu if you want to play 4, and Afu never really said yes or no. And then they just kind of pick their heroes, It's like, oh, what do you want to play this game, And then that's how they decide who's 4 and 5.
So they're kind of flexible.
Yeah, but I think with Paulson's kind of the 4.
I see.
It's funny because it feels like with SMG, that's what they did with Raji early on as well.
Yeah.
They would shift around sometimes there.
See, this is why you guys have to watch the CDPC. You get some insider information right here.
Why decide?
Yeah.
why decide?
Just leave it to the game.
Yeah, just leave it to the
whatever.
game. What you feel today, this morning you had a dream. We were playing Rubik. There's a Rubik in the game. You're like, I'm Rubik now.
Do you feel like, though, that gives you an advantage as a team because you can kind of work to your strengths when it comes to playing your favorite heroes and stuff?
I think it makes the game easier sometimes, but when it comes to laning mechanics, I guess for SMG it might not matter that much because they've played with each other for quite a while. But in a newer team, I guess it does matter sometimes.
I think it also goes back to how SMG as a whole operates. We've seen them flex stuff like the Coddle, Monkey King, so having that flex on your supports as well allows you to really adapt on the fly. I think if it's only the supports, it's a little bit harder. But if it's almost at least 2 of your core players switching around as well, it makes it really well adjustable. And for SMG in their first series, it worked out that way.
Yeah, and we've seen, wasn't it SMG who also switched around their core, like their lanes?
Yeah,
I've seen
Moon
them do that
played the
before.
safe lane Slark, I think.
Yeah, that's
Or safe
also,
lane Ember, something like that.
That's also not so typical, right?
Yeah, I think it's like you really hit a wall in your draft and you try to do what's better for the laning phase. But I think nowadays more often and not just because of how much people specialize in their lanes, it doesn't really work out, you know?
Oh, do you think it's more, it's kind of like a double-edged sword. You have to take the risk to do it, right?
Yeah.
Ah, so do you think they might do it this game?
Probably not. I think more likely we'll see the support swap. I think it also gives, it's a lot of their like experience speaking, right? Afu has played both 4 and 5 and so has Polaris, so I think swapping is not a uncommon thing for them.
So if we have to describe SMG's playstyle, what would you say?
I would still say chaotic. Guided chaos. Like they tend to be hyper aggressive once Moon is ready to go around, and then they just build off of that and shut down the map if they're allowed to. I think that's where SMG shines. Maybe it shifts a bit. I mean, one series is really hard to tell overall. What do you think, Adam?
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say for sure. I feel like they have a concept where they want Chidori on a farmer, mid-one on some annoying hero that scales, and then Moon is the enabled hero that runs around and like creates chaos with the supports on the map.
You know what would be fun to do is, you know that like the graph that's like lawful neutral or chaotic good or
They're
something?
just like down, all the way down.
We gotta put like all the Dota teams just in their respective spot. I feel like there would be a place for everyone.
Yeah, they'll all be at the same place.
Yeah, all the most chaotic one for sure. But yeah, I mean, I really want to get this game started because I'm very curious about how it's gonna go.
Me too. This is taking a while.
Yeah, I know. I mean, today has been a whole day of 2-0s, so it. But I feel like with these two teams, this is probably the closest chance that we'll get to a best of 3.
Out of today's games, probably.
Yeah.
Probably, but again, just the shape of Polaris in their first series is a little bit awkward. I think SMG looked stronger than Polaris looked shaky.
Yeah, I agree. But I think Polaris has shown that they can push you. So maybe they will take one game. I'm not too sure. I feel like today's series, like AG Talon, I thought AG would have a chance. But I think Talon had like, it was a very different Talon than we saw today, right? With the new drafts and the concept of Dota they brought in, which was really cool. And Bleed, which is a team that's hard to just throw to the side and say like they have no chance, you know? But after you watch the first and second game, it was kind of sad, I guess, to see. But, you know, like I said, they need time. And their next game's in a week, you know? Maybe you'll see some change up from them.
I mean, for me, I felt like the first 2 series were kind of no-brainers because you also have the teams coming home from the majors, literally getting to play against the best teams from all the regions. So you have that practice and you're just kind of working off what you can do.
Yeah, it's also interesting to see these teams and what they've like kind of learned from the major. I think Talon completely changed their playstyle. It's a nice thing to see. I think it's very hard for you to go to a major, you get top 3, highest C has ever got, like second highest, and you come home and you're like, they did something that was, they have a better idea of Dota than we have, and we adapt and learn to it, you know. I think that's like really humble and really special. I think not a lot of people can do that.
Yeah, and it's one thing as well that's it's like a byproduct of this patch cycle, where we don't have any major changes, so keeping that improvement from the last patch is still relatively good until we finish Berlin. I think that's when the next one is. Maybe
halfway through.
Yeah, maybe halfway through. Who knows? That's when the improvements afterward won't be as direct, but because of this continuous cycle, you have that opportunity when you place that high.
Yeah, and the patch will be coming around April, right? So
I believe it's towards the end of April.
Yeah, end of April.
It'll be towards the end of Div 2. I'm not sure how much they care about like Div 2 itself.
But before the major, right?
Right, yeah, before major, I think.
So I feel like that kind of changes a lot. Like, it's hard to have going from a patch that you've been playing for how long. I mean, basically the last patch that we got, the letter patch, it's kind of a band-aid patch. Like, things aren't that different. They still are different. Like, thank God we're not seeing any more Linas, but there's slight changes in the drafts and play styles and stuff. But I guess we'd be expecting something way bigger for April.
Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna get hate for saying this, but I feel like we should just get another letter patch soon. Like a bit more changes, maybe a bit of the map, and then the big patch should be after a major. Because it's really weird if teams qualify DPC and then,
No, I'm with you on that, because I don't think teams enjoy that, going into a major and having your entire playstyle just maybe dissipate. I think the last big patch adjustment we had in the middle of a tour was like 2 cycles ago in the first DPC cycle. I remember that's when Beastmaster mid became a thing with the Ags. Like that was the snap response to the new patch.
So long ago.
Yeah.
I remember there was one patch that dropped during Genting. Yeah.
But that wasn't major, right? So they didn't really care too much.
It's just
like it's not DPC basically.
Just the land, who cares? You know, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
But what would you guys want to see? Because, I mean, we can kind of trail off into just talking about Dota right now. So what would you guys want to see in a new patch? I know, John, you love the economy changes.
I want economy changes.
I want roaming to come back.
Yeah.
I feel like lane's too important right now.
Yeah, right? Like you don't get as active on
I think it was maybe Yapsor or something on stream, he mentioned like, you move, you get a kill, and it's like 170 gold. Yeah. And that's like, what, 3.5 creeps? Yeah. It's so insignificant. It's really insignificant.
Yeah, I think the last map changes we got was like the small camp disappearing, and then the economy change we got was less passive gold and then the flag creep.
Yeah.
Like there's some balancing acts. I want a big change. I don't know what it is. I don't know what I want. I just want something.
Change the importance of the most important things in Dota right now. I think it's very lane heavy and very like map heavy, like judging from the major. Maybe change the map a bit. I think Dire's kind of skewed right now. Yeah.
Like, because the Dire win rate is high, no?
Yeah, despite first or second pick, Dire tended to win. I think the outliers were like China, where it was more 50-50. Everywhere else, it was almost really Dire favored for the most part.
Well, finally, we do have a draft ready. We get to watch this game. We got to get it going. Thank you so much, Draft Ranger. First pick, Mirana. And no one yet.
There's Furion in the pool. Rubik's band, Brood's band. We haven't seen much Nature's Prophet in this
right?
I feel like in Europe it's like first pick. So.
Yeah, and Winter talked about that. We were having that discussion on panel. Winter was like, all the small changes, Gleipnir nerf, all of that, his stat gains going down, makes him less attractive, but I think he's still conceptually
I feel like what happened in the patch where the heroes were balanced. They weren't nerfed. They're not bad heroes, they're just not as OP as they were before. I feel like I saw this Eggs Furion with Maelstrom and he still did so much on the map, you know?
Primal Beast. Oh, Mirana Amber. Classic.
You've got the combination for SMG. You've got that flex as well, so you can kind of run it mid or safe, I suppose, if you want to that. For Polaris, I'm more curious about the Silencer again. Like, it can be aggressive, I guess, depending on what lane matchup they have. And Primal Beast, I guess, maybe covers you if you're worried about something like the NP as well. It just lets you get really active here. Has Bach played a lot of Primal Beast? I can't recall.
Not that I know of, but he does play a hero. I'm sure they run it on Boomy as well.
Oh, right.
Kind of a flex pick for them. The Silencer is kind of interesting to me because I don't feel like they have a need for global silence right now. And we saw this from AG earlier too, where they just picked the Silencer early and it didn't really seem to come into the draft. I like to see Polaris draft around the Silencer and play around the global a bit more.
Keeper of the Light Band. SMG does play a lot of Coddle.
They love that hero.
I mean, Coddle Amber is really strong. We also saw Mid1 play the Coddle one of the games. It looked good. Greaves hero wins his lane.
It just runs down and provides him a lot. Again, a little bit of that flex. That Coddle pick along with Monkey King, they flexed it, right? They went for Morphling in there.
Play what's better kind of thing. I wonder what Polaris' answer to this Ember Mirana is going to be, because it's hard to pick a Dispel now because you don't have a pulse 4 and not a lot of mids are too good against this.
Yeah, like you don't have that snap save for just the Chains Arrow. And again, with SMG, with how they play, they tend to go pretty fast. Once you reach that early mid-game point, like past 10 minutes, they go pretty fast.
One is super aggro thing. And it kind of fits into their playstyle. That's why I'm kind of worried. Like, I look at Polaris' heroes and I see this Ember walking at them and they don't really have a solution for it right now.
I mean, if it is like a Savius Primal Beast, you can't afford to just maybe like rush a blink and grab, although it's not the best feeling in the world.
Yeah, it feels too all-in with the global. I think you still want to be able to play your heroes more naturally. Don't want to force it that way. See like a Morphling kind of hero coming out for Polaris maybe, because SMG, Jirori loves his Morphling. It's good against the Primal as well. Could be a nice block pick. It's good against the Ember Mirana too. You stand there and you don't really care too much.
Yeah. It's not too bad as well, considering that I feel like you're kind of safe, at least if you've got the Silencer to bail you out if you get jumped globally as well. So you've got some bailout potential there. I am curious what Mac will want to take. Like if they're expecting the Ember mid matchup, you still have something like, well, Bad Rider's gone, but maybe his Leshrac is something they want to pick up again for Mac. They want it out there.
Yeah, I can kind of see it. I think you just want a hero that pushes out the wave and can kind of jungle, because this Ember is going to be super annoying. They're also banning for it, so the puck ban removed. Ember doesn't care too much about what's in the pool right now, I think.
Slark band.
That might signal a Morphling, I think.
Yeah. Fits
Tiny.
in. Tiny for Mac or Xavius now, though. Like it's.
I think they're just keeping it open.
Could still be.
It could be Primal mid, could be Tiny mid. Like they're just not really showing anything in their draft. I think that's kind of nice for them.
Yeah, like again, it's that flexibility factor. Boomy's very comfy in both. I feel like I prefer Mac on Tiny just from his playstyle over the Primal Beast, but probably depends on his matchup there as well. So it can kind of work either way.
Yeah, they need an enabler though. Both these heroes, they need a partner to play with, some like Hoodwink kind of hero. Or Skyruff that looks pretty okay right now.
Clockwork.
Some damaged addition. Clock's nice against Primal Beast and Silencer, and there's the Morphling.
I'm liking this from SMG. It's just very stable. Like you have a lot of activity, you have a lot of reach with Clockwork, with Ember and a Morph, and your lockdown in Polaris is just GS, basically. Like once Global Silence is gone, Morphling's gonna dance around. Once you have a couple of Dispels or BKBs on hand from SMG, it does feel like with these heroes on hand, you're not too worried from SMG's end.
Yeah, the thing about Morph here is it's really strong to turn into both the Tiny and the Primal Beast. I guess the Enigma's count, but we'll talk about that a bit later. There's obviously Hookshot to cancel. The lane is not the worst actually, because Clock and Morph can push in the wave and dive you. Enigma obviously getting the nerf, so you can't beat the range creep now, which matters quite a bit. But we do have the Black Hole Global Silence combo, which is something kind of underdressed right now.
Yeah, then again, that also puts Polaris on like a certain timings, right? You're playing around these two big ults, so whenever that's expended, even if you lose that fight early on from SMG, you respawn, you take the next fight. You're not worried at all when you see those commitments coming out from Polaris. I think with Polaris picking up the Enigma, it's still flexible as well, right? Like we've seen Boomy play that for.
Yeah, I think it's not that good right now because you can't need the range creep. We haven't seen any pos for Enigmas, but I'm not too sure. I think also people prefer the Vessel Rush Enigma now, so you kind of want it as a post tree.
I think isn't it kind of sussy to have Enigma against the Clock though? Like, wouldn't that be such a easy way to cancel the Black?
I think it's not easy to get a hook in because you have to kind of come in from the side most of the time.
And you have GS to protect. But again, that's two big ults. Two very big ults just for that
And you don't really want to stack them on top of each other if you get the right black hole target.
Yeah. It's a toughie.
That is a toughie.
Or mid one heroes being removed. Say almost all the bans were for him. Prioritizing the last pick. I wonder what kind of carry Polaris one here. Maybe some Terrorblade kind of hero.
Yeah, I think that's one of Akashi's confused heroes.
Yeah, because I think SMG, they have a Darkseer right now if Polaris don't ban it. And the Doom ban makes sense for the Terrorblade as well. We'll probably see a Terrorblade and then Darkseer for SMG, I think.
Yeah, but then you give this Morphling so many heroes to turn into, right? You talked about Tiny and Primal Beast. Terrorblade's pretty nice with the Metamorphosis, although I guess the Scotty timing also makes it a little bit back and forth there in terms of just pummeling into each other in the core to core.
Yeah, they also need a hero that can kind of keep waves out while these long cooldowns are on. Well, these long cooldown spells are on cooldown. My god, that was tough.
It's a mouthful.
Yeah,
tongue twister.
TB does give them the physical damage needed to get the kills.
I feel like right now though, I'm kind of liking SMG's draft better. I feel like it's kind of easier to execute.
Yeah, it plays into their style a bit more, in my opinion, just because your Clockwork and your Mirana are just super active supports, whereas for Polaris, I mean, the Primal Beast or the Tiny can be. The Silencer, again, it's been a bit hit or miss. It does feel like you have a lineup that can play with its early presence, though. So if Polaris does respond in kind and be extra aggressive themselves, then it can pan out, but the execution for SMG does look a little bit more straightforward.
I think they have very low committal spells.
Yeah.
You know, like they don't need to go in to do stuff. Whereas on Polaris, like you have this Tiny that blinks in or Primal that rushes in, Black Hole is global, you know, it's heavy committal. Whereas SMG is a lot of poke and like we take the fight when we're ready. So I think a lot of it's gonna come down to vision, which is why I like the Lycan ban from Polaris, giving them a lot of vision. So kind of curious to see what they'll pick here on SMG because I think the Terrorblade does look kind of scary if Polaris get it.
Oh, there you go.
NP, that's okay. I think this is a really good anti-mage game too.
Another anti-mage game.
I was gonna say if they pick Darkseer, Polaris can just anti-mage, but they go for NP. I like the hero. I think it's pretty neutral, strong. It gives them more ways to split push and apply pressure on the map too.
Yeah, and it just gives you a lot. Like, you can itemize in such different ways on the NP. We've seen offlane NPs go for Guardian Greaves sometimes, although the normal build is that Maelstrom, Gleipnir, Ags are in
I like the
very
Ags a
different
lot.
orders. I love the Ags.
Yeah, I think it's so strong.
Yeah, it's a very fun one. They go with the Ursa for Polaris. I'm not the biggest fan, I'll be honest. Like, I can see a lot of ways it just gets kited around by Polaris. It is a really good hyper-physical core, and there are good like Roche timings to hit. It can clear out the waves, take care of the NP shoving, but I'm not quite sold on it.
I think it enables their draft. So one point I want to bring out is that they have no black hole counter right now, right? Other than hookshot. So Aegis is something that exists in the game that gives you a life against black hole, and Ursa kind of takes that for your own team. I think it's also a good hero against the Morph and Nature's Prophet. You know, you can Earthshock out a Sprout. You can kind of man up on the Morphling. So I think the pick is not too bad. I think the draft is still a bit harder to execute in my head. I like SMG's draft a bit more, but I think they ended up with a pretty well-rounded draft.
SMG's draft definitely looks like a very comfortable draft for them. Like, it's heroes that you would see. Chidori always plays Morphling. Mid one plays Nature Prophet a lot. Looks like it's going to be easy to execute. Yeah. But I've got two casters ready to cast this game. I'm going to shoot you guys over to Avro and Richie right now.
I think she's scared of us now. She no longer does the hand.
That's right.
Handoff.
That's right. She had guns. It was.
She had guns. I was in the Philippines. Let me tell you, that's a commonality there.
Wow.
Look, they have metal detectors at the start of each mall.
At the start of the mall.
Well, I mean, it's not at the end of the mall, right? Because that would make no sense. You've already killed the people by then.
Wow.
Right?
Okay.
I mean, that's what they're for.
Wow.
What else are these metal detectors for?
They're to detect metal and other dense objects. As you know, metal detectors, they don't actually detect metal. They just detect if objects are very dense, which most metals are.
Oh, that's why I kept beeping when I went through.
That's right.
I'm very dense.
You're very dense. That skull of yours, man. Wow.
Yeah.
There it is. Mid one pause here. Right at the start of the
major. We knew it. We're back.
We're back. TeamSpeak issue. But the good luck, have fun coming out as for game number 1, SMG facing off versus Polaris. Did you get the chance to catch Polaris' series yesterday? Or Monday, sorry. My days think about Dota. I'm a robot. I turn off when Dota is not live on broadcast. And it's like, you know, I just don't experience those days.
Sure.
They don't exist to me.
I mean, okay. I did watch over the series. I mean, I wasn't surprised by the fact that Execration 2-0'd them. I wasn't surprised that Polaris is... Like, Polaris does feel... I think the panel described them as old SMG. I wouldn't say go that far. They actually feel like Execration maybe a year ago, right? Where, like, this team has a lot of potential and everything, but they lack shot calling, they lack consistency, this kind of stuff. I think Boomy has helped the team a lot now that he's in the team. But I don't think Mac is at his peak as much as Bob is seemingly peaking these days.
Right.
I think that's one of the issues that they're having compared to the Execration, for example.
I think what's funny about SMG is, well, I mean, you know,
I think SMG is peaking, though.
Huh?
I think SMG is peaking.
You think?
Well, I mean, not peaking, but they're getting close to the peak. They're almost at the tipping point. You ever heard that theory?
Yes. Malcolm Gladwell, which apparently you've told me has been disproven many times, but do continue.
What, Gladwell?
Yeah, Gladwell. Malcolm Gladwell.
I thought he's been disproven?
Yes, the tipping point.
He's the one, the tipping point?
Yes,
that's
one of his biggest books of all time. The Tipping Point, Malcolm Gladwell.
I've just read the 10,000 Hours one.
The one with the broken glass theory in it?
I don't know what that is.
It's about how if you start fixing all the windows on a street, all of a sudden, instead of letting the glass get broken, the street will like revitalize itself because people start caring about the street because they're not just letting windows be broken.
Oh, this is like the guy who drew penises on potholes so that they would like fix.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the same theory. Okay. Anyway, Malcolm Gladwell aside, but I mean, I think they're reaching the tipping point here on SMG. I feel like they found their identity. They found it like late last season anyway, and now they're just really, really enforcing it. I also like their 5 change. No offense to Boomy, but I do feel like they needed a 5 that is less of a shot caller and less of a captain, which Boomy was kind of, and more of just a 5.
Right,
like a Panda-style 5.
Boomy's moved over to the 4 for Polaris. We'll see how well that works out for him. Pretty deadly lane as well here between himself and Box Enigma. But yeah, that is an interesting call, right? The former colleagues now face off here in game number 1.
Yeah.
Polaris desperately looking for a win, I would say, and SMG, again, want to continue that momentum from the early season. I would dare say, based off of last tour, that momentum is incredibly important in this league. I mean, win isn't it? But it just felt like it was all deciding, especially for how deep of a run that Talon made at the major, you know? I do really think it's super, super important.
I do agree. I think C teams, they really do thrive on momentum as well. I think this is the one region. Maybe C and SA, right? Other teams where, like, if they're feeling themselves, they're playing incredible Dota. It's not as thought out as, or methodical perhaps as other regions. I feel like, for example, China momentum doesn't really matter. It's just about how strong they actually are. And Western Europe is somewhere in the middle ground. Eastern Europe is chaos. You know, there's not really much to be said. Team Spirit has momentum, but sometimes they don't.
Throw 5 superstars together, see what happens. It's either a 14-minute GG or, you know, they absolutely play the most perfect game of Dota. So perfect that Aoi 2000 downloads the replay and cries how beautiful it is.
3-3 refuses to watch it because he feels like it emasculates him.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Yeah, it's true.
Like that.
That is actually Eastern Europe, so that's fine. I feel like C momentum is important. In this league, it's particularly important, and I think SMG currently has momentum. I think Polaris, though, they come from a Division 2, so it's not that big a deal if they win the first match or 2.
No,
As in the top lane, by the way, we are going to see a suicide. Well, but in exchange for a kill for mid 1.
Yeah, and maybe that's slightly worth it. It does give first blood over to Akashi, our friendly bear. We'll see how not so friendly he gets and how quickly, depending on the build that he wants to go with, starting off with this Wraith Band. What do you think? Is this a Battle Fury game? It kind of looks like a Battle Fury game to me for this Ursa Warrior, right? Clearing the treants, more physical damage versus a Morphling, right? Just to help you ramp up that damage a bit more. And, of course, the scaling against this Morphling, Ember, and NP. Kind of a slight tri-core lineup, and we can call it.
Yeah, I mean, you already have a good match against Morphling, so all you need is to be able to keep up and farm, right?
Yeah.
That's the only way that you beat a good matchup. You just farm more than the other one. So I do think Battle Fury is the safest route. I don't think you overcomplicate things. I also have not seen Ursus go for any other build recently.
That's a good point.
I mean, I know we still debate this every single cast, but I don't think they do it anymore.
I feel like once upon a time I saw like a Diffusal Blade or so, Diffusal Blink, like some uber fast, just let me get in your face and eat you kind of bear. But yeah, I do think it's been a while since that.
I just don't like it anymore, huh?
Well, I guess not. Mid lane as well. I'm excited to see another mid lane Primal Beast. I feel like this is a hero that I don't really pay too much attention to be honest, because it's like, all right, we figured him out. He gets level 5, he tramples, he bullies the other person, he ganks a lane with Onslaught, picks up the carry and slams him on the ground, you know? Like, I feel like I know his tricks, but I wonder if this new patch has any new life for him.
Yeah, he's not a very interactive hero, right? Because of the nature that he just can shove the lane so effectively. Because he can both tank creeps in our tower, and he is capable of using 2 really cheap area spells with mixed damage as well, which is a big point. Not many heroes have mixed damage this early on, with spells, obviously. Because physical damage spells are really rare these days. And
especially because Clinks is a dead hero.
I mean, I wouldn't even consider that a physical damage spell. I mean, like more like Quill Spray or Acid Spray kind of spells, right? Or a Shadow Wave, whatever. But like, for example, you think about it, Alchemist is full physical, right? Dazzle's full physical in his spells, right? Same with Bristle Black. Unstable Concoction's also physical.
I don't believe Shadow Wave.
Shadow Wave is physical.
Is it?
Yeah.
God damn, really?
Yeah. I'm a Dazzle spammer. I know.
Holy moly!
I know my Dazzles. I think the ultimate is. I'm not sure about the ultimate actually.
Oh my God, Shadow Wave is physical damage.
Yeah. Moon in the middle lane, by the way. Oh, the CEO has just chained Mac.
Oh.
He has a non-compete now. Mac, where's he gonna go?
Canceled the
He's
onslaught.
stuck.
But Mac's just too tanky.
Have damage for him.
I mean, he's got 1,000 HP. What do you do against him?
True. Not even a Wraith Band or Brace or anything, just like straight bottom.
Just 1,000 HP. Middle one, however, might be dead in this top lane. If Akashi, cannot get that last right click against him, but 4 stacks there. The Fury swipes Akashi. He was going in for the kill.
Akashi is the person to look out for in this team. As mid one might actually die. Nice sprout there, saving him. Akashi. They didn't Coil and Blade in time because mid one, they'd put an extra tree there just in case. Akashi. They can see him with a tree soon. Mid one sees him just in time. It is nighttime, but you are still ranged.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what else is he supposed to do there if the Treants see him? Mid one just does the same thing and kills him. So
Nah, he was dead anyway.
Yeah, he was dead anyway, so not really a lot of good moves to make. So once he goes in beyond the tower, I think, unfortunately, that's a one-way trip for that bear, and he will fall. Also, a quick little kill there in favor. Nice rotation on through. They're going to be able to find the silencer in the mid lane just with the battery assault. Honestly, nothing Mac could really do about that. That leaves only then the Polaris Marana rotating down bottom here at the minute 6 runes. However, it leaves the CDR Chidori alone down bottom. We'll take a bit of harass. We'll see. If Moon gets this rune, it still might be worth it.
I actually remember when he changed his name to CDR and everyone thought it was cooldown reduction, not Chidori.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, rune spawn stop. Moon is going to get it instead of haste turn. So I'd say because the Morphling lives there, Tiny Enigma not getting too much, this is well worth.
Booby's coming. Maybe not. Never mind. I thought he was going to do something more, but he doesn't have a toss.
Doesn't have toss, yeah.
Okay, well, that's...
He's walking over to threateningly pick up a tree, but Mac, he wants to drink this water.
He wants him. The water's Morphling. The water's red. You don't want to drink that kind of water. Or so they tell me. But he has the pulverize. You can always smash it into a smoothie. That's what Mac will do. Takes the Morphling's life. However, Bach, he's rotated to die as he gets chased down by an Ember with a haste rune.
Well, nice kill secure there.
One of the issues of the Enigma these days is that you kind of commit to a fight and you're there for the rest of your life. And the Tiny might be in the same position. Moon lost his haste, but one more Sleight of Fist not even needed.
Moon, though.
Nah, he's fine. Oh, wait, never mind. He doesn't have mana.
Yeah, that's going to be the difficult part for him there. Just shy on the mana, no chance to get off a bottle sip in between. And I think Mac's going to get a bottle refill courtesy of Bach.
Should have just waited for the Sleight of Fist. He had him. There was no need.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, Pulverize? It's for the Clockwork. But Battery Assault... Oh, he activates right afterwards. I see.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't really catch up to that guy. And they're letting Boomy soak some experience and get some farm here in the mid lane. So not too bad. Paulison as well doing the same thing here. It's kind of an interesting moment while both mids are still kind of skirmishing. As Moon and Mac will end up meeting up. Apu as well closing the gap. Level 3 Battery Assault has boots. We'll see if they can actually catch him. There is an arrow. Boomy or Paulison just... Okay, he's thinking about it. Oh, there it
waiting
is.
For the Searing Chains. That makes sense. But Mac, the hitbox is actually not on his tail.
Yes, it's not. Nope.
His butt is the last part that can actually be hit.
Okay. It's a little bit unfortunate there, but it'll work out. Oh, especially if they just kill Boomy.
I mean, yeah, they killed Boomy Wrath of Nature. They also had a bit of a combo there with Pulverize now. They should be able to murder the Marana.
Oh, mid one.
Now mid one joins. The spread is useless, of course, because of the trample. And because of the Arcane Curse, never mind, they still catch up. Cogs as well, Sleight of Fist. That's 1 dead, 2 as well.
Oh no, mid one.
And Akashi's joined. He's level 5. He got the kill mid one.
In the Sprout.
And now he's threatening Moon. It's a very early rotation.
No, I don't think so. I think Moon's threatening him.
But he has the Enrage though. He's gonna be... Oh, not if he uses it like that. Not if he uses it like that, Richie. They have the Searing Chains with the Rocket Flare. Wait, the team fight's still going. Boomy with a toss back. Sends back the Clockwork. Throw the tree. Moon at least is capable of TPing back home as hook shot misses from Afu. Bottom lane, they use the black hole, by the way, to CDR. Chidori avoids the onslaught though, and now waveforms himself to safety as he leaves Paulson to die.
I have had enough of this clown fiesta and just TP'd on only to come back immediately with the remnant down
that
bottom.
Enrage though was such a meme.
I mean, mid one as well taking that. That's a little bit unfortunate, but he is farmed, by the way, on this NP. In case there was any doubt that this is indeed somewhat of a tri-core lineup, careful. There is no Pulverize for 4 more seconds. The Avalanche into the tree throw. Not enough lockdown here, especially as the last word already used. Nice illusion rune there, by the way, in the middle of that last fight by Moon. Is he dying to this Arcane Curse? No,
nah,
he's okay.
Fine.
He's okay.
He has Magic Wand too, just in case. I mean, he's good to fight because he has Aura Corrosion, so he's happy. I don't think Ember's in a bad position right now, but obviously probably he's the strongest hero in the game, or should be. He's so strong, he's actually considering the 2 blink downs.
That's what I was going to say, right?
One for blinking, and then the other one for show.
Well, you know what they say, you know, blink once, shame on you. Blink twice.
That's
shame on you. Don't see it coming, right?
Blink twice. It's a Morse code now, right?
That could be. Oh, there's the Wrath of Nature. Root, arrow, just throw everything.
All the
at him.
stuns, yeah. Don't bother chaining them. Just stack them.
I mean, it got the job done here, and now mid one showing up to this fight with Maelstrom ought to be able to push for this mid tier 1 tower.
I can't really tell if SMG has a plan like I was stating in the previous game, or if they're just fighting where
the plan right now is just general chaos away from the vicinity of Chidori, and it's working. He is just vibing.
Yeah, and this arrow change combo was really good. So good that Paulson just has to walk into the avalanche before killing Boomy.
I mean, that's just fine. Maybe they even catch CML. Hookshot on 25 seems a little bit unlikely. Oh, not unless there's another hasted Ember.
He just keeps finding them, huh?
Yeah, he does. Can't stop finding him.
That's... CML got found now. Found and exposed.
To do my best Avery impression, this man is doing his best Quincy or CCNC impression, just picking up all the runes.
Oh, right.
I mean, just all the power runes.
Gotta do a lower voice and more depression.
This man, he's just can't stop picking up these power runes on the spirits. I actually heard him do a pretty good rant the other day,
not bad.
which was true, by the way. I mean, especially with these kinds of supports, I would say both these supports give you vision. Clockwork's a bit more obvious, but I would say Paulison with the Moonlight Shadow, in a way, kind of gives you vision, right? Either way, they're mobility/map movement enabling cores. Hold that thought. They're going to go bottom now. Or maybe they're going to try. They thought about it anyway.
I mean, they have no black hole. So that was not a good thing.
Yeah, it seems a bit more difficult. They have mech. They feel strong fighting into that, but Afu, okay, he wants to dive towers.
He does. Global Silence has been used, and Afu is now stuck in his own cogs and will die in them, but Moon is coming to join. Arrow with the searing chains, however, the at least blocks the arrow.
That Wrath of Nature, though, I mean, I'm surprised they didn't. Oh, they did force out the mech, otherwise he'd be a dead man. What I was going to say was, back to my SVG rant, he actually said something that I thought was quite wise, talking about how Quinn, especially on these spirits, but just in general, giving yourself rune control like this just enables you so much for this first 20 minutes of the game. Because look, they have this mid one tower, thanks to mid one playing a push hero, and the SMG supports basically exclusively playing around this mid lane for the past 5 minutes. It's enabled him to just continue accelerating his game. And look, he just sees anyone on the map, and he's going to kill him. This isn't even DD rune active, by the way. Just super easy, right? And it's just so much more map control. You have Chidori farming the entire map, as well as mid one farming the entire map behind you. And this Ursa Warrior and Mac are forced to try and find and split the farm that's left between them. I mean, SMG, they're just going to run away with the game at this rate.
Look, Mac in his own position once again.
He is extremely dead.
And because this keeps happening, it makes the Primal Beast feel like he's not really a hero, because this is the moment he's supposed to dominate. So you're right, the Ember seems much more impactful right now.
Yeah.
And it's all because of his team enabling him. I mean, the Piranha Ember combo is always a classic, but like the Clockwork and MP you mentioned.
Look, I mean, it's a lot to do with the runes. Like, he's got a good start. He's got his phase boots, his over corrosion, but it's been DD rune, and then a haste, an illusion, and then another haste, I believe, have been the 3 runes or 4 runes that have spawned. And the illusion wasn't even a waste. Like, he actually managed to dispel the arcane curse and continued fighting. Like, it's been extremely fortuitous runes for him, but a lot of this comes from just having the rune control. Did he try and... Okay, he didn't try and go for the searing chains. I was going to say, that'd be extremely... with the amount of creeps left, that'd be a bold move.
I think Moon's feeling himself this game.
No, and he should be. He's having an excellent game.
Great game, yeah.
There he goes again. Okay, so we'll see. Maybe what needs to happen is Polaris needs to show up in numbers to contest these runes. I think they need to stop SMG from just grabbing every single rune, because it opens up the whole map for Moon.
I mean, any play out at this point I would take, but look, Paulson is going to block the smoke, it seems like. Boomy runs right into it. Sure, you can kill Paulson, but it's a waste of a smoke.
That could be something.
That's much better. If they can get Moon, this would be huge.
No avalanche, though.
Great onslaught from Mac. And a good timing on the Global Silence. That was on point. Polaris
really good stuff. And 2 big items just got purchased immediately, by the way.
They missed the hook shot.
Good hook shot. Yeah, Mac turned around to farm a creep wave, and it saved his life. He's got Blink Dagger now coming to him on Mac. And most importantly for Akashi, Battle Fury is online. So they are starting to get their items going here. Bach as well with full Guardian Greaves. So they are going to be able to actually get a lot more aggressive here, starting from that nice Global Silence. So that's what I mean. They just needed to make some play, ideally onto the Ember. They do exactly that. Now perhaps they can finally give the boot to this Morphin. Chidori has been just chilling in this bottom lane, and he's been farming a fair amount, but he's been very comfortable. It's time to give him the boot.
Yeah, the fact that this tower is still up with an Enigma in the pool, like, it represents a lot. Moon gets found out. They're trying to go for Chidori. No, it's going to be Moon. That's the target. They cancel the black hole in time. Gleipnir, counter initiation from mid one. The Polaris are not Clockwork, not going to be too impactful. You already activated Battery Assault anyway. Wait for Chidori, and they want to kill the Enigma first. Bach finally falls. As in the backlines, they do start mid one. So it does seem to be a pretty fair trade for now, until they get Boomy, and now maybe the Bear. What's going to happen here? Chidori, no longer a tiny form, actually gets onslaughted. The hook should have canceled this, and that's gonna save him and get 3 kills at once there. Incredible play from the Clockwork. Afu deserves all the credit for this fight.
Moon with a good amount as well. I would say the same for Paulison, who does manage to leap in there, landing a couple nice arrows and a big old Starstorm. But I think biggest credit there for me personally is Chidori. The wherewithal
really,
to just know.
Chidori, not Afu.
Yeah, because he's there fighting in the first place, and he makes such a huge difference in that fight. He saves the life of Moon. Check this out, that avalanche. You'll
Who
notice
canceled the black hole? Did you see?
It was Chidori. That's what I was going to get to. He morphed into tiny form and immediately canceled that avalanche. Then Moon's around in the fight. He's setting up everything with his sleight of fist cheering chains. Cheering chains. Cheering chains. He's jumping around here. He kind of baits out the Ursa warrior as well. Oh no, we're dead. Nope, says Afu. Jumps right back on in there. It's really a whole team effort, but I think Chidori with a real heads-up move there. Can they kill Chidori here? Global silence? Oh, maybe.
Yeah, he's gonna die to the pulverize.
All right, nicely done.
He stayed there a little bit too long. After all, it is becoming the dead lane whether this tower falls or not at this point. They're committing too many resources to it. But they got so much out of it, it's not that big a deal, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, mid one has a full Gleipnir already. They're going to throw a hookshot onto Kashi if they see him, and Moon has a DD as well as a Yule Scepter. A phenomenal item, of course, for kiting around a bear.
Oh, hookshot as well. They're gonna Cogs push him. Nope, not even needed. They just maximize the damage with that rocket flare, and instead they rotate to the top lane where Boomy has been found with a Sprout. Gleipnir as well, keeping Boomy in place. Running towards them is the Mirana. Paulson is gonna use a scouting arrow. It seems like now. Finally off cooldown. Boomy. Oh,
he jumped into the Sprout.
He jumped into the Sprout, which of course gets vision. And they don't even require the arrow because the sleight of fist finishes him off with double damage.
He was like a cat to a box, just couldn't help himself, just jumped right in there.
Except in this case, you knew exactly if Tiny was dead or alive.
Yeah, that's true. They didn't even need to open it. He was dead, mostly because Sprout grants vision, of course.
It does give also aerial vision around it, which is why he used it.
Yep.
So between that and the arrow and the rocket flare, which probably was coming as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was just kind of funny that he jumped in there.
No, 100%, yeah. And he doesn't see it, of course.
No. Not until he's inside.
Yes, then he sees the Sprout.
Then he sees
Why?
him.
What is this weird ring of trees? I don't remember them.
Moon is giving chase here. Might be able to find Bach, especially if he wants to go further. But there's still a tier 1 tower up for Polaris. Global silence, well, it's not yet available, but there are heroes missing off the map. This could be a moment. Moon may have gone a step too far.
Okay, just the warding here. Polaris does not have the global silence.
No.
So what are they playing on?
They'll have it in 20 seconds. A blink pulverize here out from smoke.
Okay.
It's not an impossible kill, I would say.
But the Roche is falling for SMG.
Yes, it is. Not the team that, well, maybe you thought they'd be taking Roche first. It's not unrealistic with these teams, but obviously not what Akashi was hoping for. He is going to be left. Of course, second row Roche, and that X shard is most important for him, but that's a 16, make that 18-minute Aegis for Chidori. He is very, very comfortable in this game, and they're going to go try and kill Boomy.
Okay. With the help of mid one, perhaps. Wrath of Nature first. Boomy still stuck in the cogs. Not even trying to break things. His attack speed is too slow. Gleipnir. Now they do dispel the Gleipnir immediately, which allows Bach to help out. And in fact, with the Malefice, they're able to kill off Afu. They push him back with the Onslaught. And put him back into the Midnight Pulse.
I saw a Meteor Hammer get channeled there for a second. Am I losing it?
I think you are.
Someone have Meteor Hammer?
No, that's what the Onslaught looks like with the...
oh, really? It looked exactly like Meteor Hammer.
Yeah, the beginning of the channel? Yeah.
I'm just seeing Meteor Hammer everywhere, man. I go to sleep, I wake up, Meteor Hammer.
My last game had 4 Meteor Hammers on my team alone.
And it was crazy because I built 3 of them in my own inventory. Someone else built one too.
That was a Warlock game I saw recently on Reddit. Someone built 3 Meteor Hammers on Warlock. Which makes sense because, you know, Golem, Meteor.
Yeah, the stats are just too good, honestly.
Right.
If only you could channel 2 things at the same time. Could you imagine Upheaval, which does a lot of damage, by the way?
Yeah, have you seen the Upheaval first build?
Yes, of course. I love it. I was always doing that. As soon as it got damaged, I was like, this is the biggest meme I've ever seen.
Ari was telling me about this at the Major, and he's like, I think they're going to do this. And they did exactly that when they picked the Warlock first. Pretty wild.
And then it lost.
No, they won the first game.
Oh, really?
The Warlock leaned in the first one, yeah. Afterwards, they lost.
Oh, well.
That was Talon, by the way, guys. So that's why it's relevant to the C conversation. We're not just making random rambles. No. That's not what we do in a cast.
Definitely not.
If anything, people call our cast very structured.
I think the only cast that's perhaps more structured is the ones that you and Jenkins
I knew you were going to say that. The chaotic one is being Winter. As hookshot finds CML.
Perfect target.
Cogs push back into the arrow.
Yep.
Extra style points for that.
Another rune, by the way, for Moon. I think He's only lost one after they killed him, and it was a regen rune taken by a support from Polaris, so not even too impactful. This Arcane rune, I don't know if they can really go for a tier 2. They have an Aegis on Chidori, but he's not really that
Avatar's
big.
back. Okay, into the onslaught. They've done this combo before, and it doesn't seem to be greatest combo, but it's fun.
That's Ags, actually, for mid 1, by the way.
Oh, and revealed as well.
Mm-hmm. So
he has
everyone got rid. I still don't know if this is really necessary for SMG. They're 5k up, which isn't a ton. This Ursa will continue to scale and has a good core-to-core, but it feels like you have a lot of ways to control this bear. I don't know if I were Afu, I would probably want to 4-staff this game over the Lincolns, or sorry, the Lotus. I suppose Lotus is going to be for dispelling the silence, which fair enough. In that case, I might consider a Yule Scepter instead, which plays a very similar role this game against the Ursa Warrior and would make 2. More expensive item though, well, you can't use it to dispel your cores, right? Which is why the Lotus is generally preferred, has a nicer build-up as well.
Also, it's immediate. And that's the point to be made, because he's as they might kill Chidori here, you don't have to be shifted in time. They pulverize him, they use all their spells on him, doesn't want the style for a single spell, and apparently doesn't even need it. He actually waveforms instead, and in fact, they think they can go on the enemy team now. They kill CML, mid 1 joins as well, and we've already used Grief, so Bok can't dispel it just yet. Wrath of Nature also been committed. Can someone cancel his TP? Bok! There we go. Hookshot plus Searing Chains will guarantee he stays here with the fam to play.
Yep. Rocket Player is going to let SMG know that there are no more heroes here in the area for them to go hunting for, but that's what happens when you aim for the king and you miss. Chidori does not care. I even thought he was going to pop the Manta, turn into Primal Beast, and just charge at them, to be honest, as I thought what the play was going to make. SMG, they're just really feeling themselves, and I thought that's why mid 1 went in so deep, but it looked real good for them there.
Sorry, I just wanted to finish quickly the point of Lotus Orb.
Yeah.
It's because it's immediate and you want to cancel Black Hole with Clockwork. That's his only role in this game. Like, at a certain point, he's going to be the Black Hole canceller, and once the Yuma gets BKB.
I see that. I would still... Okay, I mean, I guess Polison's building up the 4-staff. Yeah, it's not bad. I love Yules against bears.
Yeah, me too. I agree with you. It's just that he needs to do it for Black Hole. Like, I guarantee you that's what he's thinking. As in, Moon gets killed in the mid lane, but Chidori's still fighting this, hoping to finish up Boomy, and he does. They've actually let the Ursa go. He did TP in time. So Akashi will be fine.
Arrow in a couple of seconds, but the Eidolon's here to tank, and Mac is maybe thinking about blinking back in. Has a haste rune. Lots of damage there on that trample, and a pulverize, but with the haste expiring and Chidori now showing with still, well, only 20 seconds left on Aegis. Maybe not how he drew it up there, but is able to nuke most of the wave, and the last word as well will dismantle the rest. No black hole necessary, by the way, for that kill onto Moon. It was simply just a global into a blink in by Mac and plenty of damage being dealt there. So Akashi's able to run interference, does manage to buy his BKB now on top of the blink dagger. Aegis is reclaimed. Could be a moment now for Polaris to try and get a foothold back in this game.
Yeah, even though they are, like you said, AK below, it doesn't seem like they're that down. The Primal Beast needs to find a use in this game, but honestly, as long as you have Pulverize, I think it's fine. He did rush the Blink Dagger, and because you always have the good core-to-core matchup plus an Enigma, I mean, their team fight looks overwhelmingly better once you get into the late game, right? Because you have two big ultimates, team fights are much more spread out in the late game, you can't really fight between them. And with a Black Hole plus Silence, you pretty much guarantee anything.
Yeah, and I also think it becomes a little bit difficult to actually kill this Ursa Warrior. I think kiting him is not a problem, which is why I still like more and more of those 4-staffs. Just dismantle the rest of his team, and then you can focus back onto him.
Right.
But I do think killing Ursa in the middle of these fights is going to be rather difficult here, especially if Akashi can try and stay a little bit closer to the rest of his team, or maybe his team needs to stay closer to him. Either way, they're going to smoke now double BKB, one on Mac, one on the Ursa Warrior. Bach without one, but it has his Blink Black Hole. Only thing they're fighting without here, at least out for the next 15 seconds, is a global silence.
Will be, ooh, the Avalanche doesn't quite find what they were looking for, and Ember should have a run in right. The Black Hole! They were trying to toss him into it, but it didn't work out. And now they have to use a Pulverize, but the Pulverize is in an awkward positioning. Moon can still get away. All the BKBs have been committed by Polaris, and only Afu's died. They're trying to regroup under the tower, but they have no resources here. All they need to do right now, if you're SMG, is heal back up, go again.
Yeah, with the important note that even without BKBs, having a global against Moon could still spell disaster. But in general, I agree. I would want to be a little bit more restrained. The way I read this is, okay, no black hole for another 2 minutes. We could have Roche up by then. Very realistic. Let's hold on to our horses, release them into the Roche pit, hope to get the second Aegis away from Akashi, and then play a little bit more aggressively from there. I think that might be the move here, but Polaris actually are the ones trying to be a bit more aggressive.
The series change for Akashi. Global Silence now gets committed. The one you talked about, Richie, and they have no dispels, which means they just have to wait it out. And apparently, that strategy is working. Akashi still in trouble. No enrage this time. Is just gonna die. They're not afraid of the Enigma. They're just trying to kill him in time, and Buck will fall in the trees as Mac, the final target, gets hit by his clone and dies as well. 3 cores, 3 corpses as Boomy goes into the trees, tries to avoid being seen, and will succeed because there's nothing to cancel his TP.
Yeah. Pretty good stuff there. I think there's one more fight going on. Moon is hunting down for CML, who tried to go to the Ancients, but is still going to be taken down instead by Mid-1. 4-4-2 trade with both supports from SMG, dying in exchange for nearly everyone else on the side of Polaris is exactly what they were dreaming of. Very bold move from Polaris. I have to respect the play there to try and maybe find a quick little pick-off there onto the Ember Spirit. But like I said, Moon having this Eul Scepter first item, you know, even before the Maelstrom, it gets him out of that situation extremely easily versus the Ursa, right? Even if you're enraged, but of course, flight time is not reduced by status resist at all. So you spend the full 2.5 seconds up in the air, and that's more than enough time for Moon to become unsilenced and then turn the fight with the rest of his boys.
Yep, which is a wild call as well to not just dispel himself immediately, right? It was the right one for sure. As we get a double root onto Boomy, now the Yules, and then we might have a third one. No, there's no arrow, nothing in the way.
Again, I think the name of the game for them is just take second Roche. It's super important against this kind of Ursa kind of a lineup. I think SMG are doing the right things here by not really overextending. They know now that they're playing from a bit of position of strength. For how much longer, though, is the question. Well, until Black Hole and Global Silence are both online again, which is only going to be in another 10 to 15 seconds. Closer to 20, pardon me. However, Chidori is still feeling quite strong himself, has a BKB now, so he is much better. Now he has double dispels, right? So now he can actually start focusing on building damage items, whether or not he wants to go, I don't know, a Daedalus or potentially a Scotty.
Scotty looks good this game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like you're lacking damage. You seem to be killing them really quickly.
That's true. That is true.
Though you are the only one that's building damage, it seems like. NP's going for Hurricane Pike, which is more utility. Kaya and Sanj on the Ember.
I would, because of the items that you're alluding to, I would personally want to see the more damage. Hit me up with that Crystallis at least before you go for anything else.
Might just go Hurricane Pike, actually.
Wouldn't be too bad. We'll see.
Dragon Lance.
Polaris are going to try and make a fight here for this next Roche. It's going down a bit too fast, though.
He's in such a good position to discover the smoke, and he does exactly that. And he makes it seem like the illusion is real. Of course, it's not. It's just Afu flying around. Gets the hook shot. Cogs pushback. Gleipnir as well. That's a poor Tiny left behind. With a 4-staff, maybe. No, the 2 supports just die in tandem.
They cannot afford to lose the Silencer. He is too important. He got Save Your Buddy syndrome there. Unfortunately, he and the Tiny both will still perish. And that means there's absolutely no chance to contest for this tier 2 tower. And you can see SMG, you know, they're going to send Moon back home to regen only briefly because once again, he has an Arcane Rune. So get ready for Remnants galore as Mid-1 pushes out the top wave in preparation to siege for the first lane of Barracks. Stop playing lane of choice here for SMG.
Is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Use Glyph on Glyph action. Still no BKB ready for the Enigma. It is his next item, but he's over a components away, so still needs another 1,600 here from where he currently stands. He's not getting one in this next engagement.
No, and even without that, you still have to deal with... I mean, the hookshot has now finally come off cooldown, but you still have to deal with that. You have to deal with the fact that this Morphling might not be killable because he has 2 lives. And the first one's already hard enough, let alone 2.
And he's got double dispel, right? And he is going for this Eye of Scotty, by the way. At least for now, he's got it queued up.
Sure, look, I think Eye of Scotty in general against the Ursa is always a really solid choice because you guide him, so...
I like it too. You also slow the movement speed of the Primal Beast, which reduces his damage output and trample, you know? I like both items. I think I like damage more this game. I want to see number be big and red.
Sure, I mean, I'm okay with that. Let's see how big and red Ursa can get, though.
Well, Red in anger, especially as he is going to lose out on that free Ags Shard upgrade. I believe Moon took it, the CEO.
Every time that Ursa, yeah, he made an executive decision. Every time that Ursa has to buy Shard, there's something inside the Ursa player breaks, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it's probably the saddest moment for an Ursa player.
Well, you know what they say. Every time, what do they say? A baby cries, an angel gets its wings. Hold on.
That is not the same. Is it? A baby cries? A bell rings.
A bell rings.
A bell tolls, right?
I don't know.
Angel gets his wings.
Everyone is dying on the side of Polaris.
So many babies crying, so many angels.
Yeah, whenever an Ursa core has to buy a shard, you know, someone goes to low prio, basically.
And the lights in the studio turn on every time the Ursa has to buy a shard.
This one.
They haven't bought it yet. There we go. He just bought it.
Oh, did he? Also bought the tome. All right, well, now he's got both. I suppose you save buybacks here.
For game 3?
Well, there's no, there's a tier 2 down bottom, Abo. Although, Ursa, if he dies here, I mean...
Enraged
he's got BKB,
ignored.
no arrow. Okay, good.
Oh, that was just the Earthshock.
No, this is fine. You need to save for buyback on your Enigma and for your Silencer. Mid lane, mid lane. You know, it's all about this black hole defense on the high ground now.
Sure. You have to pray that the third lane of Rax is more defendable. And that after the third lane of Rax, the enemy team they respectfully wait for your black hole to come off cooldown.
Well, it's ready now, isn't it?
Right. But you can only win one fight.
Well, sure.
And then what happens after?
And then SMG needs to chain feed.
Okay, right. That is, you know what? If it wasn't
I mean, come on. What do you have you seen the SMG games last tour?
Yes, but I think they're reaching the tipping point, right?
The tilting point, you mean?
No, the tipping point.
Okay.
I think this is the good one.
Listen, I agree. I'm just saying,
Look,
if I'm Polaris, that's how I'm playing this.
What will Malcolm Gladwell say? How many hours in Dota does mid one have? I think he finally reached 10,000.
Malcolm Gladwell would say, well, to be honest, any sort of a person who you put in front of Dota for 10,000 hours is eventually going to become as good as a mid one.
Exactly. And mid one already put the 10,000 hours, but only this season. Before he had 9,099.
Trying to think of Malcolm. I've read 2 Gladwell books, and then I was like, you know what? Well, because sociology is a little bit of an interesting
like a
subject.
pop psych guy.
Yeah, it's definitely popular science. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I'd agree.
It's like Yuval Harari.
What, am I only supposed to read books? I'm supposed to read textbooks, Avo? I'm not allowed to read anything I find interesting?
Yes. If you're interested in what you're reading, like for example, that's why you know this game is a great game of Dota, because it's boring.
Oh, hold on, the toss back. Okay, there we go.
Oh, excitement, perhaps. Hook shot. Oh no, it got dispelled. Oh no, the chances, they're leaving. They're fleeting.
There it
Black
is.
hole.
There's
the excitement.
He got
4 people. That's what you wanted. But they just don't have damage.
Oh no.
The black hole was beautiful. The damage was lacking. Chidori will finally lose his life. But life number 2 is where things get crazy.
The toss back. Oh,
the toss. Oh,
the toss in place. Doesn't matter.
It's fine. It works. Chidori fights back. 1v5. It's his turn to shine. He kills 1, 2. A third is left behind. It's actually the bear. It took him for a walk.
What did he do with
but
it?
This bear, he doesn't have a leash. Now, instead of being unleashed, he's unalive.
All right, well, he's got buyback, so he can unalive himself.
Oh, true.
What is
Will
there
he
left
do
to
it? What is
fight
he
with,
waiting
though?
for? The buyback.
Boomie with a couple huge tossbacks this fight, trying for the third, and he's got him.
Toss back, chain feeding, it might just be happening. Gleipnir, hookshot to cancel this, and the Morphling is back to be free. Chidori, though, is full strength right now, so doesn't actually deal much damage. It's going to be enough to kill Mac and Boomie.
They've reached the bear.
They're going for CML as well. The bear has been compromised. Akashi's running away. Akashi's been rooted. He activates the Enrage. Yule Scepter up in the air. Bears don't like heights. Bears hate trees. Bears hate water. And bears hate death. Goodbye to this Ursa, goodbye to Bach as well, and goodbye to the game as the first game goes the way of SMG.
Yeah, mid one with an ultra kill there as well towards the end.
Nice.
And I think that's kind of the problem I was hinting at towards the start of this game, is that, quite simply put, SMG, they're running you at your last lane of barracks, and sure, you catch 4 people in that black hole, but guess what? They have 3 cores. You kill 2 of them, he buys back, he's instantly back in the fight. You kill Moon, he buys back, he's instantly back in the fight. You kill the Morphling, he's got Aegis, he's instantly back in the fight. I mean, it's so difficult there for them, but they did do the right thing. I've got to give credit as well to Polaris. This SMG, like you said, they're closer to their tipping point, and that's a good thing for them.
It's a good thing.
It's a good thing.
Tilting point.
Not the tilting point, the tipping point. And Polaris
are close. They're nowhere. They're on a path.
They're making the right moves.
it's just hard to tell what point of the path they are. But of course, from a team that comes from Div 2, that is expected. They're a team that still has a lot of time to learn, and their goal is really to preserve themselves in this region rather than it is to actually go to the major. Or at least that's how most Div 2 teams would probably picture it. But we'll see if they can do that better in game number 2 as we take a small break and we go to the panel.
Thank you so much, Alba and Richie. Man, I was plugged in hard. That 4-man black hole was just inhaling on my copium. It was so just nice. It was almost there, but yeah, I mean, SMG played really cleanly. That Ember Mirana combo, you know, we all love to see it. It's a classic, and mid one just extremely farmed. So much space on the map for Chidori to farm.
That was a flashback to Tour 1 SMG right there.
Yeah, that is right. Like, they have their win conditions, except they know how to close the game. They don't make any mistakes there. They play this organized chaos. They're just all over the map when Moon's enabled. And for Polaris, it didn't feel like they had the greatest responses, right? Like, Mac just wasn't ready. They take these fights, the re-engagements when the BKBs were down on Polaris, it was harder to look for those openings. And it just goes back to this playstyle where they're so dependent on like Black Hole and Global Silence, and I guess the Pulverize as well, to just get control on something like Moon. That once those spells are down, you just have such an easy time cleaning up in these fights.
Yeah, the mid game felt really weird because they couldn't never kick out Chidori from the bot lane. I think he did a really good job. He sacrificed his network, but he held on to the bot tower till like 16 minutes. And it enabled Bidwan to get as much farm as he did, as well as Moon to run around. I think another thing is the supports on Polaris. It felt really hard for them to play with Mac. Like this Silencer, Tiny, Primal Beast, it's not really a strong combination as just this Ember Mirana, you know, and it felt like Moon had so many runes. I think the casters mentioned as well, rune after rune, and it just kind of snowballed onto them.
Yeah, Paulson and Moon were just like best buddies. They look like bananas in pajamas. They're just sticking around together, walking around the map.
What do you want to do, B1?
Yeah. B1?
What about you, B2?
Yeah, I mean, they look so good. And Minwon had a 16-minute Gleipnir. He was insanely fat.
Yeah, it was top net worth the whole game, showing that you can nerf Nature's Prophet, but you can't nerf me.
Yeah.
Like, his lane was a little bit topsy-turvy. You know, there were some trades and kills early on in the first 2 levels, but once it stabilized, he just got control. Polaris, their attention was elsewhere. Mid 1 was farming. As you mentioned, Adam, like, Chidori sacrificed a bit, but Mid 1 was the guy to really soak it up and have that global presence. Like, once the Ags came out on top with all of that control, with a 60-second cooldown on the Ags, you just take these fights constantly in comparison to Polaris with, it's just so many cooldowns, like Black Hole, Global Silence, and then even after that with BKBs up and the Lotus Orb up, it didn't last that long, your control window there for Polaris.
Yeah, I think the Roshans were kind of clutch in this game as well. The Ursula could never really get Aegis to play, and I said the Aegis against the Black Hole was a big deal for the Morphling as well. We saw the top gang where he got 4-man gang to like 400 HP and didn't even lose Aegis. That was actually kind of crazy.
And here's our match MVP, Mid 1 on Nature's Prophet. I mean, John, it's like you were saying during the drafting that, you know, Nature's Prophet had all these kind of nerfs to the Gleipnir and to, I think it was Sprout also had a nerf. But Mid 1, he did not get nerfed, that's for sure.
No, I mean, again, like, you tweak some of the values, Agi gain a bit lower, Strength gain a bit lower as well, I think. But overall, the hero still does the same thing. It's active all over, it can split push, it can farm really effectively. And it still has a really good power spike throughout the game. Like, laning phase, maybe the first 2 levels are its worst. Afterwards, it's a steady climb up and it stays steady there.
So Polaris, what are they gonna have to do to come back next game? Because they kind of look like they were under the water, you know, saying, please help me.
I feel like they need to draft around Mac a bit more. I would like to see him get more help. I think he did a lot this game, but ultimately his hero had a limit. He couldn't kill the Morphling, which was... I mean, every global they kill a Morphling, and SMG brought numbers to defend the tower again. I would like to see the supports able to play with him a bit more to kind of skew the Mac Moon matchup a bit, because I feel like Moon did a lot this game. He did too much. And Mac, he did a lot, but he was only capable of doing so much just because of how the matchup works.
Yeah, I think an adjustment for CML's hero, I think. Like, we talked about that early Silencer pickup. It did look like maybe they were just protecting Bach from sort of a counter pick down the line. And they took care of the Rubik with a ban. But I want some more activity. Like, CML, he tends to be a little bit more passive, but he has stuff like his Undying that he plays really well. You know, just tie in with that trio and just be aggressive and put it back to SMG because they love running around once Moon is ready. You have to be ready for that.
Yeah. What do you guys think about Enigma? Because I feel like out of the 2 games that we've seen it today, it hasn't really shown its worth.
I feel like the Enigma was fine. I feel like the supports, I didn't like the support duo to me. I just felt like the supports couldn't really play with anyone in the game. Like the tiny Enigma, sure, it's a nice lane, but after that, towards the mid game, SMG had like a goon squad and Polaris didn't. It was very hard to deal with it.
Well, that was just game 1 of this best of 3 series, so it is still anyone's game. First, we're gonna take a quick break before we go on to game 2. What is that, Adam?
Me?
Yes. Oh, is this just some kind of coffee?
It's coffee, yeah.
Are you a coffee drinker?
Cafe au lait.
Cafe au lait. Are you a coffee drinker?
No.
No? John?
I'm a coffee drinker.
Coffee?
Yeah, just good old coffee, you know.
Good
that's all I
old
want.
coffee
at the Kopitiam.
Yeah,
Wow.
the Kopitiam.
We are back at the Kopitiam for the second game of the Polaris SMG series. The first game was taken by SMG very strongly, and we're on to game 2. What do you guys think is going to go down?
I hope they don't pick Silencer.
Yeah, like at least not first phase. If you do pick it by second phase, surely you have an idea of what you might want to do. Surely you know it should be a good Silencer game, but in the first phase, probably not. Like it just locked them in to just going all in on these global spells, these really long cooldown spells, and just made it hard to match SMG because SMG just, they keep moving under gunfire, you know? It's in their name. They keep running and gunning, that's it.
I feel like the Polaris draft, they tried to open up bottom for really long to enable the heroes to play the map, but SMG did a really good job of recognizing it and protecting. He also used 4 most of the time. Minuan didn't even join, he was just farming. It's like, Chidori, you're the tower defender. I'm the carry. Go protect tower. So it's like, fine.
Yeah, I mean, SMG are looking so good. If they're able to win this series, that would put them at a clean 2-0. winning 2-0s and dropping none. And if they keep going at that rate, will this be the first ever major that they would qualify for? Berlin.
I hope so. I think they're in really good form right now. And I was actually quite surprised because they managed to keep it. Like from the previous Div 1, I think towards the end they improved. And right now they look like they're improved form, which is kind of hard for most teams with a 1-month break in between.
But do they have like a trend of starting not so great in Tour 1, ending great, and then Tour 2 starting great?
I feel like they've never started great.
Well, yeah, like on paper, they never started with 2 wins, but I think they've looked good in the first 2 weeks of Tour 2 last cycle, where it looked like they should have beaten Moom, they should have beaten a couple of teams, they should have beaten Talon. You know, they should have won. And the difference now is they are winning. So if they just maintain that winning attitude and actually just keep winning, I think SMG's always been kind of good. You know, like their tri-core has always been in that very good space. Afu's always been an amazing support.
As long as they don't get 4-man black hole.
Oh my god, yeah, actual flashback.
Yeah, it was like, ooh, we back.
Yeah, but Polaris are going to have to do a lot to take this next series. They're going to have to, I don't know, do some kind of team huddle. Just everyone needs to get on the same page because it kind of just doesn't feel like they are.
I think they need to simplify the way they play. Like, I like their drafts on Monday when Mac was just playing this Slash, running around. You know, they have like kill stuns, Boomy, Mac, they play together. Play CML on his Willow. He was playing Willow post 5 for quite some time. Like, bring it back. Just enable your cores to play the game, I think, which is, I think, how they excel at Dota.
All right, well, we do got a draft ready. Let's check it out. Kotal, that is a SMG classic.
Yeah, it's not surprising. It's flexible. We've got a lot of lanes for it. And, well, it's surprising. SMG do take out the silencer. I guess with Kotal, you don't really want to play into that. But we need to see that adjustment for Polaris. At the least, we won't see silencer first pick.
I wonder why that silencer ban was there. Maybe they just don't have anything to ban? Like they want to keep the pool open?
Perhaps.
Because the first pick Kotal and the silencer ban looks kind of weird to me. Maybe they're worried Polaris will steal Kotal because Boomy obviously plays it too.
Tiny pick.
And that's still flexible for Polaris as well, right? Like Boomy can play it, Mac can play it. It's pretty open. They're not revealing too much yet. I mean, they are going a bit slower. I am curious about that though, as well with SMG. Like, I feel like it's pretty safe for them. They're one of the teams that does feel like the Kotal first phase can be a little bit more safe.
Yeah, I mean, they also like the Kotal Ember pairing, so it's kind of whatever for them, I think. I think also in general, mid one doesn't pick his hero early, so it's just not showing anything.
That Rider.
All right.
Just Storm here. Storm or Ember.
Yeah, like I feel like Polaris take the Bat to force out the Ember, or to make it seem less scary.
Yeah, I feel like the Ember Bat matchup's really weird because I know a lot of Ember players like the matchup, but I always see the Bat win more than the Ember.
Yeah, like on paper, I think Bat Rider on paper is better, right? Like, but I've seen a lot of Embers still win out. Like,
I'm not sure. It's because you can learn chains, right?
Yeah, like Bat Rider players will tell you it's better for them. Ember players will say it is, but they go to Quap instead, so they've got the jump in mobility. It's not quite the Kotal combination on hand, though.
Yeah, I would definitely prefer Storm or Ember. I guess Storm if you think the Ember matchup's bad, just because Storm Kotal was a really strong combo. It's also a simpler hero to execute, I think. Quap is I wouldn't say it's the best of heroes right now. Like, he does well against the lane in Bat, but at some point in the game, you have a Quap, you know?
Yeah.
We don't see much Quap.
No.
We don't.
Yeah.
But why? For that reason,
you only play it against Bat. Like, that's the only reason you pick it. I've not seen a Quap in any other situation. And then I feel like most of the time the Bat wins the game anyway.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, the threat of the lasso is still always good. Quap's timings just feel really funky as well. Like, your first level of your Sonic Wave feels amazing, and then while waiting for your second level, it just doesn't feel amazing anymore.
I feel like it's a very farm-heavy hero, as weird as it is to say. Like, this Quap with like Senjan, Kaya, Lincoln, Witchblade later in the game is really scary, but like 8 to 10 minutes, you're like 10 to 15 minutes, you're like kind of in the middle of things, you know?
Yeah, like it also feels, it's like, it's kind of funny because with Puck is like this hero that gets really good with the talents. Quap is the same, but it just feels like her timings to hit those talents are slower.
Like kind of trash before that. Unless you can get some big wave in. But Moon is a big Quap player, so maybe we'll see something a bit different here.
We got Puck bans, Beastmaster bans, Slack ban, Morphling ban.
I'm curious though. What if Moon played the Kotal and Midwin played something like the Quap? Probably not, but what if you swap those lanes around?
I think you'd be kind of messing your draft up because you do pick the Quap in response to this Bad Rider.
True.
But I think on Polaris side, they might look to put this Bad Rider offlane since you do have a Tiny, which is why we also might see this Slark ban and probably maybe some like Naga kind of hero, something that's good against the Bad Rider. Faceless Void.
Good solutions there. Bach is a mean Bat Rider player, to be fair. Like that is something he used to run quite a fair bit on his stint on Polaris before as well. I think when it was a Droid or Admiral, one of those two.
I think the logic behind moving the Bad Rider is that you see the first pick Quap and you can swap, right? Like it's a pretty good DK game. It's good against Call, it's good against Quap, for example, and putting this Bad Rider limits the carries they can pick as well.
Yeah, just
make it get the matchups. Bench ban.
And Lycan ban. What do you think they're cooking up?
For SMG?
Yeah.
Probably Terrorblade. I think they like the Terrorblade a lot with the Coddle. Just a lot of wave push. Gyro. Hero. I like it. Post 5 Gyro. Chase you around. Earthshaker. More new heroes. Oh, it's a mid one Earthshaker? Oh, no, it's a mid one Coddle. Alright.
Yeah.
Mid one Coddle.
You've got a lot of control coming out from SMG. That should be Afu on the Shaker as well, and Pulse on Mirana.
Yeah, I do think so.
Yeah, like Afu's really comfy on that Shaker. Probably one of the players that still picks it throughout the years. Like it's been very dead outside of TI. And Afu's one of those players that still loves it. For Polaris into Gyro, CML Gyro copper. Like I know that he does play it, so it could work out.
Yeah, it's probably a +5. I think Snaking played it too, and we saw it from Varish the other day.
Yeah, Varish loves that. Yeah.
I think the Shaker in this matchup, it enables the Coddle. Well, you're a stacker by nature. You pull the wave back, and you also can gang mid. So I think it's enabling the Quap pick even more. Like you want to win your lane. So if Polaris pick a, let's say, Dragon Knight or whatever other hero that's good against Puck, they can just have the Shaker skew that matchup even more. So I think it's really nice from them.
Actually, yeah, how come we don't see that much Earthshaker in CDPC?
I'm not too sure. I think just Tusk Tiny are like better heroes.
Yeah.
Shaker's a bit slower. You also just contribute with a stun mostly, the stun shard. It's really hard to get echo offs against good teams, I think.
Oh,
yeah, I feel like its laning is much more punishable as well in comparison and to these other supports where they don't mind dishing out, but your spammability on your fissure is a little bit awkward. You only have, like, you can't really go up to enchant without losing that trade for the most part as well, depending on most matchups. So it's a little bit harder to just work that lane out outside of pulling, which is what Afu tends to do when he does have that hero.
Yeah, I think it's okay. I think the problem with Shaker mainly is that you play for stacks and then, like, let's say, for example, this Barrier comes in to steal the stacks. You can't really do anything as Shaker. But in this game, they have the Quap to, like, kind of protect it. So I like that from them.
Spectre.
Yeah, a lot of soft targets in the back to take care of.
They're really mobile heroes, though, so I'm not too sure if you can get kills.
True.
Like, you can't really go in on Shaker or, I guess, Quap and Call is a bit hard too. I think judging by the way the draft goes, I think Quap and Call will be quite farmed too, so it might be a bit hard to do damage.
So you have high MS on Coddle, Blink on Quap, even Mirana. It's hard to catch.
Yeah, I think the key thing is just you're probably just going to be starting off with everyone else and just having Akashi join in later, like just opportunistic fights. I don't know if this is a good Ags game in that sense because of those issues as well. So you might just go for more of a hyper carry build instead of like contributing into these fights. Just go for the stats. Maybe something like an early Scotty, Manta Scotty or something like that can come true. I don't know if you'd really want the Meteor Hammer here as well. Like the stat efficiency was nice.
I was gonna ask that.
I like the Blade Mill here. Just
yeah, Blade Mill feels better.
Model, yeah. I think also right now SMG don't really have heroes to steal stacks. There's something I want to mention about the matchup. I think Quap against Bat, like you dominate the lane, sure, but Bat always comes back through stacks, especially the ancient stacks. And I think I fail to see teams draft around that as well. Because I think Quap is step 1, but step 2 you need something to be able to invade and like steal those stacks. SMG with the call can definitely go into the dire jungle right now.
Okay, what do they need? What does each team need to finish it up?
Terrorblade looks good for SMG. They'll probably go for it even though it's against Bat Tiny. Don't think they care too much.
And Polaris could be looking at a...
I would think it's a mech hero.
Mid?
Yeah, like, again, with that flex on the Bat Rider, just go for whatever Mac might want to play. I suppose for Mac, like, all the Spirit Brothers are available if you wanted that. Like, it's not awful, considering the lockdown isn't particularly amazing. Outside of the Shaker maybe going from Fog, like, you should be able to zip around here if you want.
And see some like Ember or DK kind of hero. I think DK is like better in lane, but it's a bit slower pace, and mid one can obviously buy Vessel too. He'll get it really early, which kind of really good against you.
And Mac always sits like that.
Yeah.
It's the real gamer sitting.
Very much.
Gamer posture.
At some point in your life, when you're older, you can't have gamer posture. You feel the gamer posture.
It kills you. Your back gives in, you know. You hit 30, it actually does give in.
I agree.
Really?
Yeah.
I agree.
Well, you haven't hit 30 yet.
Not yet, but once I hit 30, it's going to give in.
Your back's going to start folding.
Absolutely.
Oh, my back. But I'm a fan of the...
Ban, so terribly. I'd be really surprised if Polaris give the TV.
Yeah. If you do ban the Terrorblade, like, what's your next go-to for SMG?
Faceless Void, maybe?
You've got good damage in the Chrono.
You need that kind of hero. Time Dilation is really nice this game too against the...
Naga instead.
Cyrus.
That's alright, it's a nice lane against Bad. I mentioned it just now, completely forgot about hero.
Yep.
Song against Han is pretty cool too.
You can just kind of entrap if you're fast enough. You've got a bailout. You've got another combination with a Mirana support as well with Net, although it's not something that's super emphasized, but it can allow you to just chain that control out and bully out early. And the one thing with Naga, it's actually a surprisingly fast hero, right? Like Yasha into Manta and one part of Scotty, one ultimate orb, you're kind of good. It's not that long for that farm to build up.
I wonder what Polaris will go for here. I feel like they have the Bulk Legion if they want that. It's good against most of the heroes. Some nice Dispel and good lane. Although other approaches like the... Ooh, that was not what I was thinking.
Brewmaster.
So they are going with the bad mid. I guess this is we protect our map kind of draft. We pick you off with Haunt. Can kind of see their approach. I just don't know how the lane's gonna go for a bulk.
Yeah, like...
And Mac.
The Brewmaster doesn't feel like it has the best laning phase here. I mean, I guess you can be aggressive with a Tiny. The double melee, it's not too threatened by the Mirana, I suppose, of Paulson, so you can still dance around there. But I don't think you really stop Chidori either. Like, if you don't really...
Yeah, I think it's more mid-game. When you have the eggs, you can go around and dispel the illusions. You kind of slow down his net worth. So I guess Polaris is going for the late game here, I guess.
So whose draft do you guys think looks better? Because, I don't know, I kind of think Polaris's looks safer.
I think SMG need to execute and have good lanes, but their draft is set up for that. So I think I would favor SMG here.
Yeah, I'm on the same page. I think SMG's draft it still feels like what they like to play into. You know, it still feels like you get some good play coming out from Moon. You have scaling on Chidori. You have great impact coming out from mid one and his hero. As long as they don't lose lane too hard and as long as they don't give too much out in the mid game, you're fine here.
Well, I've got Avo and Richie ready to cast Game 2 of the SMG Polaris series. Take it away.
Just flicked this off, huh? And did two.
Oh.
Yeah, that was really screwed up, Soph. I don't know why she keeps being so aggressive towards us.
That's right. She is extremely aggressive.
Yeah, she is. In the talent room, it's always so dangerous when she comes in because she always steals my snacks.
She was always like, hey, can I have food, please? And I'm like, wow, so aggressive. Unbelievable.
And then when we don't give it to her, she takes it from my hands. And she goes, I'm doing it for you. And then Winter wipes my belly. Which is weird because, like, why is he still hanging out there? He hasn't casted a game for 2 series.
Well, you know who else is going to get their belly rubbed this game? It may be the Brewmaster by his own belly. This is a hero I haven't seen a lot. I think it was uncontested at the Major, wasn't it?
It was uncontested because people are fools and they're sleeping on the best hero. And
why are they sleeping on the best hero?
No, it's not. This hero is really bad. I think the Radiance changes might make it nice. However, did you know that the Radiance does not work with the Ags, which I tried. So, like, when you...
I see what you're saying. You're trying to be a broken gamer by sending the bear across the map. Yeah, no, it should not work with the Ags. That would be a terrible change.
Well, it would be amazing.
Well, otherwise, you could just send in the bear and get earn charges off of it.
Yes, that would be great.
That'd be so
That would be so good. Anyway, the reason why it doesn't work is when you probably split, your hero's constantly following the green bear.
Yeah, he's like under the ground.
Yeah, it's under the ground, the green bear. But when you Ags, you don't have that. So you don't have that kind of radius effect, which is not great. However, the radius being buffed considerably, it does make this hero a little bit more viable, to be honest. He's really good against Illusion heroes to this day. There are many moments... Oh, in fact, Entity lost the game because they don't know how to play Brewmaster. If Entity had picked Brewmaster offlane instead of Silencer offlane in that one game in lower bracket against the Terrorblade, they probably would have won. But they chose a really dumb Silencer offlane pick.
Well, we'll see how the Brewmaster works. Of course, that Dispel magic, right, doing like 1,000 damage or something straight up to illusions.
Or, 1,800, I think, or something like
A
that.
lot of damage.
That's an absurd amount of damage. That's why it's so good against illusions. It's particularly good against Naga.
Well,
Elaine is pretty good against Naga too, because she has high armor, but you just max Cinder Brew and you destroy her.
And that is exactly why Naga instead goes top lane. She's going to dodge this map.
I was very surprised. Sorry, panel, not Brew enjoyers, and you could tell by the fact that they thought this lane is not wash for the Naga. It's absolutely impossible for the Naga to lane against a Brew because you only go magical damage fully, and you can go multiple Sage Masks, and if you're really, really struggling, maybe one Wraith Band, and because of the Avalanche triggering it, just constantly harass the hero, who has relatively low HP pool. It's pretty bad. But with Coddle, you can kill Coddle, but it's going to be kind of hard. So, not much you can do there.
And he's going to be blasting back the waves. Tower's going to push. Brew, you can see us just fine. But, you know, it's going to be a bit of a challenge. Mid lane as well is a lane I'm particularly interested in. Saw a little bit of the Queen of Pain at the Major. Not the biggest fan of her, but of course, against the Bat Rider, it does have its reasons.
It was the only time that Queen of Pain actually won a game in the whole Major was against a Bat Rider. It was actually specifically Quinn. Quinn and the Queen.
Queen of Pain?
Queen of Pain, yes.
Queen of Pain.
It was the Queen of Pain. He played it. It was in tandem though. It was the Queen of Pain plus another hero, I forgot what it was, that dealt with Bat Rider in that draft. And so the idea was to completely cancel the Bat Rider and nullify his early mid game, and then like play off the back of that. And I think it's a good pick for that idea. This game you don't have that second pick that does the same role, but you do have some really good team fight that Queen of Pain just needs to make sure that you get to, right? So it's not bad. Like, the whole role of the Queen of Pain is making sure Bat's early minutes are hell, and then afterwards you don't really have a mid laner, but Earthshaker can kind of make up for that, so.
It's true. And you've got a Coddle. It's a really interesting lineup, isn't it? It's all in on this Naga, who also has her problems against the, the early game, this Gyro, Spectre later on, and of course, as you've mentioned, in the mid to early, definitely this Brewmaster. So that's got some challenges here. SMG, if they don't run away with this game early, are certainly going to have to play a little bit of, 4 Protect 1 at some stage.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, that was not the greatest combo there.
Afu? They'll live.
No, they did a weird combo where they missed the Cinder Brew, then they got the toss back into the Thunderclap, but they missed the Cinder Brew, which is a key point in this combo, so. You on this hero, what players do a lot in the pro levels, that you put the Cinder Brew and you apply it, and then you trigger it at the very end to like really maximize duration and get the maximum amount of slow. But it's a little bit hard if you don't hit it, obviously.
Bit of one with a mech rush as well on this off-lane, quote-unquote, Coddle, who of course is laning from the safe lane because the Naga does need to avoid that matchup. Yeah, no boots even. He'll have this thing up relatively quickly. Lots of sustain up for him, especially as he continues to rush this relentlessly.
I wonder if as Coddle, do you go for Greaves? I'm assuming, right?
I guess so. I was thinking Meteor Hammer.
Yeah, you love that Meteor Hammer. I don't think it's that good.
It's really
on
good.
The Coddle, what's the combo?
Oh yeah,
you solar bind.
And then you solar bind them, and then he dies. Because he can't run. And then he takes more damage from your Illuminate. Which you also channel in Spirit form, while channeling your Meteor Hammer.
Oh, right. So if you put a bunch of channels together, that works, right?
Yeah, because they have to run from something, and then they're going to run into the Meteor Hammer, and they're stunned for 2 seconds. And then you blast them back, the Blinding Light.
Okay.
Bob's your uncle, you win the game.
Well, Bob's not playing this game.
Oh, no, you're right.
Yeah.
Bob's not your mid, and that's a little bit problematic so far.
It's another monosyllabic mid laner.
It is. Mac and Moon.
Okay. Oh, it's true. Moon too. Moon used to be Nana though, so he is actually not part of this crew.
He used to be what now?
Nana. That was his original name, yeah. So it's kind of unfair. Moon is just a poser.
Well, Moon is also doing a pretty good job in this mid lane. 11 denies that +2 damage for Queen of Pain. Probably does help out significantly. You know, it's kind of crazy how big those +-2 make.
No, don't give me that.
No. It's
the hero's unplayable. The +2 damage, Avo.
You don't understand, Abby. You're not a mid laner, okay?
I am not.
But don't you remember when we saw Faceless Void every single game constantly for like 18 months straight, and then all of a sudden they removed 3 damage from him and then he just fell off the face of the earth?
Okay, that was not the reason though. There were tons of other reasons beyond that.
The -3 was a straw, my friend.
Yeah, it was a reason.
And that camel's back was broken.
Yeah.
Almost like the life of Akashi here.
But he wasn't quite broken entirely.
No, he's fine. Do they need a break? Can they even get a break against this? What's the solution?
That's a good question.
Are we going to see like a Vessel on someone? Usually that's what you see the Coddles build.
Yeah, I think he goes Vessel. Because you don't need to rush the Greaves, right, on this hero, so you just go Vessel.
That makes sense. That circles back to our point.
Oh, no, he's going to go for Arcane Boots. Okay, no. Booby is a toss back. Okay. Oh, this time they hit the Cinder Brew. Perfect. The combo is well executed.
He's got a mech. You're not killing that guy. Are you kidding me?
Right, that was the problem. It took too long for them to actually hit this very simple combo.
100 mana, he doesn't care. Chakra magic, he's back to full. Fu gank in the mid lane. Oh no, Batrider has free pathing. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter because he stood just barely in range of the enchant totem.
Here it goes. Will it be 2 games in a row of Mac having total rune control for the first 12 minutes of the game? We'll see where it spawns. So far, if it's bottom, so good, and it is bottom, and it's a DD. Mac will be very happy to see that.
Okay, Moon.
Moon, sorry.
Yes. Mac has not touched the rune.
Mac is dead. He's not very happy right now.
No, he is not happy, but Moon is very happy. Now he has a DD rune. No bottom, though, on this Queen of Pain. Boomy, the target, they hit the arrow with the fissure setup.
Where's your armor?
None.
You have none. He had 3 because he was underneath the tower, but you get what I mean.
No, he had none. That 3 armor was an illusion.
That's right. That's right.
Much like his hopes and dreams of growing up to be a big, strong Titan.
Much like these Naga illusions, which are farming up a pretty good amount here for CDR. 12 denies. I mean, it's been a fairly one-sided laning stage so far. I'm trying to look around in the jungle, but I don't yet see any stacks being made either for Mac here to try and accelerate his game past this Queen of Painful part, shall we say.
Queen of... Oh, right. Nice. Pretty good. Of course, the whole game is Queen of Painful for the team that has this hero at some point. Because you realize it's just incredibly useless.
I mean, not for now. We'll see. I mean, we have the point in the ultimate available. Right now, Moon is keeping 2 heroes by himself in this mid lane. Not very painful for him.
It's true.
But look, I mean...
Oh, this is what Quinn was doing actually in this game too. Just follow the Batrider wherever he goes, you go with him. There's the fissure.
Sonic Wave.
Do we have a Sonic Wave? Do we want to commit to Sonic Wave? A blink in 4 seconds. They left out Fu to die. Moon's coming back in.
He's going to kill him.
Moon
does
not want to overcommit.
Well, he might be dead here. Avalanche at 16. I don't think they can reach him.
No,
but
no,
here's
they
Bach.
do reach him. They do reach him.
There's a lasso.
There's no blink. Moon should have just committed for the kill.
Yeah. I agree.
That was also painful.
Mid 1 pushing the mid wave. Yeah, I think that's a little bit of a mistake. I think as soon as you hit level 6 on this hero, you just have to find something and scream at it using that Sonic Wave.
It's you want to get into a better position to use the push.
Oh no, I get that, but I would have ganked maybe top or bottom. I think you just get in there, you get a kill. Get the ball rolling, enable one of your side laners.
Coddle's invisible. What's he gonna do? Surprise mech? Surprise blinding light?
Surprise meteor hammer.
Stop! It's not happening, Richie. Oh, Fisher.
Oh,
well, what a surprise. Surprise auto attack into the Illuminate.
He got the kill, didn't he?
He did. All thanks to Afu.
Ye of little faith.
All thanks to Afu.
Yeah,
and now they also find CML.
Get him with the right clicks. Easy.
Which we haven't talked about at all, that we have a Gyrocopter support this game, by the way.
I like
just glossed over the whole thing.
I like Gyro support.
I like it too. I think it's great.
They won SVG over. I think it's another good patch for the support Gyro. I think his shard is incredible and has been for the longest time. I think you need the right kind of game, but in these kind of non-stop fight kind of matchups, this hero is just so much fun, and he feels amazing.
Yeah, I agree.
Bach has a split. Ideally, you use this and you run and dive underneath the tower of your enemy, spill his blood, but I don't know if they have a great opportunity to do that here.
I mean, it's pretty sad that the Spectre's already forced to go to the safe third lane down bottom, and Bach is forced in the defensive position as a Brewmaster. Because you want to dive at least once, like you said, with Thermal Split, and then you go and be defensive, because you actually can't push towers at all. It's one of your weakest aspects. That's why Meteor Hammer and Brewmaster are so good.
It's true.
Fissure into the Illuminate.
You know what
Bach
you can do?
Die. Okay, there you go. That's a Thermal Split finally. Mid one still has a mech, so it's hard to kill him.
Well,
there is no Echo Slam, uses the mech. Mid one, finally gets it off. However, there are 5 heroes onto him. Fissure as well is available, but unfortunately the homing missile will hit him just in time. And they'll also get Afu's life.
Yeah, no, I mean, real difficult stop for them there. Good enclosed there by Polaris, we'll call it, because everyone just kind of joined up real nicely.
Surround is what Warcraft 3 people call it.
Surround is pretty good. I kind of like that. And in fact, it almost was a surround, because from my days of casually spectating StarCraft, that's also what happens when you play Terran and Zergs get around you. And you
yeah, it's the Warcraft 3 and StarCraft turn.
Very, very, very well executed. There's just nowhere for him to go, and the chain stun as well, nearly flawless. As Boomy does deny the tower, that'll bait Moon in, who is hasted.
We still have a Sonic Wave on Moon, but he's trying to get into a better position. Apparently not, just the damage will be sufficient. Boomy dies, but they don't quite go for Mac.
No. Both called on missiles will hit, but very little damage actually dealt. And everyone's still happily farming away, especially Chidori, who's leading in terms of net worth, pardon me. And so is Mid-One, who is being a little bit of a thief right now and stealing more stacks away from the Batrider.
No, you never suspect the old men when they steal from you. Right? They're always the prime suspects.
That's true. Wait, if they're the prime suspects, then why do you never suspect
them? Well,
them?
because now I know. It's always when my grandfather that used to steal my money.
Ah, I see.
Used to waste it on alcohol.
Oh no.
It's gone dead.
No, you're not casting with Jenkins anymore.
Oh no, I can't do these things anymore. Yeah, we're not a major, so if he got away with this at the major.
That's very true, actually.
Hey, where did the Scream guy go? Did you find Ghostface?
That's right. Yes, that's right. Where did he go?
Anyway,
stole your grandfather's money. That's where he went.
Oh, good. That would explain it. He never came home with a bottle, only with women.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
I also have a Witchblade on Moon that's going to help him keep putting the pressure on the Batrider. A different build to what Quint went. He didn't go for the Witchblade, went straight for the Kai and Sanj.
Yeah, interesting. I like the Witchblade here.
Yeah, me too. I think you need that extra bit of damage because it just extends your usable period for...
It is a lot of magic damage, but Bach is... so let's see, what's he got coming to him now? He's
Bach is never going to build a pipe.
Yeah, yeah, it's a Blink Dagger. So all this magic damage, nothing's really going to stop it until BKBs come out. Akashi is going for a Blade Mail, so that might be troublesome. As Moon's like, wait a second, I don't care about this Gyrocopter's damage.
Yeah, we should care soon. Echo Slam has been committed. Moon gets stunned and stunned and stunned and killed. At least Mac does die as a result of this, and Mid-One joins in with a mech still available, could still save this Mirana, as now we see CML might have gone a little bit too far. This Cyclone Mid-One, so he can't heal his teammates.
Naga's here.
Naga is here, going for the support. It's going to be Boomy that dies, but the real target was Buck all along. Buck gets away safely.
You gotta love it
for Radiance now.
Gotta love it when both mid laners die. They just kind of like went beast mode there and started fighting each other mano a mano, and then just perma-stunned to death by the enemies.
Yeah. Well, the Queen of Pain specifically, the Batrider just kind of stayed there for a while.
Well, Batrider also stayed there because he got fissured and then enchant totemed and then Echo Slam.
The Echo Slam.
You know what I mean? I'd say they both kind of got perma-stunned here.
Mid-One? Okay, he has full Greaves now. Full Greaves.
And a wand.
And a wand.
Full HP.
And that's not going to be enough. He still dies.
Well, the rest of his team was stuck on the low ground because of Boomy.
It's surprising how they hit him because he's such a lean hero.
That's what I was going to say. I'm surprised he went up to the high ground versus 4, especially without an Echo Slam.
You know they have the 2 leanest heroes in the game. It's the Nagasar and the Caudle.
Isn't Riki and Hoodwink up there?
No. They're the smallest area models, but in terms of like horizontally.
What the hell does that mean?
Like the overall area of the model for Naga is bigger, but horizontally it's the leanest. It's like an oval.
Arrow connects onto Bach. That potato is trying to beat the crap out of him. Instead, it'll be Moon, who finishes him off with a Sonic Wave.
I think he thought he had Primal Split, maybe.
Okay, fair enough.
What is this build, Richie, though? He's going for Blink into Radiance.
I was going to ask you, I mean, look, I'm not a brew specialist. And then the BKB.
Okay, I have Blink on Brew is a really rare item, especially early.
That's what I was
because it gives no stats. And, oh, guys, I Blink Thunderclap them means nothing. It used to be actually your initiation. It was like an actual thing Brewmasters used to do. But I don't really know what this Blink is for.
Well, Boomy is finding out all about the pain here. He shall go down. Let's deny him. No chance. Nice fissure.
He almost like an illusion there for a second.
DD.
Oh, wait, look at this Blink. Blink Thunderclap. Completely ignored. But they do lasso Moon. That's going to be enough until the Greaves saves him. And with a blink, Moon is safe for now, but they find him in the trees and finish him off. With an arrow as well, hitting the Spectre. They want to continue this fight, but mid-1 is still flying. They need more damage. Echo Slam can't come out in time. Nice combination of stuns here as they finally go for Akashi. Mid-1's been liberated. Mid-1 wants to hit him, but he doesn't actually with the Illuminate, and we don't get an Echo Slam whatsoever. Now mid-1's been surrounded and now killed off. What happened? He blinding lighted the Spectre away?
I was gonna say, mid-1 after that fight said, who the heck blinding lighted the Spectre out of my Illuminate? Was it you, Moon? No, of course not. You're the CEO. I can't question you.
I was expecting Unisonic Wave into the blinding light so they would ping-pong off each other.
That was a little bit of a series of unfortunate events for him. But Chidori, again, he's still farming and he's big.
Oh, Bumi's gonna die, though.
Bumi is dead. With the last time this happened, 4 SMG heroes died.
That's true.
And I think now SMG are remembering that.
Okay, it was just the Gyrocopter, though. They realize how weak he is. They can do the same thing again with Gyrocopter.
That shard's already online, by the way.
Okay, this is the ultimate, we've had way too much chaos, we don't know what we're doing, is when you actually all group up to push the tier 1 in the offlane. You're like, I'm not sure
you know what they're doing, Abo?
Game.
They're having fun.
I think so. I think mid-1's gonna give him a speech after this game. Knowing his captaining style.
I don't know about that. I think this is the kind of game where the game ends up and there's a ring at the doorbell and it's the pizza delivery man.
Sure. It's for... Oh. At this rate, it's going to be for Bach and Polaris, actually, because this Brewmaster is not working.
No, it is not. He is saving up the money for that now reduced cost Sacred Relic, 3,400 gold.
Again, Radiance on Brewmaster is pretty good. It's just not good after...
It's pretty pog.
It is very pog.
It's pretty pog. Not having map control, though, not very pog.
No, and Chidori managing to avoid 0 spells with the mirror image, not very pog.
Yeah, not very pog. Oh!
Mac, why commit the Sonic Wave?
Look, wait, we need to see a replay of how close that was.
That was not that close. It also wouldn't have killed. He was hoping it would push him into the Illuminate.
Yeah, that was like when Tiny Toss canceled TPs, remember that?
Not?
It used to through BKB.
Oh, okay, right. I'm sure.
TPs are coming. Boomy, he's a tanky lad.
Yeah, but they've committed the Echo Slam for Bach as well, who now has the Prevo split, and that's going to be enough to at least kill the support. Poor Alfu's been left behind as Moon blinks himself to safety. They have got Chidori, actually, up in the Cyclone he is, and the Banner is coming in as well. They Master Spell this Cyclone to make sure they can kill Chidori, who now just activates Song of the Siren.
All right, Marana's here.
TPs, and TPs. No, they're going to fight this. They want to kill the Bat Rider. They didn't time this that well. There's no arrow either. The lasso comes out. Not sure on who, as the Bat Rider just died instead. Chidori is unkillable. Bach, his Blink Thunderclap didn't do enough. And now CML will just be killed off by auto attack from the Coddle.
Mid-1! Almost died to that homing missile.
Yes, they're chasing Bach, by the way, who's still in the tree. This is why he bought Blink Dagger. As a TP from Akashi will get cancelled by an arrow. And Blinding Light this time into the Illuminate. He's learned.
That's the combo. That's exactly how
they scan Bach. They know where he is now. He's still there. He has no TP for 20 seconds.
TP. He's just burying himself into the trees. There's the Illuminate. Oh, he blinked right into it.
Oh, look, Blink Thunderclap. That did nothing. That was ignored.
Yeah.
Mid-1 did everything that fight. Everyone else just kind of stood away and waited for his Illuminate Blast to do the work.
I'm pretty sure Mid-1 has tanked the most amount on his team this game.
Can we get layered stats? Do we have those?
I think there's a damage taken one. There ought to be.
Show.
And what I was about to say is he needs to cloak. He needs something. Because he's just taking like millions of magic damage. The physical damage for him ain't really a problem. He's actually got really good armor here with the Guardian Greaves, but I don't know.
Yeah, once it goes to low HP, right? Yeah.
Yeah. But I think you give yourself a little bit of magic resist here, and you're sitting pretty. I will say there is also a full pipe of insight online for Paulison, so he is farmed. And nearly the heart for Chidori. So, the items are coming along. Paulison's richer than Akashi.
As well.
On who?
Paulison.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's interesting. So his only duty is canceling this Bat Rider, I suppose. I guess Gyrocopter too. Oh, not if he dies, though. But no, with a pipe, he didn't take any damage. They killed Boomy instead, showing him what real damage looks like. A CML gets ensnared and killed.
You're not killing this bottom, to be quite honest with you. She is way too tanky. Full magic wand. The sustain is out of this world. I mean, there's the Greaves as well, just to boot.
It is a boot.
It's pretty ridiculous actually on this bottom.
Akashi? Akashi? Chidori sees him. Does he have enough range for the ensnare? Oh, he got slowed by the ghost. And that's why he can't reach him.
Micro. He has a song if he really cares.
No, he's just confused. He got confused.
No.
Where did he go?
Nah, he's gone.
Middle tower is under
What was I going to say? Did they change this Morana shard, by the way?
It does 20 more damage.
Oh my goodness. You know what they should do?
Or 30, sorry, 30.
Is they should give Potom a little bit of damage resist on this.
Dire's bottom tower
Just like 15% damage.
Oh yeah, that might be broken actually.
Well, remove the slow component of it, and maybe even the damage, and just give you 1 extra leap charge. With
Yeah,
a little
damage
bit
resist. Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay, time to go for Mac again. This time though, 1 Illuminate charge. Chidori realizes he has to do something. The arrow just catches him. That's it. Bach comes in. Blink with the Brulinks now. Just after Chidori, who still has a song this whole time, and a heart. Now they come into Haunt. Everything for Chidori. The Echo Slam though, stop Boom Boomy, and there's a song on Siren which immediately canceled because they realize they don't actually need it. They're fine.
Sonic Wave.
Sonic Wave even catches Bach right as the Primal Split ends. And now Bach is forced to retreat. Bach has now been slowed down, stunned, and snared, killed.
That was the Zoomer version of Naga Siren, you know, Naga Siren song. It was like just a TikTok version. You know what they should add, by the way, for these Naga songs? Is that every time it's a full duration Naga song on the enemy screen, it should just have like a little picture-in-picture of Temple Run, just so you don't get distracted. You know how they do that on all the TikTok videos now?
Do they do that?
Yeah.
I've never seen, I don't know, I don't use that application.
On the Instagram Reels, if it's like a really long video, they'll just have the person dance while they're saying the speech, or they'll have a video of Temple Run on it.
Is it really true?
Yes, it is.
Our society's screwed.
I know, and that's what I'm saying they should do in Dota. Anytime you get hit by Meteor Hammer, it should just open 2 seconds of, you know, what's his name? Rick Astley's never going to give you up.
Reaper Scythe should open up a social media account for you.
Yes, exactly.
Is Paulson going to die? No way. They have 3 people. They committed lasso.
Oh, he has
so
to.
Tanky.
He's
does
so
the pipe.
tanky.
Paulson, no way. This should be illegal. Moon's coming in to help him. Moon realized Paulson deserves to live here, but he's finally going to die to this missile. He goes down in exchange for Mac, however. As a TP immediately comes from CML, at least he'll survive, but trading your 5 for a mid seems fair, even though your 5 looks like a carry because he's more farm than the enemy carry. In fact, he's more farm than all of their cores.
Yeah, that was
What is this game?
That was a bottom with 60% magic resist, by the way.
With Mage Slayer slowing as reducing their damage.
Because of the Sicky Napalm, he didn't really get off too many of the projectiles.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, it was pretty impressive. Very pog. Very pog. This game is already a 17 Edward lead for SMG. They are feeling pretty good about themselves here in this game. That's the BKB reveal as well for Moon, as they're hunting in the trees here off. He's not going to find anything.
He finally got Ags and Akashi. Maybe that, I mean, I don't know what that does.
Not much on its own, especially because the issue is there are many heroes that are doing the damage here, including this Potom actually. So, you know, they really spread it around quite well.
Yeah.
Not to mention Chidori has a full heart, so you're not going to be able to kill him.
And there's Greaves and Pipe on the enemy team.
Uh-oh, and they found
you. Yeah, that's also an issue. Yeah, Blade Mail. That's gonna help.
Well, I mean, Afu almost killed himself.
No, but not with the Illuminate and the Greaves. They already had a smoke, but they wanted to re-smoke again.
Yeah. And Chidori is just AFK in the Roche pit right now. Oh, there's a Bloodthorn, by the way. Or an Orchid, not a full Bloodthorn.
Yeah. Not Bloodthorn yet. We're gonna have 2 Mage Slayers now with this. Because I think he does go for Bloodthorn.
Yeah, that's true. Polison's next value item is Ag Scepter, by the way.
Oh, Echo Slam immediately.
Hello.
They know there's only 1 real core of the enemy team, and now he's dead.
That's the blink reveal on the Earthshaker.
Meanwhile, Bach is still trying to farm his Radiance. This has to be a troll build.
Well, he's got the Relic.
Yeah. Wait for your 25-minute Radiance, Richie, with a Blink Dagger.
Oh, I don't know. They fortified his wave. He was farming that. This piece of paper is still... Oh, wait, they got rid of the piece of paper. It's a talisman. That's right. Man, it's been forever since we've been in a Radiance meta. Thank God for that, huh?
Well, I like Radiance metas.
You do?
Yeah, I'm a Brewmaster player.
I don't like Alchemist Radiance metas, though.
Well, I hate Alchemist in general.
All right, well, then we're
heroes stupid. Yeah. But I like weird Radiance metas. We're like Lifestealer Radiance offlane. I like.
I don't mind our Lifestealer one. You know what I miss? I miss the days of Lifestealer support.
Yeah, I know.
We got 90 MMR off of that.
It was pretty great.
Those were the
greatest day of my life.
The dumbest 3 games of Dota I think we've ever played.
After the birth of my child, that was the greatest day.
Oh, he's got it.
He did. What did he sell? He sold all his small items.
He sold a lot of small things. I think he sold his wand at least.
Yeah,
I saw his Quelling Blade
and
go.
a bracer.
Bracer.
I mean, it's just not gonna. It just the initiator is gonna initiate with blink and 70% miss chance.
Oh.
Polaris doesn't feel damage anymore. Oh, okay. Can they combine this with anything? They have Sonic Wave. They can just push him out of the base, honestly. But I guess they just want to play this safe. Where did they learn the word back? SMG between Season 1 and Season 2? Huge difference.
Listen, just because you're still moving under gunfire, sometimes you have to go back. Oh, except for Moon. He's in and he's killed the support.
Okay, yep. But he's the CEO. He gets to make the decision.
Yeah, it's true. Executive decision. I kill the support.
I kill CEO.
Hey guys, welcome to our all hands meeting. I kill the support. That concludes the meeting. Make sure you send the meeting notes to everyone, please.
Yeah.
Who's the assistant? Afu, maybe?
Afu is definitely the note taker.
It's an important role. You'd think it wouldn't be an important role, but really it is.
No, it is. Mid 1 is the person that everyone knows does the actual work in the company.
Right, if you're in the company. Otherwise, it's all Moon. Everyone thinks.
Yeah, exactly. Everyone knows Moon is a
but all Moon is doing is calling all hands meetings and just killing someone at every single meeting, and then leaves.
It's very dangerous. When COVID started, it was harder to kill people, but he found a way.
Yeah, he did.
CML.
Distancing.
Okay, we have Echo Slime. Afu's in place for it.
Oh,
is he gonna do it? There we go. That's Mac dead.
That's 2 dead.
In fact, CML almost, he died in the blink of an eye. But careful, they might be able to kill Moon as a result of this. Maybe.
Bach, he's burning them.
No, he has Aegis anyway.
He's burning them.
He's fine.
The Radiance.
Bach is doing absolutely nothing.
He died.
Absolutely nothing.
He died in split form.
I couldn't even tell he split because he didn't do the blink thunderclap. That was the problem. Didn't get the maximum amount of damage.
The problem was he did it. He just all his Brewlings died immediately.
Okay, I think this game is over. I think it's safe to say, Richie.
They killed those Brewlings.
Town Hall meeting, guys. The game is finished.
Town Hall meeting. Welcome to the SMG all hands meeting. What's it called? The good old bull session.
Yeah.
Right, with SMG just absolutely tearing into Polaris. I mean, 27K. Wow, 1K a minute at 10 minutes is pretty bad. This is just...
Yeah, it's a stomp. It's an absolute stomp.
This
SMG looks like a really strong team, to be fair, this season. But they've also had relatively weaker opponents, right?
If you kill Chidori, who, by the way, cannot dodge a homing missile with mirror image, it's the one blemish on his report card here.
It's true. Hasn't done a single dodge.
That's going into the employee
performance review
from Moon.
Yeah.
But even if you delete Naga Siren from the game and she is not allowed to play, there's still an 8K net worth lead for SMG.
I mean, they just Sonic Wave this whole team.
They're fighting.
They're ignoring them. They're ignoring the team fight because there's a GG already called. They knew this. It's a simple Sonic Wave.
There they are. Well, they're in good spirits there.
Yeah, so good spirits they froze their cameras.
Yeah. I mean, you know, a rough game there for Polaris.
If you watch the cameras alone, you'd think that SMG lost the game.
It's a bit hard to tell.
Oh, that's a smile. I think that was almost a smile.
It's just once you're in the business, you know, of taking no names. Once you're in the business of hitting your tipping point, Alvo, you take no enjoyment in it.
That's true.
You know.
I was thinking about this long and hard, and I think Chidori is the intern, by the way. I think that's his role. He's new to the company.
Yeah,
he's doing pretty well.
I see that.
Yeah.
I see that.
Anyway, I feel like there's not much to talk about this game. We went into it.
I have something to talk about.
Okay, is it going to be serious?
Yeah, actually, I think Paulson played an amazing game.
I think Paulson played an amazing game.
And I think that's pretty important, of course, because him being the newest member to this team after, you know, Boomy left, which unfortunately, you know, they really focused on him a little bit in the second game. I think shows that this team, you know, not only did they hit the ground running, but they did so with a new position 4. Like, I think that's, you know, nothing to sneeze at. You know, okay, sure, it's the 8th seed in the region coming from Division 2. It's no Execration, you know, who all of a sudden went from 7th to 1st, but it's still, you know, a top 8 team in the region. It's nothing to sneeze at. And I think for SMG, who started off the first season a bit shaky, I got to give it to them. They're looking good.
Okay. SMG looking good. Does their panel think they're looking good, or is it just a matter of their opponent? Let's check in with them.
Thank you so much, Alvo and Richie. That is our last game of today's series. I can't believe it. 2-0s. Every game, 2-0. I feel like this is very unnatural in Southeast Asia.
It all started from Execration, with the signs.
The duo. But what a game we just witnessed. I just want to, first of all, point out how fat Paulson was. Fatter than...
kind of mean.
Okay, well, not like that. But fatter than, any other core.
Yeah.
On Polaris.
He was huge. He just worked the map well. He cleared out, he farmed, he set up for his team. And the investments, the aggression from SMG just paid off in big ways. For Polaris, I mean, we were, and you heard Avo and Richie, they were poking fun at Bach, but the Brewmaster just didn't do much. It didn't slow down the game that much. It didn't stop Chidori from farming. The blink timing was decent considering the game, but blink thunderclap, then what?
Radiance.
I mean, if you replace his Radiance with any other item, he would have still died the same way without doing anything. I think that was the story of the game. I feel like the last pick Brew, it wasn't good enough because they put this bat in a losing matchup, and the Spectre, I think he would have had a bad time where it was Caudal or Naga. And I don't know, they just felt like they needed a strength to play around, someone to centerpiece their draft, but they didn't really have it.
Yeah, it just didn't feel like the draft connected as well. Maybe almost similar to game one, except I felt like it was worse in game one. Like the silencer couldn't, it was kind of all in. This time they had a little bit more play, but again, these engagements just didn't pan out. Like in this fight, they came down, they didn't commit the lasso onto mid one, then he just escaped and they turned around that fight in SMG. Like small opportunities like that, Polaris aren't able to capitalize on, and when you miss out, SMG is the kind of team to punish you with everyone on top of you.
I mean, SMG just looked like they were owning throughout the entire game. Like, they were so ahead of net worth. And I mean, there was one point where the kills were kind of close, but it really didn't mean much in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, it felt really hard for Polaris to do damage, I think. With the early Greaves on mid 1-2, you see he bought his Greaves and he stopped farming. He just ran around with the team. Sometimes he ran around a bit too much, but well, I guess they just really wanted to abuse their strength, which I think is a very respectable thing.
Yeah. The good old mech, no boots, the Giga Chad build.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it was really cool that SMG put the Naga top, by the way, because it's really good against the Gyro, because obviously Rocket Barrage doesn't do anything to the Illusion's early levels.
Well, here's our match MVP, Paulson, who played exceptionally exceptional. He was absolutely fantastic. He played really well both games, playing with his team. And I mean, I find SMG supports so interesting because it kind of does feel like they both, like Afu and Paulson, both play like this 4.5 role. Like, they're very interchangeable. And I mean, like you said, Paulson takes more farm over Afu, but like they both kind of just swap roles and share the load.
I think it's been a while since I guess we always use the words 4 and 5, but I think a lot of players, sometimes your role in the game takes less farm on the map. Yeah. Sometimes you're playing this melee clockwork that is kind of the body, and your range where Crystal Mains in the side lane pushing the wave, and you just naturally get more farm that way sometimes.
Yeah, it's just kind of understanding what your heroes want, right? Like which hero needs more farm, and in this case, I mean, Afu still worked onto the blink, but it wasn't like a direct rush, so they managed to split that farm. They split their timings really well, and you balance your supports like that. It works out.
Well, we do have an interview with Moon from SMG ready. Hello, Moon. Congratulations on your win, the second series you guys have won. How do you feel?
Feel good. Second win. Yeah, it felt good.
Yeah, you guys are starting out really strong. I personally think that you guys look at your peak form. Would you say the same?
My peak form?
Yeah, you look really good.
No. No, not yet.
No.
Not yet? Okay.
Not our final form.
We can always get better. Yeah, I like that. You guys?
Yeah, I have a question. So, is this your final +5 player?
I hope so.
I'm curious, Moon. We've talked a lot. I've interviewed you on previous CDPCs. I am curious, what do you think is the big change this tour? Because this is the best that we've seen SMG open up a tour. What's different this time around that you guys are looking a lot stronger?
No, don't curse us. I remember that.
I like that.
I mean, no. I think we just treat one game at a time.
Okay.
One series at a time.
That's good.
Yeah. Don't curse us.
You guys play another series on Friday, so that's 3 games this week. Do you guys feel the schedule's a bit... do you think the schedule's good for you, or is it too many games in 1 week?
No, I like the schedule actually. The last DPC was like 3 weeks for the DPC, I think. But this one is better, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I like this more.
I'm curious, as we go through the tour, is there any opponent you want to face? You're saying, one game at a time, but who do you really want to face up against here in this tour?
I'll say Talon, because they look the strongest team in this DPC.
I respect that, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we have a question here. Who's the boss for?
I don't know. You get asked.
All right, we'll save it for next interview.
Yeah, save it for next interview.
I want to ask, how did you guys get Paulison?
Oh,
save it for next.
That's a good question.
Good question.
I mean, he got no team, and then we need a boss 4, boss 5, so we choose him.
You just messaged him on Discord?
No, he's just there, Like,
He's just there. All right, I got nothing.
Yeah, I think I'm good.
You good? I have one more question. What food would you recommend to eat in Malaysia?
Oh, yeah.
What's a good dish?
Nasi lemak.
Nasi lemak?
Go mamak. Yeah.
Mamak?
Nasi lemak is good.
All right. Well, that's all the questions I have. If you guys are done, then I will bid Moon farewell.
Oh man, we won't want to curse you. Hope you lose your next game.
We won't curse you.
No, good luck.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, thank you so much, Moon, and congratulations again. That is 2 series won by SMG. They have been amazing. That was such an enjoyable interview.
Yeah, he was so happy.
I love Moon.
And I like how he, I said they look like they're at their peak form. He says, no, not yet.
No.
We're not.
Stay away.
Stop. We've had this before.
I know.
We take a win and it just goes down. No.
Yeah.
Nothing. I love Moon. He's fun to talk to, actually.
he is.
They all are fun in their own ways. And it's nice to see those personalities come out.
It is.
Yeah, I mean, well, hopefully we'll be able to get more winner interviews with SMG.
Yeah, one of their supports so we can figure this out, this mystery.
Who's 4 or 5? But so let's wrap up a bit. We have today's schedule, today's results that we can look at. Army Geniuses lost 0-2 against Talon. Execration won 2-0 against Bleed. And SMG beat Polaris 2-0. So we've had a full day of 2-0s.
Yeah. I don't think it breaks any expectations either. Maybe the first series you expect 3 games, but otherwise, it's within what we saw from the first day. Like, these teams are continuing their performance. We're seeing some consistency from what we've seen from, just the start of the DPC.
Now let's take a look at the standings of Tour 2. We have had 6 series go on so far, and so this is our order. This is the list. Our first pagers are Execration, Team SMG, Talon, and Army Geniuses, followed by, on the second page, Geek Slate, Blacklist Rivalry, Bleed, and Polaris. Geek Slate also have not played any games yet.
5th place, 0-0. I love that.
So yeah, I mean, this technically doesn't mean much unless you are at the absolute top and the absolute bottom, right?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit surprising for some on Bleed. I think considering, again, the roster, maybe people were expecting more from those names, but just kind of underperforming. Polaris, I mean, they just climbed out of Div 2, hopefully, but whether they can stay, I mean, the first week's not looking that sharp.
Well, let's take a look at Friday's schedule, see what last 3 series we have for the rest of the week. We have Geek Slate versus Army Geniuses as the first series, Talon versus Blacklist Rivalry as the second, and to finish off the week, we have Execration versus Team SMG.
That's a juicy series.
That is.
Yeah, those are juicy days, like all the series.
Yeah, I can see why Moon didn't want us to praise him.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, who would you guys have if it's Execration versus SMG?
It's a toughie, because I think Execration's looking sharp, but SMG is just so chaotic that you can't... Yeah, I would actually say SMG. Just because...
I think I'd go with Execration.
Like, no curse.
No curse.
One to curse, one to counter curse. So there you go. Balance.
Gotta keep it fair.
Yeah.
Okay, I won't give my input then.
Let the teams decide.
Yeah, leave it balanced. But yeah, I mean, for me, I think the results of today were kind of expected. I think that's really how I foresaw the day. Would you guys say the same?
I think I expected a bit more competition in the first series, but Talon really surprised me with their drafts and new approach to the game. I think that they probably surprised their opponents too, so I think the two was kind of fair.
Yeah, it's been, again, like consistent from the first day. I think we were seeing the teams that did good just keep doing good. AG maybe not as much as, again, that first series, but I'm hoping we get more surprises down the line because, I just came from NA. This happened in NA as well, so I want something
The land
a little
of
bit
no
different.
surprises.
Yeah, but I mean, we haven't seen a game of Geek Slate yet. And so far, the trend has been, the teams that have come back from the major, they've performed out of their mind. So if the trend continues, maybe Geek Slate are going to show up everyone too.
Yeah, I think Geek Slate is one of the more innovative teams too. Scam especially, like, seems spamming out recently. I don't know if they'll do that. And obviously, Zhao coming back. There's this whole Scam Zhao duo where they would pick like some random core early, and then Scam's like, I don't play this hero, and Zhao would play some like Ricky pos 5 or some random, some troll pos 5. I wonder if we'll get to see that again.
But yeah, I mean, we knew Geek Slate also as a team in the C region who kind of increases the biodiversity of heroes picked. They're always pulling out something crazy, something fun and new. But we will have to see and save that for Friday. So that is all for today. Thank you so much for tuning in into day 2 of the DPC 2023 Southeast Asia Spring Tour Division 1. We will see you guys again on Friday.